चदरिया पांच तत्व गुण तीनी चदरिया साई को सियत मास 10 लागे साई को सियत मास 10 लागे साई को सियत मास 10 लागे ठोक ठोक के दीनी चदरिया ठोक ठोक के दीनी चदरिया झीनी 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 सोचा नर सूर नर मुनि ओढ़े सोचा नर सूर नर मुनि ओढ़े ओढ़ी के मैली कीनी चदरिया ओढ़ी के मैली कीनी चदरिया दास कबीरा कबीरा दास कबीरा जतन से ओढ़े दास कबीरा जतन से ओढ़े ज्यों की त्यों धर दीनी चदरिया ज्यों की त्यों धर दीनी चदरिया झीनी 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 चदरिया बीनी चदरिया काहे के ताना काहे के भरनी कौन तार से बीनी चदरिया झीनी 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 Thank you. So in the process of creation, in the process of making something that you want to show in this world, you have a lot of doubt. You have a lot of turmoils, you have a lot of disturbances that keep taking you off track. And so, just like a structure which once formed remains forever, the thing that remains forever to make these constructions or these dreams that we have come alive is fearlessness. So fearlessness is something that drives everything, because fear can destroy everything. Everything that you are can be destroyed with just that one fear, one doubt. So when one instills the quality of fearlessness, then everything else takes care of itself. So this is also a song written by Kabir, where he says, Nirbhay nirgun gun re gaunga. I will fearlessly sing the attributes of the formless. This is a composition of the great Hindustani classical maestro Pandit Kumar Gandharv. So let's now again go back to the beginning. This particular song that I'm going to sing is a folk song in Braj Bhasha. And it's a lullaby. And why I want to sing this is because the poet describes the making of the lullaby. And he tells the architect of the lullaby to make the most beautiful cradle, one that surpasses the beauty of everything. Make it with the cool sandalwood branch. Make it with sandalwood so that it keeps my baby cool. And put a very soft silk cloth on it. And embed this sandalwood with precious stones, because my precious baby is going to lie in it. Maybe have rubies and diamonds along the cradle, along the pillars of the cradle. And he says that I will take this cradle and put it right outside King Nand's house. Raja Nand was the father of Krishna. So he says, I will take this cradle and put it right outside the house of King Nand. And all the women will look at it and stare at it and will not be able to take their eyes away from it, because they've not seen anything as beautiful. And then he says that praise be upon the architect of all of us. Praise be upon our Maker. This is a composition of another Hindustani classical maestro, Shri Krishna Ratan Jankar, who was known as Anna Sahib, a direct disciple of Bhatkande. अतहि सुंदर पालना, अतहि सुंदर पालना, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया। अतहि सुंदर पालना, अतहि सुंदर पालना, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया। शीत चंदन कटाऊं धरी, शीत चंदन कटाऊं धरी, खरादी रंग लगाओ विविध। शीत चंदन कटाऊं धरी, खरादी रंग लगाओ विविध। चौकी बनाओ रंग रेशम, चौकी बनाओ रंग रेशम, लगाओ हीरा मोती लाल मढ़ैया, हीरा मोती लाल मढ़ैया। अतहि सुंदर पालना, अतहि सुंदर पालना, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया। आनी धर्यो नंद द्वार सुभग ब्रज वधु देखे बार बार। आनी धर्यो नंद द्वार सुभग ब्रज वधु देखे बार बार। शोभा नहीं वार पार, शोभा नहीं वार पार। धनी धनी धन्य है गढ़ैया, धनी धन्य है गढ़ैया। अतहि सुंदर पालना घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया। अतहि सुंदर पालना घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया, घड़ी लाओ रे बढ़ैया। Thank you. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes? Okay. So I'd like to end this particular session with hope for a better world, and a prayer that everybody in this world has everything in abundance, and a prayer that everybody is happy and prosperous. This is a song that I usually sing with a guitar. Because I'm playing a banjo, I'm going to try and improvise. So this is a mashup of two songs that was written around the same time. The early 60s or the late 60s, I'm not too sure. One was written by John Lennon of the Beatles. It's a peace anthem, Imagine. And the other was written in the outskirts of Chennai, in Kanchi Kamakoti Mutt, by Swami Chandrasekharendra Saraswati, who is popularly known as Mahaperiyava. He is from the Adi Shankaracharya lineage, and he wrote a song where he says, let's embrace friendship and let's inculcate compassion, the art of giving, and also the art of self-restraint. Damyata datta dayadhvam. Compassion, self-restraint, and datta. The art of giving. The art of giving oneself. And I guess Imagine, of course, many of you all might be knowing. Please sing along. मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजेत्री, मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजेत्री। आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत, आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत। युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत, युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत। त्यजत परेषु अक्रममाक्रमणम्, त्यजत परेषु अक्रममाक्रमणम्। मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजेत्री, मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजेत्री। Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there are no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Janani कामदुघास्ते जननी पृथ्वी कामदुघास्ते जनको देवः सकल दयालुः जनको देवः सकल दयालुः दाम्यत दत्त दयध्वं जनता दाम्यत दत्त दयध्वं जनता श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां. You may say I'm a dreamer, the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Shreyo bhuyat sakala janana, Shreyo bhuyat सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां.
Thank you, Vedant. What an amazing day to start our day.
You.
As a token of gratitude, presenting a memento, I invite architect L. Gopakumar, IAK, to Vedant. Sir. I once again thank Vedant for making the day a grateful one to start with. Apart from this venue, we have two other venues, Bodhi and Veda, which is hosting the presentations of YAF Awards today. The presentations of the Space for Living category has begun in the Bodhi, and the presentations for the Sustainable Architecture category has begun in Veda. I request all the shortlisted participants and delegates to please stop by in Veda and Bodhi. We will be commencing the main events in the venue soon.
This place is no heaven. The cracks, the flaws, the sufferings, the sorrows. And each and every note in the still, sad music of humanity can be felt here. Here you witness the hustle and bustle that brings life into the city you wouldn't want to be without. Here, there is no single voice, single story, single vision. Here there are no virtuous heroes, but only flawed humans. Flawed, but yet beautiful. Here, you are not a separate entity fighting against the world, nor is the world at war with you. Here, you are a part of the world, and world a part of you. Here, you are gently awakened from alienation to see that we are all interconnected in the vast web of life. Here, you are on your own journey of nourishing your relationship with yourself and the world. Come, join us with your own stories and perspectives. YAF invites you to experience CALICUT.
A warm welcome to each and everyone present here. It is with immense pleasure and pride that we are welcoming you to the Young Architects Festival CROSSROADS 2022, hosted by IIA Kerala Chapter.
Since its debut edition in 2013, CROSSROADS by IIA CALICUT Center has been one of the most renowned forums for architects. This year, we're widening our platform to a much larger audience by hosting the Young Architects Festival, an annual celebration of architecture and culture in India, and was staged by the Indian Institute of Architects, the national body of architects in the country. Under the banner of CROSSROADS by IIA CALICUT Center, we present to you Young Architects Festival CROSSROADS 2022.
For YAF CROSSROADS 2022, which takes place over 3 days, we have a comprehensive list of events oriented towards both the architecture community as well as the general public. Being the largest of its kind in India, this gathering is well organized with panel discussions, interactive sessions, workshops, award functions, cultural performances, and a flea market.
Today, on the second day of YAF CROSSROADS 2022, we have workshop happening across various venues in the city. Form and Structure Workshop Akara, Design Thinking Workshop Chinta, Material and Technique Workshop Nirmana, and Architecture Workshop Samsara are hosted by experts from around the globe to provide a platform for empowering and connecting the youth of the country.
As a celebration of the culture, cuisine, and music of Calicut, we have also curated a flea market called Urban Angadi.
For the panel discussions and award functions, we have 3 venues, Sabha, Bodhi, and Veda. In Bodhi, we have shortlisted presentations for the YAF Awards of 2 categories, Space for Living and Socially Responsible Architecture. It also hosts a documentary film screening of the film Kannade by Tivoy. In Veda, we have the shortlisted presentations for YAF Awards for the next categories: Sustainable Architecture, Architecture Detailing, Space for Collectivity and Collaboration, Spaces for Working, Ideas for Future, and Architectural Representation, Visualization.
Here, in the main venue Sabha, we will be hosting panel discussions of 2 different formats, colloquium and more per second. There will be a total of 10 panels, out of which 6 will be happening today, with each having 1 moderator and 4 to 5 panelists. To brief you more about the panel discussions in Sabha, we have the event curator, Architect Vivek PP, Chairman, IAA CALICUT Center. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Dear all, good morning and a warm welcome to CALICUT. It gives me immense pleasure as the chairman of IA CALICUT Center to stand before you and share our thought process behind conceptualizing YAF CROSSROADS 2022. IA CALICUT Center, in sync with the culture of CALICUT, has always coexisted with the common man, the politics, the bureaucrats, and the state. From public projects that revive the heritage of the town to the ones that make a bold statement in architecture, IA CALICUT Center has exhibited itself through the meaningful projects that have raised the bar of quality public spaces, yet staying grounded in its attempts to be hospitable to the users and sensitive to the context. While the world moves ahead, and the architecture that shapes the realm morphs and mutates into forms that sometimes evade public comprehension, these attempts in public domain have opened up whole new opportunities for the profession. However, through decades of practicing on a pedestal, we have left behind a swarm of looming questions. Has architecture eluded the simplicity in translating its language with the people? Have we, as professionals, exercised our commitment and response to the ecosystem through our practice and discourse? YAF CROSSROADS 2022 is certainly an important milestone in Indian architecture, especially for young architects who would shape our future. The curatorial theme of YAF CROSSROADS 2022, Architecture for Everyone, reflects the ideology of a democratic practice, one that we as a fraternity extend our arms to offer services to the people, society, and state. Architecture as a practice and later as a discipline has co-evolved with human intelligence, offering a plethora of physical manifestations on the planet and even in the metaspace. From an integrated relationship between architecture, form, and culture, productive interior spaces, and human well-being, structural integrity and utility, the nexus between the built and the unbuilt, architecture has evolved across the cultures and has played a critical role in every facet of a life, be it public or domestic. Contemporary society functions on so many layers that no form of art, including architecture, can stand unambiguous in its way of practice and discourse. It is imperative to understand as an all-encompassing architecture as an all-encompassing whole, having multiple sociological linkages, embracing diversity, and most certainly inclusivity. It calls for novel ecologies that require interdisciplinary thinking, challenging mere formalistic approaches to design practice accessible to only the elite in the society. Our responsibility towards the environment is aplenty in the light of climate change, environmental degradation, and growth of artificial intelligence. We ought to blur the stigmatized boundaries and establish hegemony through critical discourses on nature of architecture, its future practice and ideologies and pedagogies. We ask the most pertinent question: what does architecture mean and to whom? Let architecture transcend to deeper layers of our society than becoming mere objects to please the eye. Let architecture safeguard the interest of anyone and everyone who inhabit this pale blue dot. The theme will be resonated through 2 kinds of formats in this main stage Sabha. While colloquium becomes a back and forth conversation between the moderator and the esteemed panelists who have created the niches in the field of architecture, more per second provides an opportunity for the panelists to express their expertise on the screen with visuals in an attempt to cover more over a fixed time of 7 minutes and echo the theme of YAF CROSSROADS 2022, Architecture for Everyone. It is imperative at this moment in time that this theme be emphasized and echoed through the community and outside it. The fact that art, architecture, and culture transcend boundaries and reveal its layers, chiming to the winds of change. We look forward to experience some deep-rooted content and thought-provoking discussions, opening up a whole new dimensions for practice of architecture in our country. Welcome once again, and looking forward to all of you.
Thank you, Architect VVPP. I request all the delegates to kindly move forward and occupy the front row seats for a better experience of the event. Once again, I request all the delegates to occupy the front seats for a better experience of the event. To begin with the much-awaited panel discussions in this venue, we have the first panel from the colloquium format, inspired from the theme of the event, Architecture for Everyone. The colloquium is a panel discussion format in which there will be dialogues between the moderator and the panelists, followed by a Q&A session. And beginning the first panel, this panel will set the stage for the rest of the conversation.
Loka Samgraha. Let the wall stop none. Architecture is for all. Every culture needs architecture, but has it become a language spoken only by the elite? Has it evolved into a genre of art that has alienated a large portion of our population? Should architecture include life and biodiversity on Earth in addition to us humans? The questions remain.
To welcome on to the stage as a panelist for the discussion, we have architect Apurva Bosdatta, a Bangalore-based author, award-winning architectural journalist, curator, and editor with more than 17 years of experience in global collaborations. She has been a pioneer in increasing the visibility of the subject of architectural journalism in India. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have architect Khushru Irani, the principal architect of Local Ground, Pune. His design seeks an empirical response to the region it works in, influenced by the specific context, culture, and building technology. He's also the founder of the Law Forum, a platform for multidisciplinary collaborations. Welcome, sir.
Architect Prem Chandavarkar, the managing partner of C&T Architects Bangalore. Apart from being an academician in India and international colleges of architecture, he is also a writer, orator, and blogger on various topics like urbanism, philosophy, environment, art, and cultural studies. Welcome, sir. Architect Quaid Dungarwala, the principal architect at DCOOP, Mumbai. He has been a founding associate for the urban group Pukar and has been regularly invited as a member of juries and reviews at several architectural colleges in the country, such as CEPT and Krivya. His varied interests have engaged him in simple documentation projects to film, publications, and art installations. Welcome, sir.
And finally, as a moderator, we have architect Ruturaj Parikh, a partner with Studio Matter, where he leads architecture, design, and curatorial projects. He's also the curator and editor of Think Matter and Inside. He has been involved in social projects that include listening and grading heritage buildings, redeveloping of backward and informal settlements, low-cost housing, and design for child-friendly Anganwadis, among others. Welcome, sir. Over to the moderator.
Hello, can you hear me? This is audible? Yeah. Thank you. So I want to thank the organizers, the WAF, the IAA chapter. Thank you so much for inviting us. This has been wonderful. I also want to thank the panelists who will discuss this very important, to have this very important conversation here today. What we have decided is that we will use the time that we have been given to make a few opening statements. I would invite everyone to make the statement and clarify their position on the issue, and then we will have the conversation. As a moderator, I would just take a few minutes initially to clarify from where I come and my thoughts on the idea, and then I'll pass the mic on. The theme or the topic that we have been prompted to discuss on is titled "Let the Walls Stop None. Architecture is for All." And I want to open by saying that the vast majority of built environment seems to be quite oblivious of our presence. We are, as we see around us, we are sort of pushed to the peripheries of the society that we claim to serve. And more critically, it seems that architects are also contributing very tacitly to the the whole complacency of the profession towards perpetuating many social injustices. On the other hand, on one hand, as we complain about how our grand visions and intellectual positions are not regarded by whom we call the masses, on the other, we contribute to the we contribute and we converse in a language that not only alienates people, but sometimes is deceptive to the very agenda that we set for ourselves. In one recent conversation with an artist about the political implications of our work, he mentioned something interesting. He said, as an artist, I cannot sit in my studio and keep painting flower pots if I see the world around me collapsing and the war outside my window. However, as architects, we seem to be doing just that. Look at our media, for example. We have been celebrating what we have been celebrating as good work and what is seductive and what is heroic is actually all seems to be a big facade around our practice. And we also bask in the glow of an individual genius that somehow we seem to ultimately absolve us from the responsibility that we have. So I want to open this conversation by posing two questions. The vocation of architecture seems to be caught in a kind of contradiction. The vocation of architecture seems to be caught in a bit of a contradiction. On one hand, it strives to serve the very powers that it must critique in order to seek purpose. So for how much longer can we speak for the relevance and the social role of the profession that is the victim of our own complicity in what is being done in its name? And with that, I invite you to make the opening statements, and then we can get into the conversation. Kush.
Thanks, Rituraj. Thank you, IIA, for this opportunity. The subject of architecture for all is quite contentious, and we are often called an elitist profession serving very few. And there are several aspects to this subject, and I'd like to focus on one aspect of it, and that is how an architect can maybe able to include a social sector-based practice as part of his or her larger practice. I'd like to make 3 points on how we look at things that help me see things slightly differently in my own practice. The first point is how we see ourselves. So we see ourselves primarily as designers whose main role is to provide a design solution. But sometimes the question is not about design at all. And we need to think of ourselves as more than designers, as advocates, as facilitators, as simply as skilled technicians who are solving very basic and very mundane problems sometimes. So can we see ourselves as more than designers and our role as more than providing a design solution? If we see ourselves differently, I feel a lot of opportunities open up. If we see our role as helping others help others, a lot of things can open up for us. The second point is how we see our work. And as architects, we are trained to see and define our work in terms of projects. Something that is finite, something that has a beginning, something that has an end, and that can be neatly described, photographed, and shared with others. Something that is about space and light and materiality. And while all of that is valuable and important, what often is needed is not about these things at all, but yet they are important and valuable and worth doing. So if we look at our work differently, in terms of solving very small basic issues sometimes that don't have the grand scale and the grand arc of what we see as architecture, I think a lot of opportunities can open up. The third is, how do we see our clients? Typically, we define a client as someone who engages us and pays us for the work that we do. And our role is to serve them. And in the social sector, it's usually civil society organizations, non-profit organizations, and government agencies. But I would suggest that we look at these clients more as partners, where the boundaries of engagement are more blurred and hence deeper. And our main client is actually the people the project serves. So a shift in thinking that our clients are actually our partners and our main clients are the ones we serve open up possibilities to go beyond predefined roles of what we see architects as doing. And there are, all over the country, there are various examples of this great work that people are doing. One is a community design agency in Mumbai, they do no design, but they work with communities to really improve their conditions. Shelter Associates in Pune, so CDAs in Mumbai, Shelter Associates in Pune, working on slum development, slum rehabilitation, on sanitation, very, very basic things. There's Social Design Collaborative in Delhi run by Swati Janu, who again works, there's very little design, or design is a small component of her work. And we don't need to go very far. Right here in Calicut, the IIA Calicut chapter does amazing work. I think they're doing truly revolutionary and path-breaking work in connecting young practices with government agencies and seeing how they can contribute to their city.
So, yeah, once again, thank you for the Kerala chapter for calling us here. It's always a pleasure to be here. To add to what Ruturaj and Khushru have just talked, my take is that there is a fundamental position in which architects have, the way our education has been, as well as historically what you see in the last 150 years, has made a huge difference to the way all of us look at practice and architecture. So modernism and its lofty avant-garde vision made the architect believe they have an elevated status. This status got further exaggerated with the emergence of star architects in the 1980s. Modernism gave architects the amazing tools, methods, and language on how to make space with the emergence of new technologies such as concrete and steel. However, the vision was partly lost because it didn't include the people. The architect became the almighty creator, and this role has been one of the reasons, and only one of the reasons, to obstruct the possibility of creating an inclusive architecture. Form has been the overriding tool used by architects to express their own creative desires, many a times overlooking the needs of the user, whether social, functional, or aspirational. This desire to express one's own self in buildings can be seen as indulgent and narcissistic when it crosses a certain point. Do all typologies of buildings need to have an overt expression driven by the architect? Or are there typologies which probably don't need that strong an expression? The counterpoint to this is that imagination, creativity, and newness can bring a lot of value to people's lives. Buildings which push boundaries are important, and the same form plays an important role here, where it becomes, it becomes an aspirational. It's got symbolic value. And somebody like Frank Gehry is a very important, architect, where he kind of rejuvenated whole cities through his architecture. However, finding a right balance is probably what architects need to be more conscious of, and not only concerned about their personal expression in buildings. An inclusive architecture would not mean the architect losing control on the medium which he or she has mastered as an expert. Rather, it would mean using those skills, methods, and knowledge to create a built environment which can be meaningful, diverse, and in sync with the context. The role and value architects bring to buildings is tremendous. Their skills on putting together program, organization, light, ventilation, and the construct and responding to climate can add great value to buildings.
So I believe architects can bring an authorial voice to their projects and still create architecture which is responsive to all.
I'm going to speak on 3 limitations that the profession has imposed upon itself that obstruct an architecture for all. Number 1, assessment of architecture is intangible. It's resistant to precise measurement. And since intangible goals require social validation, we assess our success by measures of social acceptance, such as does the work win design awards, does it get published in reputed professional journals, is it discussed with respect in professional and educational circles? Does it lead to invitations on the lecture circuit? Now, these are all valid goals, but when they become the dominant form of validation, they breed a self-referential culture in which architects wind up designing for other architects. And the constituencies that they are meant to serve are not seen with sufficient clarity. Even worse, through this culture, we lose the language in which we can communicate the value of architecture to non-architects. Number 2, we tend to believe that the meaning in our work lies in how it reflects our intentions and our voice. Perhaps it springs from the way we are educated, where we are always next to our design talking about it. We explain it in a studio crit, we defend it in a jury. After we graduate, that voice is kept alive through criticism and publication. We forget that once we complete the construction of a building and hand it over for inhabitation, we disappear from the scene. Meaning accrues thereafter through a culture of inhabitation that is marked by the silent absence of the architect, a silence that very few architects come to terms with. And number 3, here I cite Joseph Rickwert, who suggests we view design as an act of translation. The languages we deploy during design, drawings, models, computer simulation, etc., bear little resemblance to the experiential language of embodied inhabitation of a built work. We are therefore translators from one language to another. The dictionary is an insufficient aid to translation, for it is an act which requires a far greater fluency in the language one is translating into than the language one is translating from. If I'm translating, for example, a poem from English to Hindi, I need to know enough English to appreciate the poem, but I need to be a poet in Hindi. Poetic fluency in experiential inhabitation demands a priori rigorous interrogation of our own humanity as experiencing beings, an interrogation that is foundational to our professional endeavors. But we tend to skip this interrogation and jump into examining all issues directly from the lens of the profession. So I think it's easy for us to blame the system, the government, insensitive clients, a capitalist economy, etc. These are all easy cop-outs. For an architecture for all, there is a lot we must first do to set our own house in order. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, IIA CALICUT Center and the Kerala chapter for this invitation. Huge honor. As an architectural writer, journalist, and curator who practices architecture through the medium of words, I'm going to focus on the role of public media and architectural media. All of us associated with the media have a significant responsibility to read and interpret architecture, analyze it, disseminate it, and communicate it, thus sharing the responsibility of making architecture available to all. I'm going to make 2 quick points here. I remember watching a media panel of non-architects who were discussing why architecture is not given enough space in newspapers or tabloids, which are the most common medium for design literacy across all sections of society. Most of them said that architecture news items do not generate the kind of hype or revenue that other news items do. I have a counterpoint here, and that is, we must use the power of public media to educate masses about architecture and create the hype that architecture deserves. It could be through the print or the digital media, it could be through social media, it could be through the traditional mediums of television or radio, or probably, platforms and discourses like this where non-architects and architects can engage with each other. Once we have been able to create the hype, it is very important that we have dedicated columns devoted to architecture in newspapers, and architectural writers can become a part of these mainstream newspapers to bring forward architecture as a daily discussion. My next point is regarding architectural media. Keeping aside the discussions of journals, which anyway mandate a highly technical language, I feel that we tend to go overboard with our expressions and vocabulary, making our written as well as our verbal communication very difficult to be understood for all. Thus, we reduce the readership of architectural journals to only the industry. I'm always very particular about keeping my language very simple, whether written or verbal communications, and in all the workshops that I conduct or an online course on architectural writing that I'm conducting, I emphasize on the focus of using simple communication to express the most complex of thoughts. Whether through buildings or whether through words, our aim should be to express and not to impress. Also, when we are communicating or writing about architecture, the highlight should be the emotional quotient of a space, whether we are talking about a personal space, a commercial space, a urban space, or a public space. When our communication, it focuses on the relationship between emotions and spaces. We break the barriers, we break the walls, and we ensure that architecture and its knowledge is made available to all.
Thank you, everyone. So I want to open this out for conversation by picking on this one important thread that has come from all the four points of view. And that is this sort of inaccessibility of see ourselves in the society. And the way that we have positioned ourselves in the imagination of how we imagine ourselves amongst the people whom we claim to serve. So I want to pose this important question. How can we, as professionals, re-center or how can we attempt to re-center this position in a way that what values we claim to found our practices on are communicable or can be communicated, and how can we seek a critique on those values from people who are excluded from these kind of forums that are outside of these forums, including clients, users, people who encounter our work in the real world. So yeah, I would like to open with that, and if anybody would want to.
I think we make an error when we pose it as a problem of communication. I think it's more productive to pose it as a challenge of communion, because communion is a connection that is beyond words. And as I said, we have to come to terms with the architect's silence, and eventually we have to create in our work an aura that speaks for itself, that then enriches in meaning through the culture of inhabitation. So I think I think this a couple of, like Kate said, we put ourselves in an elevated position. And in that sense, when you talked about media as a means to educate the masses, are we sort of falling into a trap of that privileged position that we are the ones who understand and the masses who don't? So I think we have to realize that the communion is something that is intangible within us, and through communion with others, with people we meet on, even on an everyday basis, but our clients are people who we depend on to construct. Through that communion, we need to seek that intangible dimension and come to terms with it.
When we talk about the role of architecture being social, how is it different from almost all architecture that we produce? Because any act of architecture then in that context has to be social or has to have that interface or the communion that you talk about. How do we try and see that differently from when we define things as social projects and commercial projects and we look at things in silos, or we kind of clarify our intentions as being architects who do social projects and don't do social projects, etc.
Ruturaj, I don't think it's about a social project or it's a type of project. I think it's about how you engage with types of projects that don't always get engaged with by architects. And as Prem mentioned, it's about putting yourself out there. It's about putting yourself into spaces that architects don't really want to engage with because it's not always a clearly defined role. It's not a clearly defined end product. And if we move away from products and start looking at how can we fit into a social system that needs basic services, it changes how we can get engaged with that process.
So Ruturaj, I'd like to make a point here. I think one of the most important things that we have to do as architects or people from the media or anywhere else, we have to increase the channel of communications with the masses. Because we first have to go, my earlier point was about educating the masses through architecture because we really have to understand what is the definition of architecture for the masses. They acknowledge architecture, they probably appreciate and critique it also, but their definitions about architecture are very, very fuzzy. They don't kind of equate it to daily spaces or the architectural interventions we have in cities. So we definitely need to increase our channel of communication and, it can be done in different ways. For example, Khushru mentioned about Pratima Joshi, Shelter Associates. She works for society, but on the other hand, she empowers the society to build for themselves. Or someone like architect Geeta Balakrishnan also, who's doing this work to bring people closer to architecture, to bring masses closer to architecture. So I think there are different ways. The only probably one focus point that we have to look at is how to increase these channels of engagement about educating everyone about architecture, whether it's through the architects themselves or whether through other avenues.
But isn't it in contradiction to what Prem is saying? Because if we take that position that it's our role to educate the masses about architecture, we are also assuming that what we then say about architecture is more important than what masses. So, or who are these masses, and aren't we a part of that, what we define as masses? I just want to draw maybe Prem out on it, just because there is this difference of thinking.
So my first point was not from the perspective of a practicing architect. As I said, I'm an architectural writer who is connected with the media. So my first point was because I believe that especially when we speak about the masses, the media is probably one of the very important channels of communication. So my earlier point was from the lens of an architectural writer and journalist, not from an architect.
I think we should be very wary of grand social objectives like, change society, reform society, educate the masses, etc. And we should be more modest. And my preoccupation has been trying to critique the notion of practice. Although practice is the primary means by which architecture happens, is actually a poorly researched and conceptualized term. And there are two anecdotal models that prevail. There is the business organization and there is the creative genius. And neither has served the profession sufficiently. The business organization is, of course, meant to serve business more than architecture. And while the creative genius has no doubt produced some wonderful architecture, it's bred a culture of heroes and imitators rather than one of widespread reflection. So I've been preoccupied with the question of the practice as a place that shelters reflection on how to add value through architecture, how to enrich life through architecture. I like to use the phrase that we think too much about the practice of architecture and not enough about the architecture of practice. So then it shelters that reflection, and once you shelter that reflection, you start thinking about what the place is, where it is. And then your goal is not to be recognized as a hero of architecture. Once it's more place-oriented, once it's contextualized, you start thinking about how do I earn the respect of the community within which I am embedded through my architecture. I think it's those kind of more modest objectives that will, in the long run, achieve a greater social purpose than any grand ideas of social reform.
Okay, in the context of the statement you made earlier, can you respond?
Yeah. No, I think, it has to be a multi-pronged approach. It is not about, I think we can't have these grand ideas of educating, or probably that term might be a little too strong. But I think definitely architects bring some expertise, right? I think any profession, when you spend years of studying it and working on it, you have an expertise on it. Now, having that expertise doesn't make you. The problem is that we all kind of look at. There's this hero worship, this star culture. All of that has has happened over many years. About particularly in the last 60, 70 years, and I think there has to be a balance where the expertise has to be used to reach out and kind of bring in people and possibilities of the larger public also understanding the value which architects can bring. But at the same time, I think we as architects need to start becoming more empathetic, more understanding of what is the needs of society. And I think one more aspect which I think is very important, which I've been thinking over the last few years, is about typology and the different types of buildings. I think every building doesn't need this overt, strong expression from an architect coming in. Certain typologies probably need, like say for example, if the city is doing a museum, which I talked about earlier also, yes, there you win because then that museum becomes iconic, it brings symbolic value, it's aspirational for the society. But like when you're doing a housing, for example, I mean, I think architects need to be a little more, introspective to think about that what is really needed to create a better living environment for the people who are going to inhabit it. What are the kind of social scenarios there? What is the cultural situation there? And so on and so forth. So I don't think it's, one extreme position. I think it's a more balance which needs to be thought through.
How do you do something like that in practice? I mean, you can do. You can imagine the situation where theoretically, as a practice, that you anything that you produce contributes socially, culturally, creates.
No, it's not about contribute. I mean, I think this idea of contributing socially and culturally, again, as what Prem is saying, it's a lofty thought. I don't think one needs to. I think one needs to be more conscious. One needs to be more receptive. One needs to be more open to be aware of what's going on. I think that's what one needs to do, and then you would probably be able to respond in a more empathetic manner to different scenarios. Another thing is architects have this whole thing about their oeuvre, right? Their whole body of work and a language which runs through. Probably that's another kind of a, it misdirects you because every project doesn't need an overt expression. I keep using that word. So that's what I think. So I think it is possible to do that. One is not talking of going with the idea that, oh, we are going to contribute socially, that's not the, it's just being more conscious about what's there and what's needed.
So in that context, does practice, in principle, if you have to look at your role as an architect in that way, does it mean that as a practitioner you have to build? Or how can a practice then be in spite or irrespective of the fact that you build through your practice? Or you can write, or you can, what is the role other than creating a building that an architect can assume in this context, in the context in which we are speaking of an architect being a citizen, for example? how do you sort of take or enable your practice to take on a role that's beyond simply the question of building?
I think that question raises how we look at the relationship between theory and practice. And we tend to mistakenly assume that we must first construct a theoretical position and then apply it in practice. So theory is foundational to practice. But I think actually that's not the case. The relationship is more complex and nuanced. Practice, they cover the same territory but in different directions. Practice starts from the general to the specific. Like if I'm building, I start with something general like a design brief, then I look at maybe 3 conceptual alternatives. I finalize one as a schematic design. I look at how it's constructible, and I'm moving more and more to the level of detail. And if I do nothing but that, my center of gravity as a person gets shifted to the level of detail. I become the nuts and bolts architect who loses the forest for the trees. Theory starts with a specific observation and tries to generalize it. It moves in the other direction. And if I do nothing but that, my center of gravity as a person shifts to the level of the ivory tower academic of abstraction. So actually they work productively when they are contradicting each other, when they are conversing with each other. And the point is to sustain the energy and authenticity of that conversation, which means we have to co-locate them within the same space. We've unfortunately segregated them. We believe theory belongs in academia, practice in the work of design firms. So to your question, I wouldn't say it's necessary to build, but it's necessary to do some form of practice that is always moving from the general to the specific. And then at the same time to theorize. So it's a constant critical conversation. And in relationship to that, I'll add that we make the mistake believing we can resolve things through a linear logic. We actually resolve things through conversation, even when we are alone. If I sketch, for example, I'm sketching the idea for a plan, I can't philosophize every line, so it becomes a tacit process, relationship between hand, eye, pencil, and paper, and the philosophy retreats. Then I put down my pencil and I look at the sketch and I say, what have I done? And the philosophy comes forward, the intuition retreats. Then I pick up my pencil again and it reverses. So what I'm doing is I'm opening up a space, the sketch opens up a space for me to have a conversation with my thoughts. And we actually proceed through those conversations. So I'm very sort of wary of grand positions, grand narratives. I'd say just live life with that critical rigor, that critical conversation, and you'll get much further there.
So I'll just equate it to writing, and I also think that writing and design have many parallels, so probably it can reflect on that. So when we basically talk about writing, I think writing has many intents. One is to probably just inform people. And there is other kind of writing where you are trying to influence people or inspire people or probably persuade people. But there is also another kind of writing where you are trying to provoke people, right? So there must be some designs also through which we are trying to provoke people. So for us, I think it is not always important that we give a statement and say, this is how it is. Sometimes we have to sensitize people, masses, and empower them to get them into a position where they are able to think for themselves that this is a good space and this is a space that does not work for us. This is good architecture and that is bad architecture. So I think it could have many intents, as writing and design could have many intents.
But if you judge good and bad architecture as architects, that itself is a problematic position, no? Because frankly, I mean, if I reflect on the work that we do, there are many times that we don't know whether it leads into anything meaningful at all. Forget it being, the whole concern of it, how it's being received on the other end. So I want to just have a small conversation on that. When Prem started, he said that we talk a lot in intangibles because, we kind of have this whole idea of a whole intellectual sort of facade around, we build this intellectual facade around architecture. But when we then come to the problem of simply defining what good architecture versus what bad architecture is, then how do we position ourselves in that, and who finally judges whether something is good or bad, if since you mentioned that?
I would step away from questions of is it good architecture or is it bad architecture. Yes, one can have those conversations, but they're not central. And there's a line from Alan Cohen, which I will not remember very exactly, but it summarizes my position. And he says, criticism occupies the no man's land between enthusiasm and doubt, between poetic sympathy and analysis. Its purpose is not to judge it, and it can never grasp the essence of the work that it looks at. Its purpose is to go beyond the work's apparent appearance and expose its ideology. So I think that it's more what ideology does the work represent is perhaps more significant than is it good or is it bad.
And the ideology is implicit in the work, you are saying. It does not have to be made explicit.
Yes, it is implicit, and critical analysis can expose it. And it's necessary to keep exposing your own ideology also, because that's the one you're least aware of.
Do you agree as practitioners to that view?
I think, as Prem said, whether it's good or bad is really is missing the point. I think, and also defining architecture. Defining architecture just as as the act of building. I think there are various ways to define and to do things, and this is a little response to your previous point, that there are that people can respond to the issue of how do we get our work out there and how do we serve others in different ways based on their interest and strengths. And so there's academia, there's research. It's not less important than building. There is art and critique. There are people like Leverdists who communicate through cartoons and through the medium of jokes and critiques. And then there is people, civil society organizations working in non-building ways. And of course, there's the act of building. So there is various ways that our profession as a whole can reach out to civil society.
Yeah, we have a wonderful display which tells us how much time is left here. So, no, I think there is, as architects, we will have an opinion on what is good and what is not good architecture. I mean, you're so deeply entrenched in the world of making the built environment, making buildings. So I think one should also probably have, because otherwise how will you be passionate about what you're building? So I think there has to be some degree of passion, all of that which has to go. But at the same time, I think there are some very basic fundamentals if one has to kind of try and identify what is good, and I don't want to get into that, but they're at a very low denominator, such as, say, climatic comfort. I'm just giving one example. Or is it comfortable for the user and the inhabitant, so these are some very fundamental things which can at least start defining that, which many a times I think somebody who's in the profession, and I would take a very simplistic analogy of, say, the medical profession, right, as a thing, where you don't go to a doctor all the time and say, okay, now, and that's where doctors get very irritated when people are looking up things on Google. And, they're suggesting things, but some things you kind of do have a certain expertise over a period of time of working on. So I think it's more simpler than we make it out to be. I think I think the answer lies somewhere there, at least for me. I see it that way.
But if you talk about climate comfort, for example, as a dimension of judging whether architecture is good, isn't that like saying one should be honest? Because one should be honest, but beyond that, you still have to have something worthwhile to say. So it's one of those necessary but not sufficient criteria.
Of course, I said the lowest level denominators. That's why I said that. I totally agree that, I totally agree that it has to, there is something more.
So I remember this one quote by architect Romy Khosla during a convention. He said that when you are writing or reviewing architecture, don't only look at the knowledge of a practitioner, look at the wisdom of a practitioner, which is very different because when you're talking about knowledge, it's theoretical, practical, and the knowledge of other aspects. But when you are basically talking about wisdom, then it's like a collective thought and consciousness of society. So, so probably wisdom is sometimes more important than knowledge.
Just to, so we have the few last minutes. So just the closing question would be, if we have to position the concern of the practice as not fundamentally building, what could be the concern of a practice other than building? If we see practice as one way, one sort of platform through which we work as architects.
Each one to go for it? Well, you could do many things. Like I think, I mean, you're one of the examples of somebody who looks at a lot of other work, right, and is engaged with other work to kind of enrich yourself and then create a conversation about that, which then has its effect on how that knowledge spreads. So I think there are many ways to engage without actually just, if your question is without actually building, right? That's your question, yeah. So I think they could.
If a practice is not occupied with the question of building, then what other questions it can occupy itself with?
So, I mean, there could be many. So if you look at it under the larger this thing of a praxis, then you can do many things which would still kind of come back to the built environment, and you connect with that, and how do you see that, or what is your engagement with that, such as journalism could be, I mean, or what, curating or bringing work out which is you think which is meaningful, or which is, so I think there would be many ways to do that, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, but how can it be a part of then what we define as practice as architects?
Okay, I'm a little puzzled by that.
I mean, practice can be defined by many things, right? It's not just building. There's so many different ways of practice. Like we mentioned, academia, research, critiquing things in your own way, working with civil society, where you're not building, you're not even designing sometimes. You just.
And how do you do that?
I'd say the core of architecture as a discipline is the ordering of space. That's something that no other discipline does, only architecture does. So if you're an architectural practice and not building, you're still preoccupied with space. So I would put the question is, how do you spatialize value? What forms does value take when it is structured in space? So as an example, one of the areas I'm working on is the spatialization of human rights and the right to the city and questions like that. How rights are abstract until they are tied to spatial entities. So I think that spatialization of value could be a question which could be taken by an architectural practice that builds as well as one that does not build.
For me, it will be what I represent, writing, curation, communication. They already said it.
Can we take one question from the audience before we close? If at all.
Thank you. Yeah, I thank you for this discussion, Ruturaj and Khusro, Kai, Prem, Apurva. I only wish that this kind of discussion should have at least one non-architect on the panel. Maybe next time we can think of that. Because this is concerning non-architects or masses, as many people have been using this word. I have a great problem with the word hype. This sounds like marketing, pushing something which society may not be ready for. Do you think accessibility or making profession accessible is a better word or it could be a better approach? If yes, in what ways? I agree with Prem. We are constantly focusing on educating masses. That is not going to solve problems. In fact, we are again taking an elevated position over here. We have to think of other means. But if it comes to educating masses, what are the ways in which one can do it? I'm looking for answers to these questions.
There's a wonderful book by a business writer called Roger Martin, and it's called Opposable Minds. And what he says is that the reason why humans have evolved to the position that they have reached is that we have opposable thumbs. So we can use the opposable thumb to grasp a tool and extend our abilities. So he says one could extend this analogy with opposable minds, where two opposite ideas can grasp a third idea. So I think I look for situations where an architectural mind and a non-architectural mind as opposable minds can come together. So I offer that just as a useful technique, not really as a solution or not as an answer to your question.
Rajesh, I think that, you talk about trying to get architecture to the masses, this great big battleship trying to move and trying to contribute to the whole world. I think that's almost an absurd concept. I think it's better to start small, look at your own neighborhood, start with your own family, start with yourself, and start from the ground up, and just start, within your own little circle of influence, and that's where you can, and make that choice yourself, rather than expecting either the profession or somebody else to do that. And that can lead to, not only changing yourself, but then making small inroads into your little community, and then that sort of can take off from there.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. That was indeed a thought-provoking session.
As a token of gratitude,
Thank you.
we're presenting the memento to our guests. For that, we'd like to invite architect Sandhya Radhakrishnan, the immediate past chairperson, IEA CALICUT Center, onto the dais, ma'am.
Presenting the mementos to the moderator, Architect Rudraj Parekh. The panelists, Architect Apurva Bose Datta. Architect Khushru Irani. Architect Prem Chandavarkar. And Architect Quaid Dungawala.
Thank you, everyone. Now I request the panel coordinators to kindly escort the speakers back to the audience.
Now we have our first move per second panel. Move per second is the format in which 7 seconds will be allotted to each panelist to present their views and opinions on the subject.
Kada. Art can convey more than words can. How do art, design, and architecture create experiences and express emotion through their narratives? Can such narratives be more expressive than words? Can art, design, and architecture take transformative actions?
We are Trojan Plywood, founded in 1982 as National Wood Products, we are pioneers in the manufacturing of strong, durable plywood in India. As our reputation for delivering excellent quality grew, so did our market. In 1992, we started exporting good quality international grade plywood. Our intense focus on high quality manufacturing led us to being accredited with the Bureau of Indian Standards in 1995. In 2007, we launched the brand Trojan Plywood. Trojan Plywood follows the most technologically advanced manufacturing process to produce the best quality plywood. The three USPs that make Trojan Plywood unique are quad press technology, high precision calibration process, lifetime guarantee. With our mission to be a sustainable manufacturer, we ensure that only highest grade plantation timber called Mysore gum is used in our manufacturing process. These selected microorganic resistant timber logs are then taken to the peeling section to get fine veneers. The peeled veneers go through the most important process in the manufacturing of good quality plywood called the vacuum pressure treatment or VPT. Trojan Plywood is the only company that does 100% vacuum pressure treatment for all veneers. After VPT, the veneers are kept for curing for up to 48 hours to stabilize the core and improve its characteristics. The core veneers are then dried in a core dryer machine. The dried panels are then sent to fully automatic core composing machines. We do both vertical and horizontal composing so that the panels are well joined. This critical process greatly minimizes the possibility of core gaps and panel gaps, making the plywood more robust. The assembled panels are then moved to the pre-pressing process, wherein the panels are pressed under pressure but at normal temperature. To make the bonding stronger, the pre-pressed panels are then put through a hot press at temperatures ranging up to 130 degrees. The panels are now ready to go into our high-precision automated calibration machines. The calibration process ensures uniform thickness of the plywood, removes any undulation, and gives a smooth finish to the plywood. The calibrated panels are then overlaid with a premium phase veneer, giving it a smooth finish. The panels are then moved to one more round of pre-press and hot press. The use of cushioning pads and stainless steel plates leads to better quality and finish of the end product. This four-stepped pressing process is uniquely developed by Trojan Plywood and is called the quad press technology. Next, the plywood is treated with an antifungal solution to prevent fungal infestations due to climatic conditions. Each individual plywood is then manually checked for any visible manufacturing defects before being sent to the bond room for storage. The plywood thus manufactured by our intense manufacturing process then goes through a very rigorous testing and quality check at our in-house research and testing facility. We strictly adhere to Bureau of Indian Standards guidelines like stress test, strength and reliability test, and boiling water test of all the raw material and finished goods before they go out of the factory. The four variants manufactured by Trojan Plywood are Trojan Signature, Trojan Platinum, Trojan Classic, Trojan Champion. The quality checked plywood sheets are then stamped and sealed and dispatched to various destinations across the country. Trojan Plywood, built on quality, trust and value.
To start off with our first more per second session, Katha. Art can convey more than words can. How do art, design, and architecture create experiences and express emotions through their narratives? Can such narratives be more expressive than words? Can art, design, and architecture take transformative actions. We have, as panelists for presentations,
Alicia Souza, referred to as the happiness illustrator. She is an artist and entrepreneur with a huge fan following, not just for her illustrations, but for the products she creates under her eponymous label, Alicia Souza. Over the 10 years in her profession, she has also delivered multiple TED Talks across the country. Welcome, ma'am. Bose Krishnamachari, the co-founder and president of Kochi Musris Binale Foundation. He is an artist and curator based in Mumbai. His work comprises of vivid abstract paintings, figurative drawings, sculpture, photography, multimedia installations, architecture, etc. Welcome, sir.
Bharat Ramamritam, an architect turned photographer known for capturing architecture and design with unwavering precision and for his focus on interplay of light and space. He owns a visual communication and publishing company in Goa, providing professional creative service to a global clientele. Welcome, sir. Architect Arun Radhi, a Mumbai-based architect running a multidisciplinary studio working across architecture and lighting design called Arjun Radhi Design, which has gained a lot of recognition for their exploratory, imaginative approach towards materials and design process in lighting design and luxury designs. Welcome, sir.
And to moderate the panel, we have Ronita Italia, a prolific writer with over 22 years of experience, and she is the editor-in-chief of Worldwide Media. She is known for her innate ability to create engaging content and piquant ideas that have raised the bar for the design practices across the country. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not presenting. My panelists, should I give it to them? Am I talking to this or this? Okay, good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here. It's so good to see all of you here. Our subject, as you guys have all been told, is Katha. And it's basically about how art can communicate and express way more than words can. And I don't think that's a question in any of our minds. It's very, very clear. Art does communicate. Art is evocative. And art is expressive. And I have with me today some very, very creative people. I mean, you guys are all familiar with the work they do, and in their own way, in their own very, very distinctive styles and in their own very, very distinctive manners, they've all been expressive over time and managed to not only garner our attention, but also convey exactly what they've wanted to convey. So whether it's about the process of design or the expression of art, I will leave it to my panelists to do the talking. We will round it up. We will open it up for questions from all of you, but, well, let me welcome Alicia.
Okay. I think it's done. Presentation. Just a second, I'm waiting for the presentation when it starts. Oh no. Okay, so hello and thank you so much for having me. Thank you for this beautiful setup. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Alicia Souza. I'm an illustrator, a commercial illustrator based out of Bangalore. I basically draw for a living, do everything from prints all the way to products, and products range again from everything from baby diapers to stationery, everything under the sun. So the emotion that I express with all my art is happiness or things that hopefully make you smile. And also sometimes maybe lovey-dovey things and things that generally are on the optimistic kind of spectrum. So that's the kind of thing I'm going to show you through a few of, not my final works, but how I express it in illustrations in general. So I moved to India about 12 years ago, and I came here as an absolute, like the biggest tourist ever. So I used to like giggle when I see cows on the road, or when I see rickshaws, sit in rickshaws. Don't do that so much anymore. But that experience of seeing things that make me smile on the road was very useful in why I moved here. Was to start a company called Chumbak, and we manufactured basically products that are based on things in India. So everything that made me smile on the road was conveyed in an illustration and hence made into products or prints. Now, I realized that was really different because seeing, say, an auto rickshaw screaming on the road is not so fun, but maybe getting it on a keychain suddenly is appealing to everyone. And I loved that different mediums really changed how people looked at things. It's the same when I remember I saw Masaba's sari for the first time with cows on it. And again, people don't really look at cows on the road. They are part of everyday sights, but it changes when you see it on a different medium. So when I try to put illustrations that work with where I am now. So I got on social media when I started freelancing. That was, again, a decade ago. And with that, I was able to convey experiences and things that are really not as fun, maybe, to showcase, say, instructions on how to put lungi. Not as fun, but again, putting it in something that's a little more light became really popular online. And, sorry. Oh. Really popular online and really easy to share. And I think people related to that as well. And the joy of illustration, again, is also being able to convey things that are not possible in real life. So, for example, if it's a Wednesday and you feel like, dipping your brain into coffee, it's possible, not possible in real life. And I absolutely love that. So as humans, we see 2 dots and a dash as smiley faces everywhere, and faces in general. So with technology, and for me that's Photoshop and Procreate, I'm able to create inanimate objects into living beings, or create environments from pictures. And that's really, really nice. I think that's one of my favorite parts about being in the field, and the most fun thing to do as well. So I tend not to touch on political cartoons as much. And there are lots of stories about how I try to help with drawings, even if it's because this would be parts which are not so fun, but I have to draw something that people can relate to and in my style. So I try to do drawings for fundraisers. So in this case, it was for the Kerala floods. And I work with a shelter called Care, which is a pet shelter. And another thing that I absolutely love with with my style, at least, of illustration, is I'm able to convey really complicated topics. So something like this is how to adopt a dog is actually not so fun to talk about, but something like a flowchart and maybe a few drawings, it changes into something that people can read a little more easily and absorb information a lot more easily. This also works with things like if you're setting up an IKEA cabinet, chances of you reading the text is much slimmer than, say, looking at the illustrations for it. Now, because my husband's here, I'm throwing this in. But so I have a social media following that I take as my community. And whenever, this is the part where it's absolutely the most amazing part is being able to share personal, say, stories of my life. So when we got married, we didn't get traditionally married, we got registered, and so being able to introduce my husband in a very personal way was really, really nice, which got converted into a website and then ended up being actually a book. And when we were expecting a child, again, something that's so personal and that I could do in a way that completely depicts, say, my work and my style, but again, my story as well, when we had the child. And one thing that I do a lot is communicate stories online, and it can be experiences. So it's usually with things that are happening during my life. So when we just had a child, being able to talk about, say, instances which are sometimes not so fun in a little more fun way. It's almost cathartic, and also, again, people relate to it and not in a sad way. You sometimes end up relating to sad things in a happy way, and that's amazing and feels great as well for both sides, which is lovely. And that's it. I can create worlds with drawings, which is amazing and fun, and create emotions sometimes even without words. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
Bose, it's your turn.
Namaskaram, good morning. Kochi Musris Binale, Site for Learning. I think any festival, whether it is YAF or any festival you take it, it is all the sites are for learning. I believe in 360 degree of life. Kochi Musris Binale. Binale is an Italian word. The first biennial was started in Italy in 1985. More than 120 years. Venice Biennale run for 6 months. Venice got more festivals. Architecture Biennale, Theatre Biennale, Performance Biennale, etc. We have Kochi Musris Biennale, which was started in 2012. The intention to adopt people, work with people. People make art, people make city, people make everything. From low life to hedonism, you can find the process, all levels of low life. From low life to hedonism, we can find it in Kochi Musris Biennale. I have allotted 7 minutes. The first edition of the Biennale was started on 12/12/12, and we started with the 90 days of festival. The last days, few days, people said, why don't you extend it for a few more days? And we extended for 4 more days. So 94 days, we had 400,000 people visited, which is a huge number when we compare any kind of festivals around the world like biennials. It's a video, I don't know how to, is it? It's a short video, 2 minutes video, can you? Oh yeah. Sound. Sorry. I'll stop it.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
You get an idea, like in 7 minutes, we won't be able to talk about this. This, happened to be an amazing festival. We never thought it will become one of the most talked about biennials around the world. We have more than 316 biennials. Some of the biennales run for 7 days, some of them for 1 month. So the next edition is, the fifth edition is curated by Shubhigi Rao, and it will run for 120 days. We started with 90 days and 94, and then we extended for 108 days. And we wanted to give more opportunities for students to come and see the Biennale, so we extended more. So we have 120 days this coming. On 12th of December, we'll open the Biennale. I love this statement by this conceptual artist. The act of drinking beer with friends is the highest form of art. You know, conversations are always important. You know, conversations, sit together and have conversations. It doesn't have to be beer, but you can have any kind of, you know, Alicia loves coffee, so you can have coffee and have conversations. So it is important that, you know, conversations makes lots of ideas can be germinated from conversations. And I happened to meet him at his studio in San Francisco when I got an award to travel and see it. I think site for learning, you know, let's talk is one of the things. You know, here also I'm trying to learn from you. And, you know, I believe that, you know, art, architecture, design, fashion, photography, all these kind of creative industry come together with the science. I think in future is going to be design, art, and I would say sciences. You know, these three elements with make a 360 degree of life better. I believe my life itself is, or life itself is art, art itself is life. And this is what I like to suggest. This is an artwork, by text-based artwork by Bob and Roberta Smith. When we talk about art, art is like a mirror, art is like a freedom. So schools with freedom and open-minded space, we can have more conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Bharat, you're up next.
Just the green button. Yeah, just the green button. Yeah, you can start. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bharat Ramamritam, and thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this panel, all of you. I am an architectural photographer. One minute. Sorry, this is so precisely timed that sorry? Yeah, I'm waiting.
Sorry for the technical glitch, we're fixing the issues. Kindly stay with us while the issue is being sorted.
Sorry about that.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Kindly stay with us until we fix the issue.
Yep. Okay, so I am an architectural photographer who studied and briefly practiced architecture. Driven by an unrelenting compulsion, though, I decided to pursue and practice photography, which I have done for the last 40 years. But I've never lost my love for architecture, the mother of all the arts, and the richness and the values that it adds to the world we live in. Art can speak, not just words. Art definitely speaks much more than words. But great art never really needed words. Art has transformed man's attempts to convey the beauty of the world around him to his attempt to explore the world through thoughts, ideas, media, and technique. The subjects can be beautiful or ugly, apparent or esoteric, simple or intellectual, topical or political. Art has tended to become more about the art itself, rather than the desire to communicate something easily and simply to people with clarity. And that's one fundamental reason why, in recent times especially, art seems to always need an explanation. Photography, on the other hand, offers a direct insight into the world we live in and the people that inhabit our planet. It has always been, through history, a representative medium of communication. There's nothing mysterious or magical in terms of what it allows us to share through although the process is steeped in magic, mystery, and miracle. Photography was simple. It never needed words to explain what the viewer was looking at. It was primarily a medium for sharing. So is photography art? There was a point in time when photographers were falling over themselves to try and get photography referred to as an art form. The trend continues to this day, unfortunately. Photographers want to refer to themselves as artists or lens-based artists, as if being a photographer is somehow demeaning. A photographer can create art through the images he or she makes. It's all about the intent. In fact, it's all about the process. Today, there are no clear distinctions between art, architecture, painting, sculpture, design, photography, and video. All these disciplines have come together in creating entirely new and hybrid forms of expression, all of which are considered under the all-encompassing umbrella of art. You perceive every kind of art mostly through your eyes, except for music. You listen through your ears, and the feelings and emotions are reinforced with the lyrics that help you to visualize and relate to the music. The difference between hearing and listening in music is akin to the difference between looking and seeing in the visual arts. The ability to truly see something is hugely dependent on how receptive you are. Seeing the world around you, understanding it, and connecting with it over the many years through the mastery of a skill of your chosen craft is prerequisite to becoming an artist. So in my opinion, it all boils down to the art of practice. I have practiced photography for the last 4 decades, attempting to master this art of seeing through careful observation and an attempt at understanding the world around me. The study of architecture taught me that. It taught me how to separate and distinguish the difference between looking and seeing. Photography is primarily a visual medium, and its sole intent is to communicate something. The art of photography, I believe, is the art of making images, not creating something from scratch. Photography is an attempt to understand and to extract the essence of what one is looking at. When I look at the individual elements while framing an image or making a photograph, I see them as tones or notes in a larger composition of music. Each individual element has a clarity and a personality all of its own. They then have to be arranged to establish a rhythm and brought together in a quiet harmony. It's about juxtapositions, separations, perspective, and the spaces in between. It's an assembly of elements to create a whole in perfect balance and harmony. In fact, I consider photography an act of design. Just like art, photography is a result of the skills acquired through observation, experience, study, and most of all, practice. It is the culmination of a human endeavor. The end result would be unachievable without the skill sets that brought it together. And the appreciation we develop comes from the fact that what is before us was not possible until someone presented it to us, interpreted it for us, changed or modified some aspect of reality for us. That is why when we see great photography, or great art for that matter, it grabs our attention and captures our imagination. If you wish to elevate photography to an art form, you require the courage to follow your intuition and instinct with determination and intent, and put it out into the world without worrying about the response. There were a few moments in my life and career when I followed my intuition and used my craft to create something that was an attempt at communicating the truth of what I was going through at that time. When I yearned for silence and isolation to collect my thoughts and embarked on a quest to find my equation with the world. Experiencing the primordial, untouched landscapes of creation, I immersed myself with sky, water, clouds, the stillness and the silence. The intense feelings of exhilaration when I was totally alone and experienced both oneness and with all of creation at the same time. More recently, when I faced the loss of the most precious thing in my life, and I had to bear the grief and come to terms with the feelings of being lost and alone. When I was almost abandoned, and I felt abandoned, when my life was in tatters, I chose to photograph the abandoned houses of Goa. This was something that had always fascinated me ever since I had moved there many years ago. The world of the abandoned holds an unusual beauty, provoking something deep inside and inciting wonder. Ruins convey an idea of beauty that is not constrained by historic forms, but defined by the state of mind of the individual. Beauty that comes with effort, pain, sorrow, and loss, laced with uncertainty. These projects were cathartic, and the practice and fulfillment of these were akin to bearing and coming to terms with my innermost thoughts and feelings through photography. You cannot describe a work of art or architecture or photograph for that matter. You can only describe the emotions and feelings of being in its presence. The feelings of being there, and through those feelings, attempt to communicate something that mere words cannot begin to explain. An image of architecture, or anything for that matter, will never convey the width and the beauty of the experience. Even words can never describe the experience, but understanding the intent is essential. Creating art is hard. It is a process unlike any other. But that's because it's an exceptional task. So those of you out there, practicing photographers, practicing artists of any kind, confront your limitations and push them. Live in an expansive world. Develop the highest possible technical skills and jump off the cliff or dive in at the deep end. Go deep, wherever it takes you, whatever it takes to get there. The flower of creativity blossoms there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. Arjun?
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Arjun Rathi. I'm an architect and a lighting designer. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit of my work over the years of how architecture has played a very important role, and how I slowly switched to lighting design maybe because of my experiences with architecture, and how it sort of really helped evolve and sort of build my work. So I'm going to sort of show a little bit of evolution of the early work and how lighting started becoming an art form for me as the practice evolved. So I'm going to just share the journey as through the visuals. Starting out with some images, I used to shoot a lot with film early on. And I think through film photography, I got a little understanding of light. You know, I used to use a very old vintage camera, which used to always have these leaks of light, which used to go and affect the camera and the film. So you used to get all these color tones, which were not natural to the shot. And I used to try and develop the film myself with different chemicals, which gave these different layers. So that sort of created the first fascination of light overall, you know, of what light could do early on in my practice. I started out as a very traditional architect. This was my first building, which got cancelled 1 month into the line-out stage when I started my practice. And suddenly I realized I had no work, you know. I was trying to look for more work. And a close friend's birthday was the following month. So I decided I'll make a lamp and I'll gift it to him. which was this lamp, which was from an upcycled Ambassador headlight, which was my first experiment with product and just making something hands-on. The lamp actually got published in a few magazines, which gave me the opportunity to explore custom lighting design, which was very new to me. And, but sort of, I think as architects, we tend to take on new challenges very openly and explore it passionately, or we don't do it. So I sort of went ahead with the custom lighting front, and it slowly sort of sparked a new interest in me with exploring materials. You know, so like this was the first custom grid light installation I designed with the, with the Ambassador headlight. So I was deeply fascinated by the modernist architects, and I always wanted to experiment through my architecture. But through the process of architecture, the client base, I never got the opportunity. So lighting design became my experimentation with micro-architecture through the ideals, what I had studied, you know, throughout college. So slowly, sort of like every opportunity through the years where there were a lot of projects which were unbuilt, they resulted into products. They started resulting into micro experiments for me, which I had a big phase where I was experimenting with origami. I was trying to apply that to my architecture work. It did not go very far, so then I started taking it into lighting, into art. And slowly my understanding of what lighting and space started to sort of build up, you know, what impact a light or a product can have in a space. I started to form those ideals, you know, through the work and the opportunities that I was getting. This was like one of my first experiment to make a product line. It was called the geodesic lamp, which was inspired by Buckminster Fuller's geodesic theories, and I was deeply inspired by the Doordarshan Tower in Bombay, which sort of inspired my first lighting collection. While I sort of made the lamp, I started exhibiting it at various exhibitions. The more I sort of followed the process of exhibiting, meeting, interacting with people, I started to get a deeper understanding of how people like to live and how designers like to design spaces for them, which I started applying into my own work through lighting. This was one experiment where I was inspired by the Buddhist shikras. You know, throughout college, we had a very interesting subject called History of Architecture, which was probably the only subject I used to attend in college. And the shikras of the temples, the form within the architecture, it spoke of the 5 elements: earth, fire, wind, water, ether, and that sort of resulted into one lighting experiment over there. So architecture was deeply playing a role for me in creating my initial design language. You know, so we were exploring grids in different formats based on various living format understandings I started to have. These were some grid lights which were inspired from Walter Gropius's drawings early on. We've experimented with a Chennapatna craft in the grid on the right. This was another formal exploration of deconstruction. You know, so deconstructivism was a very strong movement I had studied in architecture, and I wanted to apply it in lighting in different ways. So I started applying that through formal explorations of rings, squares, rectangles, and started applying an element of light to them. This was a collection called the Bauhaus collection, which was actually inspired by the Bauhaus movement. And by this stage, when we launched the collection, I was very much moving towards lighting design. And the whole purpose of the collection was that it was our first lighting collection which was mass-produced in a factory and not handmade. And that was the true essence of the Bauhaus culture, where they wanted to collaborate with the fabricator, with artisans, and build a mass-producible, replicable lighting sort of collection. So when we started exhibiting these works, I started to get more opportunities to do larger custom installations where I could explore more ideas, more concepts. And that's how the practice started evolving. These 2 projects at the World Towers were the first large-scale projects which allowed me to explore form following a very strict brief what was given. The chandelier on the left is using 33,000 crystals following a DNA sort of a spiral. And the one on the right was inspired by the sea waves of Bombay called the Blue Sea. It had about 8,000 pieces of glass sort of trying to form the waves. And through these installations, I started to get a better understanding of how lighting installations could transform a space, and started applying these learnings to larger scales as I evolved as a designer. This was an installation we finished in Calcutta in the lockdown. It was inspired by the gulmohar trees around the banquet site. It was about 1,300 square feet. which had these casted branches representing the gulmohar trees and these blown glass flowers. By the time this installation was about to finish, at this point we were importing a lot of our glass from abroad. And glass sort of became my new passion within the realm of lighting that I was exploring through the years. So at this point, as soon as we finished this installation, we had finished another installation which was a very tall vertical grid inspired from the Shikhara light we had designed earlier. So at this stage, glass became a very critical component to what we were doing for a very long time. And when the lockdown came, we were importing glass from Europe. The cost of importing really shot up. So at that point, I took a decision to start a glass studio here in India, in Bombay, which we call the Rural Modern Glass Studio. This was a collection called the Sugar Collection, which was inspired by Indian candies, by Indian desserts. So these were inspired by the bullseye and the pan pasan, the orange candies, the sugar candies. This was a collection inspired by the pan, using leather. So I wanted to sort of bring this pop art character to my work, and through the Rural Modern Glass Studio, I sort of realized that we can start a new design language of art glass, of bringing an art glass language into our work. So the Rural Modern Studio is set up in Chembur, where we've opened it up to democratize glass blowing. It's open to people to come and do workshops, explore glass, make your own glass, apart from us exploring new experiments. So these are some of the artworks that we've been experimenting with at the studio, and hopefully we'll start applying these languages to our next phase of lighting design. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun. Okay, so I'm just quickly going to sum up everything that our panelists have spoken about, and then I'll throw it open to you guys if you all have any questions. Very quickly, from everything that Alicia, Bose, Bharat, and Arjun have said, I've got a couple of words that I've picked up from basically, you all talking, which to me sum up what art does for all of us. And I think it would be wrong to just be simplistic, or rather take a simplistic view of art and the process that it is. And just say that it's this or that, okay? So just to throw it out there to all of you, words that kind of came to mind and stayed with me: happiness, illustration, catharsis, expression, sites for learning, intense, conversations, ideas, creative sciences, transformation, magic, mysteries, miracles, intent, the art of practice, the art of seeing, perception, perspective, evolution, application, inspiration, collaboration, all of that. And I think it's just so much more. I mean, there are a lot of questions that I have to ask you guys, but before that, I'll throw it open to the audience, if you all have any questions for our panelists. No questions. Yes. So how do we get the mic to them?
Hi, sir. So good morning. I have a question to Arjun sir and Bharat sir. So since you've both worked as architects, can you hear? Yeah.
You'll have to speak a little louder.
Hi. Sorry. So my questions to Bharat sir and Arjun sir. So since you've both worked as architects as well, do you think architecture is an expression of engineering through the way of art, or do you think architecture exists on its own? So.
It's on? Yeah, it's on. Hi, okay, that's like a very deep question, but I have a simple kind of answer to that. Look, I don't look, after the initial study of architecture, I never looked upon architecture as building. As a photographer, I saw architecture everywhere. And one of the things I really believe in is we are surrounded by architecture. There is architecture in everything. There is architecture in a dead leaf. There is architecture on a person's face. And each different kind, and of course building is a part of all of that. But I believe that each different kind of architecture contributes something different to our lives. So it's not about engineering, it's not about art, it's not about any of these things. It's about life itself, and like Bose said, art is life, life is art. I think architecture is omnipresent, like God, and it needs to be understood like that it is possibly the most influential of everything that we have around us, because it directly influences every aspect of our well-being, our physical well-being, our social well-being, our economic well-being, financial well-being, psychological well-being. You take anything and architecture influences it at some level or the other. So architecture, yeah, is omnipresent. Architecture is God, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. That makes a lot of sense.
Just to sort of, just to add a little bit, what Sir said was that the way I perceive architecture is that architecture, the process of way we are taught it, it just teaches you a discipline, which you can apply into almost every aspect of your life. The way you organize yourself, the way you approach situations in life, the way you approach decision making. Architecture trains you in a certain way of thinking. And sort of using that formal way of thinking, I think you have a lot of options open. Like an architect doesn't have to only make buildings. It took a long time for me to understand what architecture meant to me. It took as a practitioner, starting out with architecture and slowly shifting to lighting design, it took many years to sort of try and understand that what I was doing with lighting was a type of architecture, and I was able to express my form of architecture concepts into my work. So it doesn't always have to do with building, but it's more of sort of learning a discipline and then applying it the way you want to. It's very flexible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Thank you for those very moving presentations. And I'm emphasizing on the word moving because you literally took us through a sort of a ride of emotions. And I think that's what, Ronita, you also pointed out with all the words. You've dealt so much with personal when it comes to your art. What happens when this personal becomes a part of somebody else's buildings and spaces? What transformation takes place with your own work when it becomes a part of another architecture?
Who are you addressing the question to?
All four of them.
Lovely. Bose, would you like to start? Can you please repeat the question?
I said you have engaged with so much of personal emotions, histories, memories when you're forming the art. What happens when that art becomes a part of somebody else's places, right? Somebody else's space. In your case, Kochi Biennale, when it becomes a part of public spaces, or Arjun, when it goes to, let's say, a community hall or a cultural center, or artworks, Alicia, yours, when it goes into people's homes. It becomes a part of somebody else's personal. So does it connect? Does it transform? What happens?
It is good, no, when it is transforming into different forms of thinking, and also it will take you to different kind of practices. When you take most of the artists and architects, they change the field or they continue to work in the same field. When we take an example of Franco Gehry, Gehry is not just an architect. When I look at his architecture, his relationship with friends like Richard Serra and others reflected on his architecture. And also that conversations, I'm sure, in Santa Monica must have made so many interactive times. You always meant to, definitely will change your thinking and practice. And as I was mentioning, he was not just an architect. He's designed sculptures, he's designed furniture, and everything. And when we look at artists, You know, everybody was like, best example is Le Corbusier, done painting, carpets, furniture, architecture. Understanding time is more important, you know, like where, when we are living, and, you know, transformation just happens, you know, if we live on time. Thank you.
Yeah, I can add to that. So, because I make product, I think the intent itself is to get into someone else's space or in someone else's hands. But what I realized is I'll only address emotion in this case where if I made a drawing or print or whatever it is with an intention to say make someone smile or hopefully make them happy. I realize when someone else picks it up, it's with additional feelings or a memory attached to it. So if they'll never talk about it as, oh, it made me smile. They'll talk about the whole experience of picking up something, where it's placed, how it's used. I think that's brilliant. It just adds value, I reckon, to everything that I create. It just makes it nicer. Yep.
I think just to sort of add, as designers, we always need patrons for our work to have our expression, to have our design, to have our work sort of showcased into somebody else's space. So, like, in a way, we are also practicing to create. And I think it's really exciting to see your work finally come to life and the emotion of the client. If it meets yours, that's where you find the project really successful. Else it just becomes a learning process to understand the brief, you know, so.
Would you like to add to it?
Two words, art heals.
Does that answer your question? That was a lovely question, though. Thank you. I think we don't want to... Yeah, I think we're up against time. But thank you so very, very much. This was an extremely enriching experience for me. Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, both. Thanks, Alicia and Arjun. This was incredibly, incredibly enriching for me, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the presentations as well. Thank you for being here.
Yes, that was indeed an engaging session. We'd like to thank all our panelists and moderator for their remarkable presentations and conversations. We also appreciate everyone who took part in the Q&A session.
To present the mementos to the moderator and the panelists, we'd like to invite Architect Babu Cherian, past chairperson, IAA CALICUT Center.
To present the mementos to moderator Ronita Italia. The moderator Ronita Italia. Alicia Souza.
Hi, just wanted to let you know these mementos are painted by an artist called Shanta. She lives in Iringalkuda in Kerala. When I visited her home and I found that, you know, there was no place to work, on the table, on the beds and everywhere. So some of the works, these works are all picked up from her collection. She is also part of the coming edition of the Kochi Musris Biennale. So I thought it's an important moment. We are talking about art. As architects, I think, you know, you should implement whenever you have an opportunity to implement original artwork, not fake. Thank you.
Presenting the memento to architect Arjun Rathi. Bharat Ramamritam. Bose Krishnamachari.
Thank you, everyone. I now respectfully request the panel organizers to lead the speakers back to the audience.
Reduction doesn't mean minimalism. We rather believe in a poetic approach of doing very simple things in a very good way. This is complex. That's why we call complexity of simplicity.
A new series to add the existing series in Jaguar, but the fit with the international market. Maybe this is the neutrality that you can use in a different situation, in a luxury, on a normal, neutral bathroom, or different situation. So I think this is the neutrality.
To have a variety of opportunities by changing the finish, by changing the way how you combine the different elements, to have a great modularity for Jacquard. It is at the end a very poetic statement and the chance to tell different stories. Different architects from different regions tell different stories. We want to give a toolbox so the Africans can do the African style, the Europeans can European style, India, and so on. The surprising part of the collaboration with Jacquard, the prototype was already perfect in the beginning. And that was really a fantastic experience because the metal skill in Jacquard is fantastic. I think Laguna has the soul of India. Since the whole world is admiring the soul of India, you can export this soul to the whole world.
We have our sponsor stalls in and around the venue. I kindly request all the architects and delegates to visit them.
The third panel for the day is from the colloquium format.
Shikshan. Architecture, a knowledge of form or a form of knowledge. Has architectural education been able to keep up with the pace of changes in the practice, built environment, and climatic challenges? Is the educational system that molds the future generation able to accommodate the evolving teaching techniques? Does our educational system prepare citizens who can support the notion of architecture for everyone?
To engage in the discussions, we have our panelists, Professor Neelkant Chaya, an academician and a practicing architect with nearly 40 years of experience. His architecture practice, Mandala Design Service Vadodara, is focused on culturally and environmentally appropriate design and has emphasized innovative application of local skills and material. He retired as the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, Ahmedabad, of 24 years of service. Welcome, sir. Architect Habib Khan, currently the President of Council of Architecture and the Director of Priyadarshini Institute of Architecture and Design Studios, Nagpur, and Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Design and Architecture Studies, Mumbai. His practice, Smita and Habib Khan Architects, follows an organic, contextual and contemporary style. Welcome, sir.
Architect Rupali Gupte, an architect and urbanist. She is a professor and one of the founding members of the School of Environment and Architecture, Mumbai. She is also a partner at the BART Studio, Mumbai, and a co-founder of the Urban Research Network, CRIT, which includes research on South Asian architecture and urbanism. Welcome, ma'am. Architect Shruti Shah, principal and professor at Wadyar Center for Architecture, WCFA, Mysore. She has been a lecturer and faculty of design at CEPT Ahmedabad for 10 years and has also been invited as a jury member for studio and thesis discussions at CEPT, NID, APIED, and WCFA. She has been recognized with many awards by the architectural community. Welcome, ma'am.
And finally, to moderate the panel, we welcome Dr. Saumini R., the founding partner and director of Research and Studios Trivandrum, that engages in meaningful conversations between architectural practice, urban research, and social activism. She's also the professor and head of department at Avani Institute of Design and an urban planner at IIDC Limited. We will commencing the discussions. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning to all. Sorry, I think it's good afternoon. So, without much ado, we can start with the session. So before we start the discussion, I would like to give a premise to some of the earlier discussions that we've had within this group, summarized into a small paragraph which I want to read out to you. It's also a provocation for all four of you. Professor Germany Mehta, in his 2020 essay on decolonizing architecture education in India, writes, quote open, "We are faced with a number of conceptual and interlinked binaries, such as vocation or discipline, training or education, guild or university, tradition or modernity, knowing or acting, etc. And the present crisis stems from our inability to arrive at clarity about these. I contend that we are prevented from arriving at this clarity by the very model of architectural practice and education we have adopted from our colonial masters. In the sphere of vocation, education is instrumental in the sense that it is a tool for providing the practitioner of a vocation the necessary information and experience to solve the problems that they are likely to face. Discipline, on the other hand, seeks knowledge for its own sake and the betterment of the self. Quote close. It is my honor to moderate this panel of eminent architects whose careers have straddled academic, research, and site-based architectural practices. The very title of this colloquium, Shikshan, Architecture, a Knowledge of Form or a Form of Knowledge, calls for an ontological and epistemological investigation into architecture as a discipline vis-a-vis architecture as an artifact, a human construct that offers sensory experience of the world. Architecture's engagement with nature and cultures has informed the way we look, perceive, and practice. In a fragile world, challenged by climate, inequities, displacement, and large-scale environmental destruction, we cannot deny the role of built environment in exacerbating these phenomena. Whilst the past is unchangeable, the future is rather too unpredictable. Let us speak about today, the now. So I invite our eminent speakers to respond to the provocation. Architecture schools must explore pedagogical experiments, challenging normative thinking that architecture must offer a material manifestation. New ecologies of spatial practice emerging from radical experimentation can offer newer perspectives on form and a deeper engagement in knowledge generation. Here, I challenge the proposed title of this colloquium itself and state here that it isn't a binary, but a situated practice that is emancipatory. So I invite Professor Chaya to kindly.
Yeah. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank the IIA and all the people involved who have organized this so well. I was going to talk somehow differently, but on my flight I carried a book from 1992, which I had read then, but I read again. That's Neil Postman's Technopoly. And you will excuse me if I quote extensively from that, because I think his thinking is sort of prophetic of what happens. So the problem is not with the schools, the problem is not with the profession, the problem is societal and cultural. You can see that I am sitting here. There are two of me sitting there, and there are several of me walking around outside on screens. And it is this proliferation of information which we are challenged by. And I suggest that the school has to be the place which suggests a different model of, because what do? When technology threatens, you know, we use technology to solve something, it creates more problems. Then we use more technology, it creates further more problems. And it's a vicious cycle. So instead of that, how do we look at the process of learning as something which is the antidote to this model of thought, to this idea that every time we will have a technology, because that comes from the time of Bacon, who said that you use technology to solve problems. So one way of looking at it, and which many schools do follow, but could be questioned, is that the world is a problem to be solved. The world is a set of problems to be solved. From there, you get to the next stage, which says, learn to solve problems, apply knowledge. That means information. And now, of course, there's a huge amount of information. We don't know which information is good, which information is bad. We have no way of testing the texture of information. No internal sense, no internal existence by which we can intuitively sense what might be useful or what might be good for everybody and what might not. So, but we learn to use information to solve problems. Why? Because we want to control the world. We want to control the problems, put them in their place, suppress them, create a new way of doing things. Using technology, of course, we create new problems. So we want to become masters. The schools teach you to become masters of your work. We, in this process, become disembodied. We lose our contact, like we forget that we have a leg and something happens. Not that you lost it, but we lose contact, this animal contact with the earth, with the world. We become abstract and we become manipulators of information. And that's what schools increasingly teach you to do, to manipulate information. And therefore the school becomes a bureaucracy. All of us who teach know what that means. But I can't resist reading out one quotation on that. What is called a curriculum was a logical step towards organizing, limiting, and discriminating among available sources of information. Schools became technocracies' first secular bureaucracies, structures for legitimizing some parts of the flow of information and discrediting other parts. So that's what all of us in school. A school means, in short, a means of governing the ecology of information. And it is context-free, because all information is just floating, and it is universal because it is proved by numbers that it is so irrespective of condition X, Y, or Z. So it's context-free, and therefore our action is context-free. Opposed to that, I would suggest that there could be another way of looking at this whole process of learning, that the world is an encounter of many dynamic phenomena existing, including ourselves, that we learn to respond. Just as we learn to walk, or we learn to swallow a glass of water, we learn to respond to the actual material and spiritual quality of existence. We cannot control. We know that we are. The moment we do this, we realize how small we are. Look at Ramamrutam's photograph of the Himalayas. Wow, it was like, I'm tiny, but ooh, wow. So we learn that we can participate in that, but we cannot control it. And with that, we make kin with the world, as Donna Haraway says, make kin. And we make kin, we are a body amongst other bodies. And we are life-driven then. And there requires a patient, sometimes painful, responsive action, iteration after iteration. So I suggest that the focus shifts from knowledge to understanding, and dare I say the word wisdom. The focus shifts to meaning and purpose at the center of existence. So we think about what to do. What does it mean when we do this? What is the meaning of that? We think about what rather than we think about how to do things, because how to do can be learned. But what to do is a lifelong process which starts in the school, which is the antidote to the floating cloud of information. And the school is the place where you rebuild your own existence as a creature amongst other creatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaya. I invite Professor Rupali Gupte. Can we have the slides, Rupali slides, please?
Are they going to? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Rupali,
Is this
would you
on?
like to
Yeah,
start
this is on,
responding?
right? Yeah. So thanks so much, Samani, for that introduction, and thanks, Professor Chaya. The time is really short, but and also we're given only 7 minutes. But what I'm going to base some of my comments here is on a study that we are doing on the ecology of architectural education in India, which includes the 482. Can we have the next slide? I don't have a clicker here. Yeah, go to the next one. Yeah, but they've asked me to stay here. That was the... Yeah, no, just go to the next one. So basically, this is the ecology of architectural education in the country. 482 schools of architecture. You have, of course, the Council of Architecture, which is the apex body. You have series of university boards, technical boards, and then, of course, the various organizations that give awards, which validate architecture, and then, of course, the studios, the architecture offices, which also forms the ecology. Just go to the next one. Oh, I have it here with me. Sorry. Yeah. So this is, you'll see this is the data. Between 1991 to 2000, we had 81 schools of architecture. In that decade of 2001 to 2010, we had 138, and now in the decade of 2011 to 2022, we have 482, which is an increase of 344 schools. And these are basically the actors. You had the state actually providing architectural education. In the 90s, you had a lot of developers who came up to establish schools, like the school that I studied in as well. And then in the last decades, we have now new business houses opening schools of architecture. But also, interestingly, some of us here, groups of architects who have also started schools in that period. But interestingly, again, it's like we see in the US, there is architectural education is also part of the economy. While manufacturing industries are declining, architecture education is becoming another sector. And in some ways also then, it kind of falls a victim to demand and supply logics. And that's something that we have to be aware of. That's the ecology of schools of architecture in India, and basically concentrated more closer to the metros. And then this is a contention that we've been building, that we don't do enough original architectural research, both in studios as well as in schools. And this is actually the data. 85% of the schools, we didn't get any data. 15% schools, really that's the kind of research that we are doing. And like Professor Chaya said, a lot of it is technological. A lot of it is technocratic also in some ways. And that's the kind of distribution of how we study design, humanities, building sciences, etc. And humanities is 10% of the syllabus. But if we look at, and this is again going across data of universities across the country, almost 250 of them here, you see that humanities is less than 10% of the syllabus. But if you go even further into that, you actually see that it's not humanities, it's a kind of periodization of architecture, which is a colonial vestige in many ways. And so that's something that we are doing outside the, what is prescribed by the Council of Architecture. And again, very, very high emphasis on technology, but not really asking ontological questions about technology or where it is coming from. So in some ways, it becomes a kind of applied discipline. And this is really the contention, right? Like going to Edward Soja, the geographer, who really speaks about the idea of seeking spatial justice. What does it mean for architects to think of the idea of spatial justice? Because there is social justice, but architects are in the business of producing space, conceiving space. So what does it mean to think of spatial justice? And then just a few examples to really kind of look at where we're, where we're really going wrong without even thinking about it. This is predominantly from Mumbai, of course. There's housing projects, luxury housing projects in Mumbai. And if you look at that core, along with the lifts and the other utilities, you have the servants' room. Okay, the servants' room, which is as big as the toilet, right there with no light and ventilation, and this is really kind of passed off as luxury housing. And it's not just one, but it goes on and on, several projects. And then, of course, these are the SRA projects that we are, as architects, are signing and approving these documents, compromising light, ventilation, and we don't have to say much about that. But again, if we look at what architects are doing, because you can easily say that those are developers' projects, so really kind of looking at, this is from Arc Daily, again looking at around almost 11 years and 600 projects that architects have submitted themselves, which means that these are things that architects are proud of. And you see that 49% are individual houses, and then 10% health and 6% housing. 98% of this is privately funded. So architects really, they kind of affect very minuscule of the population. And of course, 95% of the population is somebody who we do not address. But more importantly, this everybody knows. But more importantly, I think it's why we are not able to, because this is the process that we are taught. There is a singular process. There is the client, the site, approval process, and then maybe, an implementation and supervision, all of that, right? That's a linear process. But majority of the world builds like this. It builds incrementally as and when you have resources. How does one culturally engage in a place like this? What does it mean to kind of invest oneself in a cultural ecology like this? And then I'm just going to end with two slides. One is this, which is a painting made by an artist from a tribal village inside Mumbai in the national park. And it actually shows two completely different epistemes. One is the hut on the left-hand side, which is part of the ecology, where the house is different from the home. The home is all of that, the entire landscape around. Whereas on the right-hand side he's showing the colonial officer's house who took over the national park, and there is the colonial officer's gaze, cartographic gaze on the whole landscape. But then I think I just want to end with this example, which is an interesting example of how one looks at a cultural ecology. This is in Bangladesh, houses that are prefabricated houses that were built that responded to climate change and when shifting land conditions and all of that. You had a whole, there is a market called the Gorer Haat, where people build houses and sell them almost like backpacks. You can carry your houses with you. And these are designed for different conditions. So the question is, how do architects then not think of their projects as objects, but how do you insert oneself into a cultural economy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rupali. Now I invite architect Habib Khan to respond to the provocation.
Thank you for having me here, first of all. I was discussing with Chaya and others on the panel, that this is too profound a topic to be finished in 45 minutes. I think it'll need a couple of days of conclave to, arrive at something which is very concrete. We have heard very philosophical musings from Chaya and very academic research from Rupali. I don't know what Shruti is going to talk on, but I am being a little more pragmatic, and the position that I am occupying and having a bird's eye view on the entire thing. I personally feel, and I have observed, and I have figures to tell you guys if you would want to question me after the panel, that the quality of education in our institutions has drastically gone down. And there are certain reasons for it. I mean, the first is that you see the built environment that we have in our country. Majority of the built environment that we are having in our country is lacking, is not what it should be. And why is it? We academicians have to look into it. We have to go deeper and delve into it. You have done a lot of, I'm not pointing to you or anyone else, but generally academia has actually done a lot of research, lot of work, and lot of investigative work. But we have failed to produce architects who will be able to build quality infrastructure, a quality built environment, which will affect for the better quality of life of our fellow citizens. You have shown examples of SRDA, the kind of work that we architects are doing. They're ultimately your products. Products of our own schools. And we need to really, really look into it. The gap between architectural profession and education has widened in the last few decades. And why this has happened is something I, as an academician as well as a practicing architect also, believe that it is the academia which is responsible for this. We have concentrated more and more on paperwork, statistics, research, publications, writing books, etc., etc. But we have failed to gauge the changing face of profession. The profession has drastically changed in the last couple of decades, and the academicians have actually failed to gauge the change that has happened in profession. And the profession has changed so drastically that what is the role of an architect in the entire gamut of building process? So we need to actually really look into it. The involvement of other allied consultants is increasing by the day. Our pedagogies do not address that. We have, if you say that we have done enough in academics or in our pedagogical methodologies to produce better architects who will have better built environment, then I would say that you have taken the horse to the lake. But why are you not able to make the horse drink that water is the question that needs to be addressed by we all academicians. I don't want to play spoil sport in the whole thing, but the academia needs to look at the pedagogical methods and methodologies that we are following in our architectural institutions to address the quality of built environment that is being built in our country, and that is something that we need to reflect upon. And vice versa, the profession also needs to get involved into pedagogical methodologies to have a synergy between these two very vitally important aspects of our profession, our architecture. And I would probably respond a little later, but the figures that you presented today are not up to date. Probably you've taken it from the earlier version. Now we have 402 architectural institutes, and I am looking at a day when there will be only 200 or odd institutions. Now the reason is not because we want to prosecute institutions or we want to close down institutions, but the quality that is being imparted in architectural institutions is more critical. We are talking of pedagogies, we're talking of methodologies of teaching. We have to understand that they have to be of a certain quality. And if that quality is not there, and you will see the difference from next year onwards and those who are all in architectural schools, the quality-based assessment process that we have now put into place. So that quality is what is making the institutes suffer and close. It's not the quantity which is making them lose their status as architectural schools.
Thank you, Architect Habib Khan. This response coming from the president of COA is very valuable. I invite Professor Shruti Shah to respond.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so many for introducing, and I thank IIA for bringing us here. wonderful provocation that was set by so many to get us thinking on this. We've been, all of us have been indulged in this thought since we are all part of academia. And I will take this up from here, from what Professor Habib Khan left to with reference to the quality of academics. My journey has been through 3 different schools where I've also taught and headed, so I've kind of mediated between management, curriculums, universities, students, teaching, and the ethos of those schools. And I've come to a realization that with one question when this came to me was that we have had many architects who were self-taught. So, and they have been brilliant architects. So what is it that allows a person to learn architecture without going through a school? Definitely there is something that we need to look into, because I thought that was a very important reference point for me to begin with. And from there I would say that when what Somini brought in about Gemini's book reference regarding the colonization of mind, I think we still continue to do that. We still continue to practice and teach in the same way. However much we put them in books, we have the same methods, we have the same structure, we have the same format. We want architecture education to be conclusive, to be decisive, to be sure, and it has to have a finish end, which I think today we need to relook at this. We need to look at education, we need to look at programs which have many beginnings and many ends. And I think that could completely change the manner in which we teach. We refer to something that is already there. And I think we can't blame what we see in our cities or we see in our towns. We can't blame it to the builders, we can't blame it to engineers, we can't blame it to the government. Anything that is built, and if it hasn't been built and designed by us and not done well, I think we are to be blamed, because we have set a profession in that state which really needs to be thought of again. So having said that, I would say that when Gemini says that we've not been able to decide between whether we should be a craftsman or whether it should be a particular trait of profession, I think we don't need any of these decisive factors. The field of architecture definitely should encompass life and living, and that over history I think hasn't changed. The manner in which different things have been introduced, whether it's technology or whether it's been politics or whether it has been wars that have changed societies and have changed the manner in which we live, I think we continue to respond to life and living, and I think that's very important. Even if we look at technology, where often in our studios or where we teach, we get very sentimental and romantic about abstaining from using technology because we think that's against life, that's against living. But a lot of professions have risen up to. Look at the profession of medicine, or look at the gourmet industry. I think all of these professions have kind of added value and taken up their profession, have gone along with technology to do that. I am not, voting for either, pro technology or against, but I believe that the manner in which we teach education, which we teach architecture, will have to be rethought of. We need to completely destabilize our structure. We need to completely, kind of relook at the things that we are doing, probably the format, and I think in a very wonderful way, we do have the council which is supporting us by saying that these are only guidelines and these are not formats or systems that are compulsory. I think that gives us enough liberty. If we try to, use this opportunity and use this to kind of take off or to tweak and to find other ways, I'm sure our teaching can be much more meaningful. So from a lot of things that have been said, I disagree to the fact that yeah, the data, yes, the data and the information that we are collecting and we are documenting brings us kind of a finite end to things, and which is what we use for all our design processes, and which is very finite. And therefore, I think the whole idea of documentation, I was talking to Professor Khan about this, and I said that, I mean, please don't include any of these processes in our evaluation, because for the idea of documentation, we try to bring everything to a complete end. And instead of, we talk about it, we talk about that architecture or design is a process, but we bring it to a finite end, which probably doesn't make any sense. And I think we probably have to look at things which are incomplete, things which may have many ends, things that need to remain as a question and may not be answered. I think these are probably ways of how we need to go back into our studios for all those who are teaching here, and to see how we, get students more, thinking individuals rather than, being given, being handed over knowledge or information from our end.
Sorry, in the interest of time, probably we can just quickly wind.
Yeah, sure. I'll just wind this up. So yeah, I would probably close this here to say that we really need to relook and destabilize the entire format and structure of our architecture education and bring value to our field. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I was wondering, we have so many eminent architects, students, young architects sitting here. Would you like to raise any questions? Yes. Can we have the mic there, please? Architect Peter Rich, and maybe then Professor Chandravakar can come in.
There's a program on Netflix called Creativity. And what that program starts with is that you've got to get out of your comfort zone. I'm from South Africa. Our model of IIA is exactly the same as yours. It's a construct that's a sidestep from the RIBA. It's a good institution, but we only serve the top 4% of society. And if you as an architect want to serve the other 96% of society, you have to covertly do it via the back door, swimming upstream, working through NGOs, and trying to do your best. That has to change. And it has to change with we can't have the institution and the academic and the teaching and the practice. It all needs to change. You know, when I listened to Prem earlier talking, there were just such words of wisdom where we have to be level-headed about this. And actually this conference, I had the privilege of being an international juror on the competition. And what happened there, what happened yesterday was significant, because what happened is you have this impasse of this town sitting with this lung that's decaying right in its center around a lake, and it's dislocated from everybody. And what happened at the end of that day was the local institute, the local IAA, addressing the city fathers in partnership with the youth to bring about change. So the IIA in Calicut actually crossed that threshold where it actually started to become a patron and benefactor of the city that doesn't have resources and do something that benefits the greater community. And they were not in a position to maybe choose a winner or a number of winners who are left on their own to then go and fight the battle. They're with them in fighting the battle. So that's a threshold that's been crossed, which is absolutely amazing. And so my question is that we need to, as a profession, actually look at how the incredible training we get in the humanities can be of service to a broader section of society instead of us having to enter via the back door. When you had the floods in Kerala 5 or 7 years ago, architects weren't even considered to be even approached. Why? We need to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Rich. Professor Chandravak. Take both and then come back.
I'll direct this question to Chaya because I think it speaks most directly to his presentation. But the biologist Edmund Wilson said that the problem is we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And given that the emotions have actually survived the longest, and if you look at that, do we create a problem by, I mean, the sort of name of this panel talks about knowledge. Are we creating our own problem by doing that? Because then we sanitize emotion out of it. Our educational institutions implicitly say, bring your head in, leave your heart at the door. Would it be more productive to think of consciousness? Because and direct education towards that, because consciousness incorporates both emotion and first-person experience.
Yeah, I think I might have been understood wrong, because I was not saying leave out the emotions. Certainly it's the heart which is at the center of it. But I don't make a distinction between consciousness and body. I see it as a continuum. And therefore, I talked about the body in some ways. With reference to Peter's views, I think we do have to talk about how the institutions, because institutions are the ones which organize the information which is exploding and will help us grasp it. And the COA, as much as the IIA, have a very important role, but also I think it's not enough to say that the schools are not teaching the students, right? I think the profession, by and large, is not making good work. And I think this is a societal problem, as I mentioned at the beginning, because we tend to see architecture as solutions, infrastructure, and not life force making manifestation. And therefore, I think all our planning becomes highly rigid. Our architecture becomes standardized for mass production, which is not wrong. Mass production is not wrong. But I think there is a question here. What should the institutions which hold all this together, both the education and the profession, how should the institutions create a discussion and a conversation about how the heart and how the emotions and consciousness are part of this entire way of making buildings? And I think that is where I think both the questions are interrelated in many ways.
Can I say something? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Naresh
Narasimhan here. Yes. It's not really a question, but more a comment on what Professor Rich and Prem was talking about, saying that working in the public domain in India, like I think what Rupali pointed out, that 50% of all submissions to Arch Daily are individual homes. If you're going to cater to the 1%, who is going to look at the 99%? And I think really architects have left that role to the engineering profession. And which is ridiculous, if you ask me, because as much respect I have for engineers, engineers tend to solve a physical problem. And they never consider people using that solution as part of their agenda. And most of the quality of public infrastructure that you see in India, to put it in one word, it sucks. And really speaking, any amount of intellectualization you do about heart and emotion and how do we do it. There's no point doing it if it's all going to be for a single user or maybe a bunch of users at the maximum. We have to learn how to impact society at a dramatic scale. Really speaking, one of the filters I use now when I decide when to get involved with the project is, will it affect 1 million people? And I think you start thinking like that. And the moment you think like that, instantly you come into a potential conflict of interest. You have to to use the words of Rainer de Graaf, which if you ask me is one of the best books, a book called Four Walls and a Roof that he wrote some time ago. Rainer de Graaf was one of the founding partners of OMA along with Rem Koolhaas, and he writes there saying that unless architects learn to live in a perpetual conflict of interest by critiquing the powers that seek to work against you many of the time and still learn to work with them. What I think Prem also mentioned about this Martin's book on opposable minds. If you learn to do, it's easy to say it, but it's almost impossible to put into practice. And I think really as a profession, we need to go beyond the 4% that Professor Rich spoke about and really learn to find out how do we impact the 96%. Any of you, I'm just making a statement, there's no question here, but learn to live with conflict of interest as a creative force, not as something that stops you getting involved in politics.
Thank you. Would any of you like to respond to this?
Only one way, and that is to say, I'd rather that the 96% affected us rather than our 4% affecting the 96%.
Can I just add, I think architects and the architectural profession has ceded a lot of ground to other disciplines, and unless the institutes start strengthening the other disciplines of architecture, because otherwise we'll get reduced to space planners, because a building constitutes many other forces, which is like MEPs and everything. The PMCs have taken over complete architecture. The architectural practice also needs to get divided into thought leaders who work at the policy level, the solution providers who are proactively providing solutions to the ills of a city or town or whatever, and then the problem solvers and solution providers. So the problem solver, we end up just being solution provider as a practice. So I think if the architectural profession has to get from success to significance, the whole profession needs to uplift itself to start providing for that 96%. Only then, otherwise we'll just be individually successful, but as a profession we'll never be significant.
Thank you.
Can I add a little? I'm on a different note that the quality of work that our fraternity is producing these days in the last few decades, I thank God that we have not touched the other 96%.
Is there time for a response?
I'm so sorry that we are running short of time. Maybe we could take it from Rupali
Sure.
and then. Sorry about it.
Just one, that's basically it, right? That it's not only architecture schools, but like I began, it is the whole ecology, right? Like because students are ultimately also going to certain studios. So what is this kind of knowledge that we're collectively producing, I think is very, very important for us to think about together. But also I think one is, it's also important to, sorry, I lost my train of thought completely.
Rupali.
Okay,
Yeah,
just go
probably, like as we started and as we discussed, this is a huge topic that one may not be able to really discuss during this.
I'd like to answer the question.
So can we take it a little later because we're really running short of time. I'm getting messages from you. I'm so sorry.
I'll make it very short. Okay. I wonder why I am an architect. I've been practicing for the last 50 years. I wonder why I am an architect. As a professor said, we have a lot of problems in the world. All those problems are design problems, not architecture problems. We think of bricks and concrete and roof and all those things, but because we are limited by knowledge. If God was asked to design something, He will do it entirely different. So we have to be, I wonder why all these institutions are there. I think we must scrap all the institutions and make only design schools. Probably Habib will lose his job.
Yeah, sorry, I just got my train of thought back. It's basically, one is this ecology, but the other is where is the structure of knowledge coming from? I think that is most important. That's why that slide, one is this kind of two completely different epistemological ways of thinking. And I think we need to ask ourselves some very, very hard questions, because really it's about learning from life and what does it mean to think of spatial justice. We talk about hero worship, but I'm sorry to say we have, posters of our faces like billboards. I think we need to kind of start thinking of what does that mean. We talk about city fathers, but there's also the mayor is a mother. Not a mother, is a woman. So I think we need to ask ourselves some really hard questions about what does it mean for us to think of life and what are the ways of thinking of spatial justice from here. Sorry.
Thank you, Rupali. And as I said before, this question that is raised by the Young Architects Festival can go on and on and on for a very long time, and I think we have been asking these questions for quite some time now. But most importantly, I think we need to ask this very pertinent question: who exactly is an architect? Should this architect be only designing buildings? What is the role of an architect in society? And is it always a service to the society, or is it about working on the material palette? So I think it is also important for organizations like Indian Institute of Architects to really acknowledge the fact that the practice of architecture does not really mean building, physical manifestations of ideas, but also straddling research, also straddling academic practice, and that all put together becomes architecture and architectural practice. So I hope we'll find the answer sometime soon and we'll be at peace with it. But thank you so much, all of you, for participating in this colloquium, and thank you so much to the audience for being actually very peaceful. I was expecting a huge fight here, but thank you so much for all the wonderful questions. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. It was truly an intriguing session. We'd like to extend our gratitude to the panelists and the moderator who has made it here in spite of fracture.
To present the mementos to the moderator and the panelists, we'd like to invite architect Joske Matthew, past chairperson, IEA Kerala chapter. Sir.
I kindly request everyone to please be seated. We will be commencing the panels for the next session shortly.
This place is no heaven. The cracks, the flaws, the sufferings, the sorrows. And each and every note in the still, sad music of humanity can be felt here. Here you witness the hustle and bustle that brings life into the city you wouldn't want to be without. Here, there is no single voice, single story, single vision. Here there are no virtuous heroes, but only flawed humans. Flawed, but yet beautiful. Here, you are not a separate entity fighting against the world, nor is the world at war with you. Here you are a part of the world and world a part of you. Here you are gently awakened from alienation to see that we are all interconnected in the vast web of life. Here you are on your own journey of nourishing your relationship with yourself and the world. Come, join us with your own stories and perspectives. YAF invites you to experience CALICUT.
Attention everybody. A car numbered KL08808040 Suzuki grey color is blocking the venue entrance. Kindly please move the car away from the axis. I repeat, KL08808040 is a car, grey color Suzuki, which is blocking the venue entrance. Immediately, please move the car away from the venue entrance.
We are beginning the panels in this session. As the fourth panel today, we have
Vistara. God is in the detail. The distinction between excellent and extraordinary architecture may depend on how carefully each step of the conception, execution, conceptualization, development, and curation stages is handled. How can one imagine each aspect of every design piece in order to innovate and improve the quality of design? What does the little character tell us about the language as a whole?
As the panelists for the discussion, we have architect Ambrish Arora, one of the co-founders of Studio Lotus, New Delhi. It is a practice rooted in the principles of conscious design. Besides being an amateur triathlete and meditator, he has a keen interest in promoting inclusivity and consciousness as a way of working in organizations. Welcome, sir. Architect George Seaman, a partner of Stabdi Bangalore, who holds a wealth of experience in conceptualizing boutique projects across the country and known for their attention to detail and unique design language. His architecture is firmly rooted in the region's traditional narratives. In addition to this, he is also an avid photographer. Welcome, sir.
We have architect Mahesh Radhakrishnan, the principal architect and founding partner of MOAD, the Madras Office for Architects and Designers, an architectural practice, Chennai, known for sensitive design, deep cultural influence, celebrating local material and keen attention to details. He's an academician and a trustee of a non-profitable organization, Chennai Architecture Foundation. Welcome, sir. Architect Neelam Manchnath. Architect Neelam Manchnath is an architect planner, scientist, activist and theoretician, and is a principal architect of Mansaram Architects, distinctively known for the usage of low-energy materials with special emphasis on bamboo in her numerous reputed projects. Her works have been published widely and presently in several national and international forums. She's on several national and international technical committees regarding sustainable and bamboo. Unfortunately, she couldn't attend the event, but her presentations would be played.
Architect Ravinder Kumar, the principal architect and co-founder of Pragroup Architects and the director of the design studio Venkatraman Associates, Bangalore. He is a visiting faculty member at various departments of architecture, the president of the TBS Foundation, a school for rural children, and Rangakola, a non-profit organization. Welcome, sir. And finally, to moderate the panel, we welcome Ms. Kamna Malik, Elle India magazine's former editor and India Designs ID's former head. She has curated one of India's largest and oldest design shows, India Design, for the last 5 editions. Apart from ID, she has also been a creative brain behind other large-scale initiatives like Colo Bold Design Awards, Elle Beauty Awards, Elle Graduates, and Trends Excellence Award. Welcome, ma'am. Over to the moderator to commence the session.
Hello. Thank you so much everyone for being present here. I'm really excited about this topic, God is in the details. And I think we've got a fantastic panel here with a diverse body of work. I think we'll begin with the presentations first. So I think, Amrish, let's start the honors with you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all the speakers who are here. Thank you so much, and over to you, Amrish.
Am I the first because I have no hair? Everyone else has.
No, I think the organizers just defined the order like that.
Hi. So I'm really going to be focusing on why we do what we do, and I'm going to try and make it all happen in 7 minutes. I'll start with some of the values we aspire to kind of fulfill through our projects. We look at frugal innovation as a way of innovating, as a way of doing more with less. Focusing on low-tech, given the context of our country. Can we create projects that stand the test of time through various lenses? Since a lot of our work is for luxury clients, can we do it by making the local aspirational? Can we do it by harnessing craft and celebrating our current living heritage? So in this store for leading fashion designer Rajesh Pratap Singh in a luxury mall in Delhi, we reflected his own minimal handcrafted approach towards his clothes using the humble art of hand welding and 12,000 scissors welded together in multiple different geometries, as can be seen from the reflected ceiling plan, to create this white lattice skin within a bare painted shell, which separates the services from the interior while framing the merchandise. In this hotel we built in Jodhpur, our challenge was to introduce a new set of buildings housing 40 rooms within 3 17th century structures. The site had 3 historic buildings which we restored and built 3 new buildings, framing the courtyard and still facing the fort. These new blocks were conceived as cubes of stone lattice. The challenge we faced was the west-facing orientation of the rooms, which had the best views of the fort, but also the harshest sun. To make best use of the views, the facade needed to be openable, and for this, the stone needed to be 20 millimeters thick only, versus the 50 millimeter thickness that conventionally is used for carving. When we considered doing patterns derived from the historic buildings at site, we realized that this pattern in this thickness could only be cut by CNC water jet cutting, which would have taken away from the process of handcraft. And we changed our approach and simplified the pattern to one that allowed to hand cut this thickness, and also tried layering new narratives through bush hammering techniques in contemporary form. We locally engineered a metal frame with clamped stone slabs to create openable shutters of stone, which weighed about 420 kilos per balcony, and yet were operable by one hand. And this was all done using guys from around Jodhpur and welders and mechanisms. The screens create privacy, pattern, and texture. They open up to frame views as required. They cut the west sun and become lanterns for the site at night. For this hotel project in Kangra, which is still under construction, actually construction had stopped a few years ago, in Himachal Pradesh, we designed a 200-meter long building to be articulated in a new vernacular style, for which we started by using local quartz, which the old British bungalows and upper-class locals used to build their homes. Then we discovered local waste from slate mines, which was used normally for boundary walls and water mills in villages. We finally crafted masonry using this waste stone to generate the entire built mass, combined with hints of timber and quartz, the play of light, textures, modulation of mass, and a short video to show how the building responds and sits on the site. Sadly, this building is still, construction is stopped, and hopefully it'll start sometime within the next year. For a state government office in Odisha, for the Department of Agriculture, I'm not being able to move forward, sorry, yeah. We use the 4 colors of soil in the state and the ikat textile weaves as inspiration to create a louvered facade that shades the glazing and gives identity to the building while passively cooling it. 80% of the building is night purge cooled without air conditioning, while the ground plane is cleared up on pilotis to create a public space for citizens. Materially, all we did was clear up this ground floor and create it as a blank canvas for craftsmen, which they populated with narratives around mythology and ritual related to agriculture. Their experience in a video. I'd need sound on this, please. Sound. No audio. Can you go back
I think that
on this?
Has been we were quite excited, with the quantum of work that could be generated if artisans, if craft and architecture could come together. And I think that has been a big achievement, that this building project could generate work for about 50 artisans for a continuous 6 months. And we actually got, artisans who had stopped working with the traditional skills. We convinced them to come back and to start working again.
जो माने भी आम साथी काम करुले से सेमती निर्दिष्ट गोटे ही कम भितर रही चिंताधारा से गोटे भितर रही निर्दिष्ट मूर्ति बनवारे चिंताधारा से भितर सीमित थिला जाफल यही कमटा कृषि भवन कम कर आम मानक देखागला प्रकृत में आम आम कलाटा को केमतिका अन्य
moved to a 600-acre forest surrounding a 150-year-old rainwater check dam in Rajasthan, where we sited 16 tented pods and a public building for a hotel. The rich flora and fauna was interpreted by a textile designer through large handcrafted wooden block printed layered with hand embroidery. The furniture was custom designed and crafted as an ode to hunting camps. How it all comes together in the tents that frame views on either side and the sky through a skylight over the bed. As the tents perch lightly off the ground, with the public building at one end, made of dry metal and stone construction, almost no concrete, each element hand-carved and dressed at site. The woodblock patterns were transferred onto stone through bush hammering, layering the interior. The public building, which frames both the eastern lake view and the western forest view, and a video that captures how all of it comes together. That's my last slide. Volume, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrish. Our next presenter would be architect George Seaman. Can I please request you to present your 7 slides?
This is, excuse me.
Hi, good afternoon. As usual, fantastic show. So I'd like to thank you for pulling this amazing event, and I must give you a lot of credit to the sort of details that you guys have focused on this event. So my discussion is going to be called 7-7. Basically, I'm going to quickly rush through 7 details in 7 minutes. Starting with one of my recent projects that I've completed, the firm when we conceptualized this a house that we created in Y3, we sort of wanted to not focus on the typical conventional sloping roof. We sort of created these 2 wings, which sort of worked really well with sort of the vistas that it offered. And this particular roof that you see sort of acted in a lot of ways as a function as well, because in terms of actually running through all the services, running through the gutters, running through the lighting, running through the air conditioning, and just letting this sort of wing float into the space. So what we essentially also did is we made sure that form that we see is not just an elevation by itself. As you follow through the space inside as well, you would see this form look up. The beauty is because you had a ridge of a hill at the back and a valley in the front. So this worked really well when you wanted to do it conceptualize it more like a 360 degrees. So every room had this sort of this view only because of this sort of a roof. And it's not that we have not taken care of wind, we've not taken care of light, not in terms of harsh sun or rain. Everything is worked out in terms of even deeper chajas to work on. This is one of the details that we've done. Going to the second one is called the meeting cube that we've done for a corporate office over here. So what essentially happened is this is a floating building which sort of floats the entire terrain of the land going to almost about 42 degrees. And this sort of is an ode to his privacy, where he wanted to only meet people when he wanted to come down. So it sort of worked like a nice union where if anybody was there, would just walk from the ground floor, which is an open space, would just go to the meeting room and he would come from top. And this has sort of added a nice, sort of a break in the entire scale of the entire double height volume. The third one is called the green buffer. It's about 2 lakh square feet of an office space, which sort of was built on a hillock. So essentially, we wanted to understand how can we make it more biophilic, and how is it? You're talking about an area that is so much, and how do you not make it stand out like a stark building? So we worked on these interesting screens which completely took care of the western surface and eventually grew into this lush. What started off like this, in 4 years turned out to be something which just merged with nature. So I think some way we did that right. So now actually we've had more difficulty now controlling the vegetation because that's the state right now. The next is a very simple detail that we did in flooring in one of the houses that we have done, where the entire flooring which we literally rammed the earth, had a layer of an M sand and some jelly running from inside the house to the outside. But what is interesting is we absolutely didn't use any sort of PCC of sort inside, which became great because even if you spill wine, it probably just percolates through the gaps and goes back into the earth. And the same transition would go out, creating an interesting marriage with the landscape around. Also interesting is that we could find a way to just remove off 1 or 2 slabs of stone and actually grow a tree inside the house, which would naturally just, and as of now, it's actually reaching the roof as well. Now, this is another project which is quite close to us. This is an old 150-year-old building, which we converted into a restaurant. And the entire play over here is to show what is new and what is old. The emotions of the building was to be kept intact. So the material that we've used, it was inserted sort of like a box into this entire old structure. So what it essentially did is, it sort of gave you a clear demarcation of what the building really meant earlier and what the new building is. So it's sort of a nice adaptive reuse of the project. And everything is done only by this one particular material that we used and nothing else. So we didn't use anything else except for this and an oxide on the floor just to match the color of the steel which is being used. The other one is a project which is quite close to our heart, which is for the Biennale Pavilion. The roof pattern that we've created, the whole project was conceptualized by using everything that we can find in around the context of the place, right from the walls that was built from the debris, right from the panelings, including the roof, which I wanted to talk to you. It is all old used saris, which created this sort of dramatic experience when there is performances. So at every level of performances, you could change the color, and with the color of the sari, sort of created very different, drama and very different emotions in the space based on the performance which was happening. The last is, some of the designs that you can do in large scale can go back to even smaller things like the furniture we do. This is a series of furniture that some of us from our firm is proud to, we've on the verge of launching it, and it's called Smaram. And this is one of the tables that we have done, which is completely based on joinery, no screws, no nuts, no glue, nothing, where everything is based on different joinery details, and it works beautifully. How do you run the video? That's a video too. That's a video. Can you click on the video? Oh, Jesus. The left one. Yeah. Right. So I think sometimes design, when you do details, some of the nicest details goes unseen. And I think at times that's the beauty of the profession that we do. And thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Our next presenter would be Mahesh Radhakrishnan. A big round of applause for him, please.
Thanks. Thanks, IAA, CALICUT Center. It's been fantastic. I've come to a point, I'm starting to believe, after the Kochi Biennale, now this, I think these things can only happen in Kerala, I guess, right? So thanks so much for that. We have been having a fantastic time. A lot of thoughts, a lot of learnings. So we all will go much more richer than, what we came. I think when I got a call from Vivek, I was just wondering, how did they identify us to be part of these details? We are a very small firm based out of Chennai, doing some, residential, few commercial, government works. So what I thought is I'll just, put a set of fragmented thoughts on details or how we approach details. Every time a new project turns up at our studio, our ambition is to make architecture like music or like a great movie. Timeless, relevant, and emotionally connected. We constantly strive for these qualities in our work. I can't get movie out of my system. I come from a state which had, 4 chief ministers from the movie field. So, pardon if the movie analogy is, a bit too much for you. To stretch the movie analogy further, details are, mise en scène of space making. The French term mise en scène means placing on stage. It's to tell a story or set a narrative through visual medium. Likewise, details set the narrative. They are in everything, the way we articulate the form, compose materials, anchor human gestures in space, or to creating a dialogue with light. They are everywhere. It's hard for me to see them as independent entities. We experience the work through details. Details lead to an understanding of the whole of which, they are part of. Details are meant to be felt than just observed, and we truly believe in that. I will go one step further and claim a good detail is one that you don't see or notice. These are all our ambitions, these are our thoughts. So we do not have a recipe for details that we follow. We make our own meaning, language, and context in whatever situation that is provided to us. However, what we seek in any detail is a rich mix of the pleasure of poetry and the purpose of the pragmatic. In the following slides, I would like to list in no particular order our preoccupations. Some are extremely simple, like joinery materials, for how we approach and perceive this aspect of our work. First is contingency. In the book Craftsman, Richard Sennett elaborates how a good craftsman places positive value on contingency and constraint. It applies so much to a designer or an architect. From early on, we have been working on tight urban sites and limited budgets. And this pushed us to look for ways to tackle essential human needs of movement, privacy, segregation, openness through elements of architecture, which form the basis of our details. Simply put, this was the only avenue where we could actually say that, okay, we are architects. This approach ensured that details don't remain as mere decoration left to entertain the user, but essential to address a variety of aspects of habitation. In an early project, we had 3 stairs for fitting in a laundry list of clients' requirements. All of them were done to economize space. A stair to segregate 2 different uses on the same floor. A stair to anchor the floor. And a stair for independent access to the topmost floor. Or in another project, a wall-to-wall house with 23-foot frontage that demanded a screen for privacy, ventilation and light made of teakwood louvers. What divides the most private of the house, bedroom, to the street is this wooden veil, 65 mm thick. These are all visible elements doing their job, but our details only that. Transitioning. Beyond the utilitarian details, express the basic idea of design in a context. They determine a sensitive transition from the larger scale and proportion of the building to its experience. Details establish the rhythm of a space as lightness or anchoring or just precarious, and you can go on solidity, fragile, fragmented, how do you bring these emotions onto a detail? Expression of making. In thinking architecture, Peter Zumthor remarks, materials by themselves are not poetic. They can assume poetic quality by putting them together in a meaningful situation. Our pursuit has been to create such situations that explore the nature of materials. In such situations, integrity in expression of making is much favored in our way of working, like the arrangement of bricks or mold of concrete. By work of hand, allude to the act of human engagement, a celebration of making. To join or not to join. If building is an act of construction, then it's primarily the art of joining materials. To a large extent, the quality of the finished space is the quality of its joints. A great deal of effort goes into deciding on the nature of these joints. Objective of such an exercise is to make the detail in the most effortless manner, as if it was meant to be, like establishing a natural order. While in some work we prefer to show these joints, in others altogether eliminate these, like a molded sculpture, minimizing the expression of joints in favor of the overall form. Light as life. The sun never knew how great it was until it hit the side of the building, said Lucan. Light remains largely an organizer of our work. They gave spaces shape, form, material, and texture. They order spaces and also articulate details in them. They bring life to everyday experiences. In the absence of other means, light is a source of that made architecture for us. They can transform simple elements into a rich choreography and sometimes create illusions. Memory as detail. We constantly associate with things around us. This association creates memories. We like to explore this through our design. We like to connect people using our spaces through details that indirectly speak to them. Without worrying about the correctness or the standard, this cobble stair made adults turn kids by teaching them to climb, or to rekindle the memory of a place through patterns of security grills that were part of a region. And finally, I should admit, having pondered a lot about how we approach details, when a space has a silent presence, details dissolve, they become part of the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Our last presenter for this discussion would be architect Ravindra Kumar from Pragru.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. The composition of some of the projects here presents two practices, Venkataraman and Associates and Pragru. Pablo somewhere says, I want to do to you what the wind does to the cherry trees. I think most of us as architects always have this immense passion to create an impact, create an experience, create something that evokes a certain ideation in it and makes people think as to where it sort of transports the idea beyond. For us, architecture has been about creating transitions, a conversation between how you impact a space from the inside to the outside, how do you bring details which accentuate that experience of what becomes inside to outside. So this is a large laboratory, a very intensely science and technology space, a lot of services and engineering, but here the project again captures the aspect of how you make the building completely transparent, use a lot of glass, though it does read international, but you see these timber sort of veneered sheets as baffles, and the transparency captures an intense landscape onto the perimeter, so it almost creates an idea that you're working in an environment, but you're sitting outside as parcels of the green. So this conversation of outside to inside, it's more of the outside that becomes a design aspect of creating a frame and creating various cultural details such as this, like a 13-meter cantilevered staircase that flies as parcel of the whole atrium space, or the helical staircase. So each of this has huge amount of various materials which come together as composition, and also adds that detail to it, which makes that also very sculptural. Or it could be even the lounge space, which is very, very austere and quiet and has very less impression of any cognizance of a material as an idea, but it's very silent. Sometimes architecture also evolves. This is a project which we built over a period of 20 years from 2002, and we are still building the last tower. So the whole transformation happens as you draw, as you start working on the master plan, holding compositions of materials contiguously over a period of 20 years. What we started using as clay and glass, and as kind of, pivoted sort of building lines which are raised above ground to allow the landscape to flow through. All the wastewater that is captured within the whole complex is brought back and forms parcels of the landscape and the water feature. It becomes almost like an 800-meter long water body. Sustainability activities here becomes immensely important, and everything is made out of external skin of clay and parts of glass. All the landscape is again generated out of the same wastewater that comes into this whole space, and everything goes back to earth. So the aspect of the whole architecture and the build form started varying from a low-rise to a high-rise to a large tower, which we are now completing, a 120-meter tall tower within the complex. It's almost 5.5 million square feet all put together, built over a period of 20 years. But the capture of architecture, the language, and the conversation that we tried to impact as part of the inside and outside, both for people capture space, people habitable spaces as outdoor and indoor in the heart of Bombay, was very, very exciting. And in each of these buildings, the exploration is with materials to understand how these details will explore the possibility of this conversation, where even outdoor sort of verandas, deep wedge verandas, which are actually fire driveways, become patios for the buildings to outdoor and connect to the garden and the whole landscape beyond. And of course, the biggest success story was the owner got married in this landscape, in this garden space, and he felt this was the most spectacular ground that he could ever enjoy to have his ceremony. So it's parcel of that experience that becomes part of the inside, outside, and as it goes by. When we look at different scales of project, this is the studio where we work from. It is a twin houses which was built before independence, and without demolishing any part of it, we decided to build a very light 5-floor structure, all built out of re-engineered timber and steel. And the whole space becomes like an indoor and an outdoor amphitheater, holding a space where people can make conversations, they can shout at each other, call for each other and make conversations. So it just becomes a hub space where people can all gather. Everything is again made out of reused materials, recycled steel, timber, and furniture, chairs, leather. Everything comes from a second or a third grade of recycle. But it is also possible in this scale to make conversations, as I said again, about the outdoor and indoor. The transition becomes a predominantly important aspect of that making. Another club space which we are working currently on as part of the phase 2. The phase 1 structure primarily constituted, again, a 140-year-old building, and we had to recreate a master plan and add other buildings on the perimeter and pull back this building into its original glory and redo all the interiors. So in a way, we were very sensitive to the idea of historicity, but in its details, such as using whether copper or leather or the kind of furniture that was crafted specifically for this whole building, there was always a conversation of history and modernity that we sort of wove together to make these spaces look very intriguing and intelligent, both harnessing the aspect of history and as well as the New Age time. And the materiality here again, bringing elements of water, elements of landscape, steel bolted pavilions which can be disassembled and re-erected became another idea for us to make this hospitality space intriguing. Some of the other projects that we currently love to work on is to build all timber homes or all timber structures as part of our practice. These are very large 25,000, 30,000 square feet homes which are completely made out of timber using traditional craftsmanship. Everything is either a meter joint or a tongue and groove. There's no nails, there's no concrete other than the substructure that we just need to stabilize the earth line. Otherwise, the whole building, including the walls, panels, the column, the beam elements, and the external skin, everything is carpentered out of timber. And re-engineered or harvested wood is only again used here back again to make these kind of structures. And the joy of making such buildings, whether it's a hospitality space, is also that it can be dismantled. It can be completely dismantled within a period of 30 days or 15 to 18 days and re-erected again in another location as and when required be. And it is possible to do this kind of temporariness to architecture. And it also that you don't touch the ground, so therefore you allow maximum amount of percolation to the earth and sort of gain back that idea of sustainability accurately. Even in a large home as this, which is a 25,000 square feet house right on the edge of the lake, we started working on restructuring the lake, doing a water feature on the property to recycle and work on the lake, as well as create the kind of feature back to the whole facility of the home. The home, again, here is completely bolted. It's a pre-engineered structure, completely manufactured in a factory and just erected within 5 months, 25,000 square feet house, including the stones. There is no mortar. Everything is just placed one above the other, just like the way the temples were built. And it's like an assembly of a whole environment as a home, as an outdoor landscape, as a connect to the outdoor space. And the tree house, which was in the making, we took a gulmohar tree and actually built the house around it, and the tree is actually right inside the bedroom of the house, and it became exciting. It can also extend as similar ideas to a very urban setting. It doesn't have to be in the outskirts or rural. Another large home, which again incorporates similar ideas of architecture and experience of the landscape more than an interior. It's more of an outdoor space, an outdoor environment that creates that conversations for us to make that transition as aspects of detail of the making of the architecture. Whether it is an outdoor or an indoor space, as long as we make that seamless and disappear as the lines of transition, the experience becomes accurate. It could also be on a 5th floor office space where we bring in the landscape into the architecture to make that space happen better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravindra. I think, I was reading a research paper. I was trying to prepare my questions for this panel discussion, and I was reading something, and it was explained in a very simple line by Peter Zumthor. The difference between a good and a fantastic project is the detailing that goes into it. I think before I ask my questions to the fantastic speakers here, I think I want to open this forum by having each of you ask each other questions. I know Amrish is already laughing because he loves this idea. If I may share secretly, probably came from him as well. But Amrish, let's start with you. I think we've seen a lot of diverse work here. I think we've seen a lot of diverse work here, and each of your practices are very different. Amrish, let's begin with you. What is it about detailing? What is it that you've seen in the other 3 presentations, and anything that you may want to ask your co-panelists?
No, I just wanted to know which barber does George go to? That's the only question I have for him.
George, do you want to answer that detailing?
Too much of detail.
Your mic is here.
I think 7 minutes is a little too short to answer that question. But yeah.
No, there's nothing. I thought we would open it up to the audience to ask questions, or if you have any.
Nothing that you guys want to ask each other about what you've seen, any detailing in particular that you want to talk about? Okay, so then I'm going to probably start with my questions. I think my first question, George, comes to you. I think when we spoke about detailing in general, you said something very interesting, which is a common thread that came out here, was detailing should be a catalyst between the past, the present, and the future. And it should be something which needs to be relevant across the longevity of the building as well. Do you want to elaborate a little on that? Because I thought that was a very important thing and something that we saw in all the presentations here.
Yeah. So rightly said, I mean, when, for example, if I can be more specific, for the Malabar project that we have done, the corporate office that we did, so you're looking at different times. One is when you build a structure and you work on the detail based on the context, right? You're working on these screens which need to happen because of, sun and because of rain and things like that. But would you rather just leave it like that? You're using wooden trellis, they age. So then you think about what next. So you probably work on the biophilic part of it as well. It could still function as a trellis, say even now, it still does its job. But I think when you look at certain materials, like the way we brought biophilia in that,
every year is changing into another detail by itself. So I think it's not just focusing on one detail, which is, or let's just say, like I said, not recreating a sort of history, with that. But I think every time, every year as it passes, I think it needs to withstand that time as well. It should still be strong in them. I personally believe that if there is no focus on that, it's just ornamentation. So I think that needs to have a purpose. And like I said, some of these details just go unseen because you would still look like a large green buffered building, but there's so much of detailing gone into it. But in longevity, it's still doing well, so.
I'm glad you said something that detail is not about ornamentation. And this was something that Mahesh and my conversation was also about, that details sometimes have to evoke the 5 human senses, and their body of work usually does that. Again, Amrish, and Ravindra, your work is more about reinterpreting traditional elements. Tell me what is that process like when you're sitting at your drawing board, when you're brainstorming with your teams? Where does detailing come into picture? Where are those discussions? What is that like?
So I'm not going to address that question, but I will address what the process is. And I don't think, for us, the process doesn't happen on the drawing board. In fact, I was very moved by Prem's talk in the morning. So if architecture is about the ordering of space, details are just a necessary kind of skill to bring closure to the act of making. So to me, that's what it is about. Now, beyond that, what informs the entire building, which includes details, is what and why are we choosing a certain way of making decisions. So for instance, in that hotel we showed in Kangra, it was like the standard default mental model we had was we will do what the locals do, but then we also realized there's no such thing as locals. So there's the rich and the poor, there's the first world and the third world every day. And by instinct, it was a luxury hotel, we chose the more evolved craft. And if we are up to making the everyday aspirational, then the choice we make gets informed by the so-called ordinary material, the cheaper material, and can we elevate that? So it's a conversation, it's a story, it's an ideology, it's an experiment. The detail, I think for all the people, I think in this room, it's just one necessary step to bring closure to a building. No building is complete without the details required to achieve the objectives you set out to achieve. And the discussions are actually around what should the objectives of this building be? What should we try and accomplish through this project? And that then informs every step, whether it's the ordering of space or the closure of details. It's almost like a North Star that we turn back to and measure ourselves against, say, are we kind of following through on these 3 or 4 objectives we'd set out, and make sure we don't veer off course, as tends to happen because of time, cost, client pressures, whatever they might be.
Ravindra, what are your thoughts?
I think for us it's a very collaborative approach, because it's no more a space or a world where one man makes that decision or one woman makes that complete decision of every program and process and is fascinated by that one point of detail. For us, it's the collaboration, ideas and aspects of a conceptual start point is always initiated by one team or one large group of people. But after that, it's the artisans. For example, if you look at the high-rise buildings, the tall structures that we're talking about, the kind of engineering that goes into doing those glass detailings and the aluminum junctions, how it turns, how does it take a 2.5 kPa wind pressure, how do you pressure equalize, the air space between the outside and inside is intense technology. It's not something that's just harbored by an architect's sort of making of how the facade should be, or the elements of various segments of some 16 or 18 materials that comes into that junction. Every time I look at a door in a Ferrari car or a Merc, I'm completely impressed by just that one door. The kind of detail that is there, none of us architects have been able to manage that kind of waterproofing in our buildings, for example. So it's fascinating to see that at that speed of 250 kilometers, that machine survives.
So I think detail in that sense is about collaboration. It's about intense engineering, research that has to happen. You have to go back to history when we look at the kind of carpentry erections that we've done. And we talk to artisans, we talk to very senior carpenters and learn from them how to do a 13-meter span just using timber without bolting it together. How do you do lap joints and then anchor them so that they don't go into bending moment sort of strains. So these kind of creative conversations, I think, bring about joy of that completeness in detail. Initiation is always there. You know, I love to draw, and a lot of things I draw, but they never get executed as that. But they become initiations to a larger discussion where a group of people come and make that conclusions happen. I think that's what's exciting about today's technology and today's making of buildings. It's a collaborative approach. It's no more one person. It has to be a huge group of people, you know, fabricators, especially the house, for example, didn't have a structural engineer. We worked with a fabricator and we started talking about how to create a weave using steel angles, like the way you basket weave a large, you know, a kind of a handbag. So we started looking at that and said, let's make a building look like that and just 2 floors kind of a structure, and started weaving with steel angles. So there are various ways that you can make this happen by conversations. I think that's the idea of the future world.
Mahesh, what about you?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for us, I think details are a way of, you know, tying the intent, you know, pretty much like what Amrish mentioned. So, you know, when you start a process, you kind of set out, okay, these are the things which you want to achieve in this project. And details are a way of, you know, trying to see if we can connect to that. And like, you know, pretty much all of them, it is collaborative process. You change decisions, but you always go back to the good board and look at, you know, have you gotten close to the intent? In some projects you succeed, in some projects you fail. So sometimes, I mean, probably, you know, slightly different is sometimes, I mean, because the nature of the projects, that the scale and the nature of the projects we work, you actually even start with the details sometimes. So that actually shapes up the project, right? I mean, the scale of projects that these guys have been working, you know, probably you need to kind of go from the general to the specific. And detail comes, you know, probably somewhere in the middle, you know, and then you tie it to the end. So I guess, you know, I completely agree to what Ravindra is saying. I think increasingly, you know, our work is becoming extremely collaborative. Even smaller projects are becoming extremely complicated in terms of, you know, wind loads and, you know, how to ensure that, you know, whatever you promised the client in terms of the experience is taken care of. So there are 2 things. One is there are technical set of details, and the other thing is experiential details, right? So the technical set of details is where, and how you marry them. And I think, you know, as a, you know, practicing in this region of the subcontinent, I feel we are still lagging a lot in that bit where the technical actually becomes experiential, you know, where you then start, so there need to be an active engagement with the, you know, whoever is the fabricator or whoever is the engineer, and bring idea of experience into that. So I think that, I feel there is a lot of lag because we do find difficulties when we are doing, you know, other scale of work. But that is something that we need to really focus on. And that's also, I mean, I'm just trying to also connect, you know, the previous conversation about the, you know, education panel is, the curriculum is structured in such a way that it's a bottom-up process. But I think we have come to a point where it is much more complex. You know, so it will be nice to kind of jump in somewhere in the middle and still be able to perform your role, you know, with everything intact. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I've been given the cue that it's time out. I do want to quickly open it up to the audience in case there is. Can we please have the mic? I do want him to ask that.
There have been a lot of lovely details presented here, but the general tone has been this is what we find interesting and rewarding in details. I'd like to go to the title of this topic, God is in the Details, and ask whether that's a trite cliche we've got used to repeating because Mies van der Rohe said it once? Or is it really something meaningful to say that in detail we can find something primordial and transcendental that's greater than any one of us?
Is that a question? I mean, I don't have an answer.
So there's also another saying that says that devil is also in the details, which essentially means sometimes certain thing like what Mahesh said, there is this aspect of what is practical detailing or like a functional detailing, and then there is this architectural detailing that we add on. I think as architects, we need to understand, we need to attempt stop and listen and have these long conversations with these veteran, let's just say a craftsman, which you see in parallel in all the projects that you've seen, to understand from where that comes from. I think it's for us to learn from there and not to overcomplicate it. That's where they say this entire devil is, you miss out the devil when you start doing it. So it might sound cliche, but as far as it's making things happen and people focusing to the genuinity of it, I think it's always good. So yeah.
Actually, I'm just curious, what was the purpose of your question? I missed the question. I mean, the intent of the question.
Can the mic be given?
Okay.
Just go to a private conversation.
Okay, no, I actually was trying to read.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this conversation. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, the CALICUT chapter, for just having us here. You guys are really amazing, and I know what goes behind the scenes. So good luck, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, panelists and moderator, for having a captivating session.
To present the mementos to the speakers, we would like to invite Architect P.T. Subhash, Executive Committee Member, IIA CALICUT Center.
Presenting the memento to the moderator, Kamna Malik. Architect George Seaman. Architect Ambarish Arora. Architect Mahesh Radhakrishnan. Architect Ravindra Kumar. Thank you, everyone. I now respectfully request the panel organizers to lead the guests back to the audience.
RK Marble was founded by the Patni brothers, Shri Ashok Patni, Shri Suresh Patni and Shri Vimal Patni in the year 1989. The foundation of the company was laid with a small warehouse in Kishangarh, Rajasthan. Mining operations started in the Dharmeta quarry in 1991, but it was with the acquisition of the Morwar mines in 1993 that the perceptive long-term vision of the Patni brothers came into play. They introduced state-of-the-art technology alongside a skilled professional workforce to expand their output exponentially. As a result, in 2001, less than a span of 10 years since its inception, RK Marble was certified as the largest producer of white marble in the world by the Guinness World Records. In 2002, RK Marble became the first company in India to introduce branded marble, Wonder Marble. 90-degree stone was designed and set up in 2005. It is a unique project dedicated to high-end designs and exotic finishes on natural stone. In 2006, RK Marble started importing the best of natural marble from quarries across the globe and became the largest supplier of imported marble nationwide. Also, in 2006, the RK Marble Group became the exclusive franchisee for India of the international cosmetic and skincare brand The Body Shop. RK Marble branched out globally in 2008 to acquire mines in Vietnam, exporting the famous flawless white marble slabs, tiles and blocks from there. We export to more than 70 countries across the globe today. The corporate headquarters at Kishangarh, which houses a world-class plant, processes more than 1 lakh square foot of marble each day. Our continuing aim to create unique and exceptional living and working spaces worldwide has fittingly culminated in the setting up of our brand new showroom, Experience One, in Mayapuri, New Delhi. It is a style studio showcasing an incredible range of marble and natural stone. The serenity of the stone and our quest for perfection come together to create this unique display under one roof. A perfect space to design your dreams. Our mega marble mall in Gurugram is a sprawling designer warehouse spread over 15,000 square meters, displaying an abundant inventory showcasing unmatched quality and range. Our flexibility to individual needs, our in-depth knowledge and our competitive pricing help architects, designers and homeowners make informed decisions. Emphasis on technology and transparency distinguishes us in this competitive industry. With imagination, commitment and resilience, we have tried to shape and improve the marble industry by leaps and bounds over these last 30 years. Towards bigger dreams and newer horizons, alongside our consumers on the glorious journey ahead. Towards a perfect tomorrow.
Hi everyone, this is Jannat Jui from Bangladesh. I visited Calicut earlier. It's a beautiful place. YAF is an important and strong platform. I miss being there, but hopefully next time. I wish YAF a great success. Thank you.
For all my friends, young architects and all the committee of Young Architects Festival CROSSROADS 2022, congratulations for this marvelous event. And I'm sure it will bring us diverse and fabulous ideas to be brought for our future environment. So please enjoy the conference and all the best. Greeting from Indonesia. Bye-bye.
Hello Calicut, this is Bisma Askari, Chairperson, Acacia Committee on Young Architects. I would like to wish the Indian Institute of Architects and their YAF team all the best for a successful CROSSROADS 2022, which has an exciting array of events, of exhibitions, competitions, and a conference lined up for all of you. My team and I wish we could have been there, but maybe next time, hopefully. Actually, no, definitely. So all the best for CROSSROADS 2022, and we shall be joining in online.
Hello Young Architect in India, I am Denis Tiawan. I am a Deputy Chairman of Acacia Committee for Young Architect. I'm really sorry I cannot be there with you to celebrate your Architecture Festival, but I wish a really fruitful Architecture Festival that you will endorse the development of architecture in India. And I really believe that one day we can make a bigger Architecture Festival among all Caucasian countries. So, celebrate yourself, and I wish a very enjoyable moment in India.
Hello everyone, this is Omar Sajjad from Institute of Architects, Pakistan. For the Young Architects Conference being held over the weekend, I wish the organizing team all the best for the event and for all the competitions and exhibitions being held at the conference. Thank you so much.
Greetings from Malaysia. My name is Architect Rida Raza, former chairman of ACYA 2019-21. Would like to wish everyone, YAF, to have a successful event. Have fun, everyone.
Moving on, we have the fifth panel for the day, more per second format.
Paristhiti. The world is changing. Are we? Have insensitive built environments triggered the pace of the disastrous climate change? Has design ever been thoughtful enough to consider the ecosystem as a whole and be resilient to its unpredictability? Have designs just barely become reactions? Can there be a natural and inherent balance between the built environment and the ecology?
To enlighten us with the discussions, we have as panelists Architect Billy Menon, the principal architect and partner of Idea Design Kochi, an eco-sensitive architecture and landscape design firm. He chose to live from conventional architecture practice to work on selective projects with the scope of doing architecture responsive to environment and heritage. He's a winner of the IAA National Awards for Excellence in Architecture. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Padma Shri Dr. G. Shankar, the Master Mason and People's Architect, is a founder and chairman of Habitat Technology Group. He has always given priority to the housing needs of common man, the marginalized, the fisher folks, the slum dwellers and tribals, which has earned himself the title of People's Architect. He's also the chairman of National Committee constituted by the Government of India to formulate guidelines on disaster-resistant building technologies. Welcome, sir.
Madan Ramaiah, the design director at FHD Group, Hyderabad, focused on architecture, interior and landscape design. With over 14 years of experience in local and international construction industry, he has designed over 100 million square feet of projects ranging from 400-hectare award-winning sustainable urban developments to 50-story twin towers in the Middle East as well as in India. Welcome, sir. Architect Neelam Manjunath, an architect, planner, scientist, activist and theoretician. She is the principal architect of Mansam Architects, distinguishably known for the use of local energy material with a special emphasis on bamboo in her numerous reputed projects. Her work has been published widely and presented in several national and international forums. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us.
To moderate this interesting circle, we welcome Dr. Anil Kumar, a professor in the Department of Architecture and Planning, NIT, and has more than 30 years of teaching experience. His research interests are focused in the area of sustainable cities and urban development, urbanization impact, smart cities, green and sustainable buildings. Welcome, sir. Handing the conversation over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon. This session, which discusses the theme, there is no planet B, and it's time that we take ample care in steering our practice out of the kind of mess that we have been causing all this while. I'm sure for many of us, for a long, long time, climate change is something that may happen, not something that is imminent to happen. And we always thought that it will take some more time for it to strike us. But with the recent row of unpredictable, momentous climate change, extreme climate change events, which are happening across the globe, including in areas where we never thought things would happen this way, and the world at the brink of a major resource crisis, And probably this energy crisis which is happening in Europe may lead us to a third world war. We are almost there. It's time that we believe that we have inflicted enough of bruise on our Mother Earth. And unless we take care in routing our practice through appropriate channels, or the industry of construction and buildings taking ample care in ensuring that nature is left pristine, environment is left unimpacted if possible. Probably, as the theme says, there is no planet B. We will all end up as a race sometime in the imminent future. And if you look at construction industry per se, almost 50% of the CO2 emissions are contributable to it. With the kind of urbanization that's happening, which would see that nearly 60% of the world's population will live in cities by 2060, and our building stocks geared to be near double. We need double the quantity of buildings that we have by 2060. It's very important that we look at the various options in front of us in using materials innovatively, looking at new strategies of economies, real estate, ensuring that practice per se, design per se remains least affecting the environment, bringing in least of impacts on earth and environment. I think the future ahead is very bleak, and that is the context for this panel discussion. I'm very happy to invite my co-panelists who have set their own kind of track in trying out these alternate routes. And we have, though she is not present, Madam Neelam. I think her presentation also will be aired here. Otherwise, we'll have all four panelists presenting their materials in a row, taking about 7 minutes each. And this will be followed by the interaction. And the logic of interaction we'll decide as and when the presentations are done. Over to Architect Billy Menon for his presentation. Thank you.
Loss of nature and fast urbanization is a living reality in our country and in many other parts of the world. India's urban population is slated to double by the year 2050. We are all linked to this problem one way or the other, and we must understand that we architects have a role to play along with many other people who are working in this field, to find solutions to this crisis. University of Columbia done a research, says that melting of Himalayan glaciers has doubled since 2000 due to global warming. As per the Global Forest Watch, India has lost 2 mega hectares of tree cover in the last 20 years. 2 mega hectares is 20 lakh hectares of tree cover has been lost in India in the last 20 years. India has also lost 1/3 of its natural wetlands that are home to migratory birds, that are home to many different species and fish species, aquatic species, over the last 4 decades. As soon as the current central government came back to power in 2019, 170,000 hectares of our largest contiguous forest in Hasdeo Arand in central India has been sanctioned for mining. In 2013, a landmark judgment by Bombay High Court, a ban was imposed on felling trees in the Konkan Wildlife Corridor. And from 2014 to 2018, in the most biodiverse part of the Konkan Wildlife Corridor, 1,600 acres of forest have been cut. In our own Western Ghats, we have lost 20,000 hectares, which is equivalent to 40,000 football fields of tree cover has been lost, as per the Global Forest Watch, in the last 2 decades. The question is, what can we architects do to mitigate this catastrophic loss of vegetation and effects of climate change? Our firm have been fortunate to work in the southern biospheres on various projects of environmental significance. I'm showcasing a few slides on the four of these projects. In the Nilgiri biosphere, we have worked on a biodiversity conservation project of a dry and derelict landscape of 75 acres near Anekatti. From 2001 to 2010, we were able to restore the landscape with indigenous plant communities of the Nilgiri biosphere, resulting in increased water table, healthy soil pH levels, and more biodiversity. The biosphere restoration work is also a living environmental laboratory for school children in Coimbatore. Along with the ecology, we also studied the cultural landscape and indigenous architecture of the tribals in the Nilgiri biosphere. The traditional building knowledge systems were conserved and recreated and was used in the design of installations such as Interpretation Center and Research Station. In yet another project, an ecological retrofit was done by ripping out manicured lawns and topiary gardens of the Wipro Technology Campus in Electronic City in Bangalore. Proposals were made to introduce a Deccan ecosystem inside their 20-acre urban IT campus, as per the requirements of Wipro. All forms of chemical fertilizers and insecticides were stopped, planted indigenous plant communities, and installed geological specimens and artworks done on natural stones to recreate the Deccan ecosystem. The effort resulted in creating environmentally sustainable landscapes with dozens of birds and hundreds of butterflies in the campus courtyards every day, making news across the world. An ongoing project in Karnataka as part of their environmental education initiatives. The Kannada medium schools in Karnataka, Toyota asked us to develop an environmental education park in 25 acres within their 400-acre campus in Bidadi in Bangalore. We introduced the Deccan ecosystem through an ecological restoration plan, along with several installations of thematic education gardens. The trees and plants are yet to mature, and already the place has become a living laboratory for the school children. In the Coromandel Coast, we restored 58 acres of coastal ecosystem, an area at the Adayar estuary that was being used as garbage and building debris dump site, where sewage used to flow and where soil pH used to be acidic and there was a lot of contamination, is now converted to a pristine freshwater and brackish water ecosystem. You can see the before and after photos in the slide. Being a restoration project located inside the Chennai city, we designed arrival zones, orientation zones, and forest pathways for people to experience the Coromandel geology and ecology. In all these projects, there are two underlying themes. One is collaboration,
and one is that of development of environmental education landscapes and ensuring the active involvement of the community, particularly school children, that would create future custodians for our Mother Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilay Menon, for exactly complying with the time. And now we'll listen to Dr. Shankar on his ideas on this.
Thank you for the opportunity given. I was listening with intent to architect Bilay Menon when he was reeling out statics after statics. I'm sure all these statics are very disturbing, and that actually should set the tone for today's conversations. When I say conversations, this is a time to contemplate. This is a time to meditate. This is a time to understand the intensity of the problems that are facing us. My take on this is the time to decide. Either make, I'm not talking about planet B, I'm just talking about our Mother Earth. This is the right time to save the Mother Earth from the clutches of, let me tell you that, I'm using a very brutal word for that, from the building industry, architects and engineers. Architects and engineers being primarily responsible for the climate change, primarily responsible for the built-up environment, we should together, we should converse, we should talk about it, we should understand the dynamics, and we should formulate our action problem, because this is a time. It is now or never. In 1996, I was a part of the Indian contingent to Habitat 2 in Istanbul, where for the first time in the world, after Montreal in 1976, the world was coming together to discuss problems in the shelter sector, in the building industry. And in 1996, for the first time in the International Habitat Agenda, sustainability was brought in. We are discussing about sustainability in terms of urbanization. We are talking about sustainability in terms of emerging human settlements and things like that. That became a part of the Habitat Agenda. But look at post-Habitat 2. Lots of things are happening. Like architect Bilay Menon had said, the intensity and the scale of urbanization that is happening across the world, especially in the third world countries, like India, like Brazil, like Argentina, like sub-Saharan countries like Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, small European countries like Macedonia. Unbelievable, my dear friend. The scale is unbelievable because it puts pressure on the population at large. There's a brown agenda before us. If you want to actually internalize the dynamics of environmental sensitivities, we have to put things in position. One of the major determinants is the brown agenda. 3 diversely, seemingly different phenomena trying to form the part of this agenda. Poverty on one side, environment on the other side, and development on the third side. Every development project in the building sector that are talking about, we are talking about compromises. Are we addressing the basic economic situation of India? Are we basically facing the social situation of India? Unless these things are addressed, I think it will be a futile exercise. Unless we address the basic parameters of development, including the influx of poverty. When I am saying this, I am saying it with such conviction because globalization brought in so much of fortunes for us. But on the other side, there is something called negative globalization, where it has spread to the large spread of poverty across the world. If you don't have money, if you don't have access to livelihoods, what are we talking about? What are we going to do? What are we talking about the environment, and what are we going to talk about the development sector? So we have to internalize the dynamics of that. We have to internalize the limitations. We have to internalize the limitations in the sense of restraints. And then can we formulate a vocabulary forward, especially in the building industry, is the thing that I want to put before your kind attention. I still believe, you might dismiss me as an outdated activist, but let me tell you, let us listen to the voice of the wise. We are all going through stressful times, we are all going through challenging times, and each disaster, and mind you, my dear young friends, disasters, climate change disasters are going to be a calendar event. You cannot escape from that. Pandemics are going to be calendar events. It's never going to go. So we have to internalize the stress part and look at a positive strategy forward. Local is the mantra. Let me tell you that. Every disaster, every pandemic, every kind of situation like this teaches you very important lessons. And one of it is we have to use local materials and local technology. When I say local materials and local technology, I'm not talking about outdated technology. We have science and technology with us. We have the technology with us. With the dynamics of the technology, new technology, can we update our technologies? Can we update the design parameters? What are the critical design parameters that I had been extolling all my life? I was talking about small houses. I always used to believe that small is beautiful, like what Shoemaker was always talking about. We have learned through pandemic times that it's much better to live in smaller houses. That's one lesson. Lesson number 2, we should have healthy homes. We want to have not contrived atmosphere like this. We want to have cross ventilation coming through. Every COVID patient, when he was going through the turmoil and the turbulence, he was asked to stay in well-ventilated, well-lit rooms to maintain his health. Where else can you get such bright sunlight? Where else can you get such wind flow going through us? Kerala, I think it's blessed in many ways because I've been working across the world talking about sustainable technologies, communities. And Kerala actually should lead the way because we have such moderate climate, we have such bright sun coming out, such moderate, we have wind flow, we have longer coastal line. So all these actually should create a new vocabulary, new paradigm in sustainable this thing. I made a brutal statement in the beginning that architects are responsible for the built-up environment. For the climate change, I'm just going further than that. Architects are primarily responsible for the climate change. When I say that, let me tell you that I'm saying it with such conviction, with such scientific background, such validation, such authentic information. I'll just tell you one small example. Water everywhere, but not a drop to drink is the present situation now. Water everywhere, but not a drop to drink is the present situation. We have 44 rivers in the state, and all the 44 rivers are on certain deathbed. Talking about water everywhere, but not a drop to drink is the situation. In Indian toilets, potable water is going to be a big issue in the coming future. You cannot say habitat, building sector should have meta-green dimensions. It go beyond the 4 walls. It should go into water management. It should go into soil management.
Dr. Shankar, I'm gently reminding you, it's from here, from the moderator, that the time is up.
Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I'll just wind up. Now, there are a few things that you should internalize when I talk about sustainability. One is retrofitting. It talks about resource efficiency. Retrofitting should be coming back. There are a lot of things happening in the name of demolishing buildings, ruthless demolition of buildings. Can we hold it back? And let us talk about retrofitting. New arts are coming into the vocabulary. Instead of reuse, reduce, things like that. Let us look at renovate, retrofit. And I think that's the only way a third world country like India can take the eco-sensitivity forward. With these words, I will conclude. I'll come back during discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. Now we will move to the presentation of Mr. Madan, Architect Madan. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CALICUT chapter. It's a wonderful way to bring minds together and to think about what bothers us as architects and designers today. Certainly, I think the name of the event is perfectly apt. I feel as a generation, we are at a crossroads, and change is inevitable, right? Whether we are going to lead this change and come out of it successfully, or whether we are going to succumb to it, that is something that time will tell, but it's going to happen, and we better be ready and be prepared for what's coming forward. Sustainability and adapting to change, that is a very big topic today, right? From global policies to local supermarket level changes that's happening. Everywhere we are seeing the impact of decisions that are made at the top level to align to some goal that the world has set right now, right? These policies are trying to meet a goal that is in 2040, 2050 going to happen. But at the individual level, I don't think there is enough percolation that has happened, right? The individual consciousness has not been changed, but there is a global goal. In our industry, unfortunately, we see to align this goal towards certain technological solutions and infrastructure solutions. Most of the time when you talk about sustainability, we talk about either a bunch of STPs and energy producing methods, or we talk about passive solutions. As architects, that's pretty important to us. But then most often than not, a lot of these passive solutions end up becoming a superficial aesthetic treatment, right? It is not something that is driven through performance. It is not driven through actual deep data. So there is a problem that we probably, in our need to make it exciting looking, use these as crutches to put our building together, but not really go down to the basics. I feel the problem is much more fundamental than this, right? If you really want to make a change, you have to make a change at the individual level, not just as buildings, but we need to push individual consumption levels and individual thought about consumption down. That is the only way, I think, as architects and as people who care about the social side of sustainability, we can make an impact. These are some of the projects that we do. We call them net zero projects. Of course, most offices are, as architectural practices, involved in creating buildings that are net zero buildings. But there is an issue here because these are independent buildings. They are individual moments where something has been achieved in terms of calling themselves sustainable. But as I said, this is not going to really change the mindset of people. It is going to probably reduce for this one project. But as architects, can we go back to this idea of social? Can we create communities which actually change the way people live within them and pass on that idea to the next generation? We today are creating communities that are completely about buildings, right? Most of our communities are about buildings, but that's not how communities were created. If you always imagine community as a social element that is put together by some common belief, today that belief is missing. That common element or the collective spirit of a community is missing. And that's why you see this plethora of residential projects, which a lot of which we as architects do, thanks to the developer society that is pushing it down our throat. Right? But we cannot really make a change because we are driven by a certain idea of commercialization. So as architects, we said we need to break away from this and we need to enter this field of development, right? So we opened up our company 10 years back to create two smaller entities called Organo and Together Ments, which looked at ways to create new prototypes for community development, right? So we have done close to 4 projects already. I'm going to take you to a couple of them. This is our first project, which was finished in 2017, It's a 36.5-acre community with almost 73 homes, Goshala. It's a biodiverse community where food is made in front of your eyes, right? All your vegetables, fruits, everything is part of the community's outdoor environment. It's a completely net zero development, so all units produce their own power using rooftop solar. Of course, these are still ideas of adding crutches, as I said before, right? It is not necessarily the real reason why a community like this can become successful. We have done a huge bamboo structure, one of the most beautiful materials an architect could use, which is absolutely eco-sensitive. We have used recycled wood for shading. But again, I'm talking architecture, right? What we are trying to actually get to is what is the impact it has on people. So people living there for the last 4 years, I am one of the residents as well, there is quite a bit of change in the way you actually live your life. If there is a Diwali, you are all celebrating without crackers. If there is a Holi, we are actually having mud baths instead of throwing colors at each other. We produce our own clay pots, which are used in our common kitchen, so that you don't use utensils and unnecessarily waste water trying to clean them. So it's a whole bunch of small things that actually changes the way people live on a daily basis, and eventually that impacts how the society and the community behaves together. This is literally a WhatsApp group for the society, for the community, that pretty much talks about eco-sensitive subjects all the time, right? And assignment to a school, which is by one of the residents' son. He has created a solar story as part of his school assignment. So this is how I think change can happen. Not just through architecture, but the way that we can make people live within the environments we create. The second project is actually started from there, and we said, well, depending on how people live together, the way the interaction changes is killed by this idea of a street, right? Most residential communities are always like how the top line is. A bunch of roads, a bunch of villas, and everything happens inside closed doors. But that's not how a village street was. So the biggest culprit in this was the idea of pulling the car into the community. So we said, the second project, we are removing all car. You are not going to be able to drive your car to your home, to your villa, but actually going to park it outside a small cluster, and we create a sort of a village as your main living neighborhood, right? And it kind of populates itself over a larger development. There's almost 50 acres. We are trying to create close to 150 homes in 50 acres. Of course, there are a lot of independent common areas and social spaces, but within each cluster, the central part of the cluster itself becomes the biggest social space where people can automatically congregate. So the cars sort of finish off at the front entrance of the cluster, and eventually as you go in, it's a completely pedestrianized experience. Here's where the project is now. We are probably 1 year away from completion. As you can see, in landscape architecture, these are not independent entities. Farm is grown as the buildings come up. So it is, birds are already in place, and birds are part of the biodiverse environment when the project is already handed over. So, just a minute. Yeah. So the idea of farming behind you, to see it happen behind you in your own residential community, and able to connect to surrounding villages, to bring farmers into your community, this is how we feel things change. And the idea of water, like what Sarah was saying right now, it's extremely difficult today in a city like Hyderabad to even find water at 2,000 feet depths. So in all our projects, we have made sure that we collect surface water, store them on site before even the project starts. So even the construction water comes from rainwater. And this becomes a social space by itself. We have bamboo structures, we have fishing pods. All of this kind of add to the idea of how people interact, how people think, and relate to each other on a daily basis. We're also trying to convert this kind of idea into a vertical community, right? The idea of interacting with multiple age groups in the same block. Typically, clubhouses are an independent building compared to where your communities are located. So here we said, this horizontal street that we saw in the previous project, what if we flip it and make it vertical? So the entire project,
I think
two more slides, I'm done. So the entire project is about creating this sense of community within the project, right? Within every activity that happens, you just come out from your elevator into these common spaces and then go to your home. So it is not about your home, but what happens outside it. And that is what we feel really changes the way that we can actually make a difference and change in this society. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Madan, for your presentation. And though Architect Neelam is not present here, we'll run through her presentation for the awareness part. With that, we have kind of come to the close of the presentation part by the panelists. It sounds a bit rude and unkind to stop them midway when they explain their work, which they are very extremely passionate about. Sorry about that. Now, while we decide on the way in which we will take this discussion forward, I thought of a strategy where some of your predominant considerations are triggering some questions in me, and probably primarily the question will be to all the three panelists. Be very brief while you answer it. If I go to the first panelist, that is Architect Bilay Menon, I see that his projects on ecological retrofit, biosphere conservation or environmental education are all things which would take us a long way in ensuring that the way we take the profession of architecture and engineering ahead, whereby impacts on environment are too much and we are not too keen on being sustainable. And in his background statistics, he mentioned that as a country, we have lost quite a bit of our green cover and resources in the past few decades. All because we are moving from the developing country domain into the developing country domain. And urbanization, India is one of the countries which is getting urbanized at a very fast pace. So my question to Bilay to begin with is, if urbanization is a villain, and here you are talking about solutions which are probably little, it's a way in which you are going to deal with it. Don't you think there is a solution in containing urbanization? And if so, as an architect with so much of nature conservation and rejuvenation projects in your kitty, how do you advocate it? Taming urbanization as an architect from your end.
Thank you, Anil. My view is that, urbanization, India's urbanization is now going in a very fast track. India's population is growing, and urban population is growing almost double the pace. And that is going to end up in a lot of new growth areas in our cities. Currently, the problem that we are facing, the critical problem that we are facing is our cities have already overshot its carrying capacity. In fact, it is the rural areas which is feeding the necessary energy and necessary water supply and all the other things, all the ingredients that run the city is actually fed from the rural areas. The city itself, in many of our own cities, if we look at it, the city itself is actually neglecting its urban nature. We have seen grave socio-psychological problems and socio-spatial problems because the way we treat our environment. There is hardly any footpath to walk in many cities. The urban environment is kept very poorly. The solid waste is a big mess in most of our cities. The water supply shortage in remotest parts of urbanized, core urbanized areas is still a big problem that is not solved yet. We are in 2020 and we are talking about basic infrastructure not in place. So I think we have to think differently, and the change has to come, because if the problems are due to urbanization, if the problems are located in the city, then the solutions also must come from the city. Because you cannot expect that greening some rural areas or doing some wonders in the outskirts is not going to solve. We have to look at every project that we are designing. We have to look at every area that we are developing as part of the urbanization process, in which we are also part of, as architects and planners and designers and landscape architects and environmental planners. All of us are part of this process. So the critical aspect is that we have to look at solutions from this urbanization itself, from the urban area itself.
All right, I understand. I think according to him, for urban issues which the world will confront at large in the coming decades, the solution should also emerge from urban areas. And as architects, probably all that we have discussed, all that comes under the umbrella of whatever we have discussed would cater to the solution strategy in part. My next question is to Dr. Shankar. As always, he has been highlighting the point that the solution or the strategy lies in improving the social situation. And he has quite a few strategies that he has practiced and shown the world, which speaks of how do you try to be in line with the sentiments of the masses while practicing your profession. And on this, do you think people still buy these ideas and we have great future in improvising it for a lesser impacted, environmentally impacted world, a world of lesser carbon emission?
Dr. Anil, this is where I started my presentation. Time has come now, and I don't think we have a choice now, but to go in for cost-effective, eco-sensitive, and energy-efficient buildings. Time has come, and there's no choice left for the mankind. We have to get to that. But having said that, let me, as a corollary to what Architect Bilay was telling you, there are some positives. One positive is urbanization actually brings in opportunities. That's why the pace and intensity of urbanization is doubling up. Because cities being magnets, cities being employment providers, providers of education facilities and healthcare, cities will continue to grow. I mean, urbanization cannot be pushed away. But to the young architects out there, I want to tell you something. One of the positives that urbanization can bring is the kind of peripheral development. We are talking about peri-urban areas, we are talking about suburban areas and places which I actually term as a transitional area, where probably young architects are going to work in the future. There, if we have the instruments of eco-sensitivity in position, the concerns of energy efficiency in position, I think the world will have a brighter future. Having said that, I mean, I just want to tell you this. You have to internalize the anguish. You have to internalize the gravity of the problem if you really want to translate it into architecture. I will go a little romantic about it. Let me tell you that Khalil Gibran, who talked about buildings having a soul and things like that. I don't want to go into the poems. But if you start believing that buildings are living organisms, and if you start believing that buildings have a soul, you'll be very responsible. You'll be responsible not to the client, but to the Mother Earth. All the concerns about conservation, efficiency, resource efficiency, functional planning, planning pertaining to physical climate, everything will fall into place if you believe that you're going to build for a person who has got an identity, who has got a dream. And an architect should translate that into putting the concerns into position is an architect's job. And architects have a very huge role of educating the clients, educating the nation, in fact. And these are the areas where I see positives, about urbanization and the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. He believes that peri-urban areas can satisfy our greed for more of areas to build. And our understanding that there is a solve for every building would make your projects better from the environmental sustainability perspective. Moving on to architect Madan Ramaiah, I have seen some very interesting examples explained by him. And to state that the proof of the pudding is in the eating, he is staying in one of those communities which he has developed. And that community seems to be quite self-reliant, if I'm right. Yeah, quite self-reliant. And his ideas on less of commercialization for the profession per se. But how far this is possible? Because we have this inherent tendency to put economy in front of environment. That's what decides our if you compare between environment and economy, it is economy that has a primary role in triggering decisions. So, putting environment behind, obviously. How do we kind of swap these positions?
I think it is a three-pronged approach. People, planet, profits. All three have to work. Otherwise, we'll end up doing an NGO sort of logic to this. So, anything that doesn't become profitable is not going to sustain itself. That's just the bottom line. If we are doing this, what is the intent and the purpose with which we are trying to do is probably critical. If purpose is there, money will follow that purpose, no problem. I think economy, I don't see that as a problem as such. We are able to, some of these communities are still sold at fairly comparable prices to what you would find within the city. People want to live like this. There is no prototype. There is no examples of how a life like that, where you don't spend petrol to bring your vegetables home and reduce your carbon footprint by doing that. Because today you don't have to go to office. Most of us work from home, and Corona has probably brought this in. So if you have everything right next to your home, your carbon footprint is directly coming to as low as it can. So if you are the kind of person with that purpose, then economy automatically aligns with you.
Thank you. I think he has a wonderful point there where he finds it not very difficult to put economy and environment to be working for each other. And thank you so much. If there are questions, we can take one question from the audience. Anybody out there?
Hi, thank you so much for this insightful, presentation. Much different from, and a little bit away from architecture, I would say. Madan, you were mentioning about, no prototype. So how did you evolve this process? How did it get evolved and make it something very functional, economical, also for the developers, and also sustainable for, because there's nothing like a reference point in terms of tabulation. Thank you.
Well, to begin with, I'm an architect, we are all architects, so I would say a fair sense of naivety didn't understand how deep these things were. So the start point was necessarily not whether we can make this work. This has to be happening, right? Why is nobody doing that? It was that anxiety that started us, and eventually, through goodwill of people, right? I just think that it is purely, if you want to do something, the entire universe kind of plans to make it happen for you. It was one of those kind of moments for us. And as we went forward and moved from one project to another, the number of believers are now even more, because you have a start point. People have a reference point. So now other developers are trying to do it. So we really want to make sure that something like this actually catches on. It is not something to be separated out. If anybody is there to take it on, we are completely open to tell how we went through this process, where all the failure points are, what we are trying to fix now. So it is, and because we are architects, we are sort of design thinkers at all levels, right? From money, it's sort of inbuilt, baked into us. We are beginning to use some of those traits. So if there is anything specific that you would want from an economics perspective or from a delivery perspective, I think we have all the data. It's fairly easy to do today. I think more people should do it. Just a simple idea of following your passion and wanting to do this because your purpose goes there. Yeah.
Thank you, Architect Madan, for the wonderful insight shared. He says that starting naive does the trick, right? I found one major point missing in this discussion is the use of circular economy, which is a very interesting thing, which I think people can try operationalizing in their practice, and that would bring in a lot of positive changes in the arena we mentioned. I thank all these wonderful panelists for their insightful presentation and the intellectual stimulation and new perspective they have engraved in us. Thank you so much I thank the Indian Institute of Architects CALICUT chapter for this wonderful opportunity, and we'll close this panel discussion here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers, for this interesting panel.
Now, to present the mementos to the moderator and the panelists, we'd like to invite L. Gopakumar, Chairperson, IEA Kerala Chapter, onto the stage, sir. Presenting the mementos to Professor Anil Kumar, Architect Billy Menon, Padma Shri Dr. G. Shankar, Architect Madan Ramaiah,
Thank you, everyone.
This place is no heaven. The cracks, the flaws, the sufferings, the sorrows. And each and every note in the still, sad music of humanity can be felt here. Here you witness the hustle and bustle that brings life into the city you wouldn't want to be without. Here, there is no single voice, single story, single vision. Here there are no virtuous heroes, but only flawed humans. Flawed, but yet beautiful. Here, you are not a separate entity fighting against the world, nor is the world at war with you. Here, you are a part of the world, and world a part of you. Here, you are gently awakened from alienation to see that we are all interconnected in the vast web of life. Here, you are on your own journey of nourishing your relationship with yourself and the world. Come, join us with your own stories and perspectives. YAF invites you to experience CALICUT.
Delegates, please note, we have the screening of the movie Kannade at the venue Bodhi. Now, I repeat, delegates, please note, we have the screening of the movie Kannade at the Bodhi. Now.
The sixth and final panel for the day is from the move per second format.
Disha. There are 360 degrees. Why think linearly? The realm of architecture provides countless, uniquely varied opportunities for community enjoyment. Everyone can explore technology and materials to learn about difference between workspaces, working styles, modes of expressions, and practices. Can architecture practice explore a wide range of avenues while creating relevant future trajectories, giving the limitless opportunities for innovation? Can the social impact of these choices vary?
We have, as panelists, architect Akshay Hiranjan, the co-founder and principal architect of the Purple Ink Studio, Bangalore, a multifaceted architecture practice which constantly explores the parameters of design, blurring the boundaries between architecture, landscape, and sustainability. Welcome, sir. Architect Alok Shetty, the principal architect of Bhumiputra Architecture, Bangalore, which focuses on out-of-the-box solutions in architecture and sustainable living. He was named a Stanford University and Oxford University scholar for his work in low-cost, high-impact urban interventions for underprivileged communities across India. Welcome, sir.
Architect Kanan Modi, the principal architect of Kanan.
The other response would mean that there would be lesser openings on the wall, which would essentially mean that we could look at a larger brick skin that would wrap itself around the entire periphery. With this intent, the structure would essentially become a monolith. We prototyped the whole house by hand modeling every brick layer, and the entire effort was actually done during our first presentation to the client. This was a big risk we took because the client actually waited for 6 months for us to say yes. And when we actually said yes, he's like, he was elated. And so we took this one chance with him saying, this would be it. So the actual build form is exactly what we presented, during the first session, and the kind of working that evolved out of it was a part of the whole process where the client became so intensely involved that he could support us on the whole journey, because it was very difficult to sort of get this right on the kind of tight timelines that you typically have, where you have about 3.5 lakh bricks that are being used. The curiosity of the build also interested a lot of the local brickworkers who wanted to bravely be a part of the whole process. So a lot of the insides became experimental grounds where we decided to use only lime, concrete, and black limestone that would actually start weaving itself around the brick. Through this project, we realized that sometimes it's important to make the client a deeper part of the whole process, where he starts believing in the art so much that you start sculpting together. Just when the brick house was in its initial process, we became a part of the Manipal School of Architecture, which was essentially an invited competition where we got an opportunity to be a part of the bigger picture. Of course, we had a lot to prove. We were much younger back then and were super keen to push ourselves. Contextually, there was a beautiful site that we had to respond to, overlooking a valley. The entire build form, which was fairly large, about 2.5 lakh square feet, had to revolve around the idea of being able to still see the valley when the structure comes up. To do this, we worked layer by layer to be able to choreograph a sequence of studios that would respond to the contours first and would at the same time allow this whole learning and engagement for the students where each studio would actually open onto a terrace. Multiple entries would also mean that you could essentially walk into any terrace studio at any given point of time from the outside and become a part of the lecture from the other areas. We also found ways to reinterpret the geometries of the city that had prominence and allowed ourselves to have our own grand staircase that was so aspiring for all the stakeholders, because this idea of power was something that we had to fight back in our own way, where you look at these whole grand staircases and the kind of willingness to let us go was difficult. So we sort of use that as an analogy to look at dark humor and sort of recreated our own staircase where you don't actually go up anywhere because the entrance is actually at the bottom. The materiality of the concrete, brick, and the colors continue inside, sometimes merging with the valley as a background. But there's this whole essence of coming together into the central congregation, which actually becomes a whole part of the whole sequence that we're looking at. The construction and its process over the last 2.5 years came with its own set of challenges, and the building has seen, it's almost coming together with each space, hopefully allowing the students to have their own narratives and their own share of stories to tell. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akshay. We can now have Alok to show his work, his non-linear thinking.
Right, so I'm going to very bravely attempt to take you through 200 slides in 7 minutes. All right. The point is, we want to present 7 projects from 10 square feet to 10 million square feet, starting with the first set. We have a project called Chote Kadam, which we've been doing for the past 5 years, and we finished 350 small-scale interventions under this program. Starting with the RBI reaching out to us once demonetization was announced. And they gave us a lot of the shredded notes and said, what can you do with this? So we began experimenting with it and developed our own plant-based epoxy resin, and with discarded plywood, started making furniture for state schools. So about 150 schools already have this in Karnataka, and another 300 schools will now start having shredded notes and recycled plywood. Next, I'm just running through a GIF of so many of the projects that we finished, taken by the community themselves. This goes from COVID care centers to drinking water facilities to bus stops and a bunch of others. And the news headlines and the inauguration of each of these projects. This is a quick snapshot of Chote Kadam so far. We've spent only 10 crores finished 250 projects and directly affected the lives of 17 lakh people. Indirectly, the number is 10 times that. Moving forward, some of the photos of the inaugurations, and now it's being taught as a case study in Stanford and Oxford as part of the MBA low-cost, high-impact model. So moving to 10,000 square feet, this is a small town in Shimoga. It's called Isuru. Isuru was the first village to declare independence 5 years before the rest of the country did. And when that happened, there were 5 martyrs who were killed by the British. And all that stands in remembrance of them is the black stone that you see. So we were asked to kind of come in and do a martyrs memorial. And we did a very a humble solution, 5 rammed earth walls, which basically surrounded the existing stamba. And there's a lot of local gray and black stone, Sira granite there, which we began a jali detail for. And that act as the walled garden before you enter the space and look at the structure. It also has a library with literature of all the martyrs in place, and a small amphitheater style theater situation for when you want to have events. And construction is well underway now, and we should hopefully finish by first quarter next year. Moving forward, we move to 50,000 square feet. There's a lot of wildlife and human conflict in all our states, especially in Karnataka. So the Sakrebel Elephant Camp is basically an area where wild elephants who are aggressive are rehabilitated, they're tamed, and they're taken care of very tenderly by the mahouts and the elephant handlers. But unfortunately, where they currently stay, which is like a little reserve, they have to cross a national highway every day to get to the reservoir for their bath. So what we did was, instead of them being in chains, we put the Taurus, not so much in chains, but in a sheltered space, and restricted their movement. And we created an elephant corridor over the highway so that they could cross easily. And so what you see on the left is the reserve. On the right is the reservoir. And these are some of the images of our proposal, which has just broken ground. So in this case, the elephants are very free to roam back and forth. And the Taurus are contained within the pavilions. Moving on to 100,000 square feet. All of us know how much COVID has changed significantly our education systems. So we were approached to design an international school in Bangalore. Started from the micro scale and all the way out to how a classroom should be redesigned. That is then arranged around a courtyard with a tree inside, and then each school literally stacked on top of each other and then displaced to the master plan level. And then this is kind of how those classrooms, those schools would start to look like, with the labs and spaces. And these are the construction images that were the final stages of civil works being completed, and then we move to the interiors. Right. 300,000 square feet. We're going to now, after 2012 London Olympics, the Indian sports departments got a lot of flack. The JSW group decided to build a state-of-the-art private Olympic training facility. They had an invited competition, which we won. This was the site, about 54 acres of bare rocky earth in Bellary, near their plant. And basically, this project is completely net zero. All the bricks were made from excavated earth. There was no sand used. We came up with slag. We came up with the cement that was from slag from the steel product, and an internodal space frame roof, sawtooth systems. And this project is off the grid. It doesn't have an electricity connection or a water connection. It doesn't have even paint. We use the iron ore pigments of the trucks to treat all the buildings. All right, moving forward. It's also where Neeraj Chopra trains, where he got the gold medal. And after that, we got a bunch of medals, like many medals in Commonwealth Games, Tokyo Olympics. All of these people you see on the screen are IIS athletes. All right, moving on to 500,000 square feet. This is Jog Falls. Everybody knows these, very famous, great view. But what you see, what you don't see is the state of the facilities behind, which is in really poor condition. And so again, the state government invited us to prepare a proposal for this. And I'm just going to quickly run through. There were about 14 haphazard buildings. We retained only 6, which were over 100 years old and had historical value. And then we created 6 more pavilions, all on stilts, so that there was not a single tree that was removed. And then those pavilions were all circular, which cantilevered off the cliff face so that you could kind of walk around the whole space. So, oh my God, my time's up. Okay, I have one more project. I'll take you through, and then we'll wrap up. Those are the construction pictures, but all right. So this is the Jagannath Puri temple. This is Rath Yatra, where you have around 15 lakh people who show up. On a slow day, there are about 50,000 people who show up. And this is the city of Puri that kind of grew through. We had to reclaim 100 meters on all sides, and we installed like a 9-level layer on top, which then translated into the master plan as a Patachitra style painting, which we presented to the CM. We won this competition. It's on basically through product assembly and infrastructural design. So we had a bunch of products, which I will skip past, and their influences from the local temples there in terms of all their motifs, all their ornamentations that we looked at, and how we introduced those in each of those design parameters, and then how those new products were designed from restroom, shelter pavilions, benches, planters, totem poles, street lights, all of these things. All right, I'm done. This is just the infrastructural stuff, so I'm just going to move past this. I don't think I can get to my last project, so I'm just going to finish. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. We can now have Kanan Modi. Thank you.
This is the next slide.
The green one is forward. Going back to the back.
Okay.
Previous slide. This is your pointer. Green is one. Point on screen.
Hi. Good evening, friends, members of IIA. It's a privilege for me to be here today amongst all of you who are leading the design direction in the country. IIA committee, thank you with all my heart for the humongous effort in bringing together the architecture fraternity. I will take this opportunity to talk about the growth story of our studio, our Disha, which has never been a linear path, always meandering to find a meaningful approach in whatever we did, however small. Before we get to the slides, I want to briefly talk about another direction that we chose to take, to only work on projects that excite us. We want to look forward to getting to work even on a Monday morning. This came with a lot of uncertainty, also a fear that at some point, if we keep saying no to projects that came our way, we may have to shut shop. But over the years, I've come to believe that it was the best direction we took. Disha is also a collaborative approach for us. Our team, each one is a part of the direction or decisions that we take, and we all bring in unique strengths together on each project. With the story, I'm going to share with you the 3 learnings that we've learned to be very passionate about. And the 21 slides that we've put together are in the order in which our projects were built, which interestingly brings out how our work has evolved over the years, and yet the 3 learnings remain a strong focus all through. The first one is adaptive reuse. For a cable manufacturing corporate office, we spent many hours at their factory. What intrigued us the most was the huge amount of waste that was collected in their scrap rooms. We brought back with us many types of cables, cut them into sections, and clad them on an entry wall. This wall creates magical conversation starters even today. We did a similar installation using bamboo sections for a vaccine manufacturing firm. And around the same time, we did a lot of work with Microsoft's Hyderabad campus. They had a couple of 20,000 square feet warehouses just for e-waste. We used as much as we could to create as many installations as possible all over their campus in strategic locations such as breakout zones where the team could stop, look, admire, and rethink. Our first independent studio, set up on a very small budget, our fascination for story walls was brought in here too. Built using several old samples, books of master architects that we admire. We also introduced mirrors on the wall to bring in our visitors into our story. In our library, we hung hundreds of discarded matkis from the ceiling and embedded lights into some of them. But the most exciting element for us was our meeting room, created with an old bike lift as a table and the light installation that we made using scooter fenders. At another site, leftover stones, a residential site, leftover stones were used to create a pattern for a skylit powder room. Interestingly, looked very kaleidoscopic against polished surfaces. Our second learning is to be climate responsive. As we all know, it's a simple concept, complex to execute, but we now spend many hours studying site-specific scenarios, sun path, and weather patterns before we even get onto the drawing board. Here, we introduced custom-sized brick screens and open-to-sky pockets, helping bring in diffuse light and enhancing the experiences in the indoor spaces. This was a very small site with a large programmatic house with multiple levels. We added solids and voids and stacked up blocks, shifted them to reduce the volume and introduce skylit pockets and sheltered outdoor spaces on every level. We also introduced a mechanical air vent system in the staircase well to suck out the hot air out of the spaces from the highest level and bring in fresh, cool air from below. This helped keep the house a few degrees cooler than the outside. Creating small but efficient outdoor spaces at every level with a strong focus on architectural details, such as a large span wooden-clad backrest, which is reinforced from behind, or a rainwater channel custom-made in concrete to be right above the tree. A long faceted stone wall defining the character of this house and programmatic movements around it. Facets allow the light to bounce off its surface at different angles through the day, which brings us to our third learning, which is the play of light in material exploration. This house was our pandemic baby and gave us an opportunity to explore all of our 3 learnings and much, much more. A large concrete volume sitting above linear stone block built with concrete cast on site, stones from local quarries, and timber reclaimed from clients' village homes. We explored various methods of bringing in. Another exploration of bringing in daylight was refracted light through water bodies into the spaces below. Water body under the sculptural tree has a glass bottom that lights up the spaces underneath. A slit in the swimming pool creates a playful energy in the car park. Large overhangs creates a strong indoor-outdoor connectivity, almost blurring all boundaries. Wherever possible, we introduced floor-to-ceiling cutouts for filtered daylight to play against all kinds of texture and materials. Our current excitement is this home on a cliff to be built completely on a prefab structure and on an extremely short time frame. But then, yet again, our focus is on bringing climate-responsive, playful light, material exploration, and enhancing the well-beings of all of its inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanan. Over now to Vinu.
My dear friends, I cannot start the presentation without thanking few people. First of all, I have to thank IAA Calicut for doing this YAF. And I believe that over the years, I was always having a nomadic practice. And one thing which I saw all the time, so I have to name few people. The first will be obviously Brijesh Shaijal and Tony sir, Nimisha, of course, Vivek ji, Hafif, Vinod Siriyak sir. Many a time when I started my practice, I used to sleep in Vinod Siriyak sir's office. So all these people, Afnan, Sham, Poonam ji, Nihad, the camaraderie between these people has been phenomenal. And I'm more than happy to see that the love that we are getting in here has been a work of these stalwarts. And of course, I haven't named many people, but definitely IAA Calicut, I want to dedicate this part of my presentation, so I hope you will not cut short my presentation. So, as the moderator wisely said, so this is, we have always been a non-linear practice, so I think it is unnecessary on my part to speak too much about it. I have been a nomadic practice. And one of the first things which we tried to do over the years was to really understand how far we go. Shankarji and many others were talking about it. So now we are in the process of trying to camouflage architecture, so some of the very beautiful spaces. So this is just an example. I am just showing only one. How do you play this? I don't know. But I'm just showing just one residence for this very small presentation because of the time limit. I don't know how to play this. Somebody should play. So basically, there were 2 tamarind trees, and I wanted to camouflage my building in these 2 tamarind trees. And many of you know that we have been, my presentation is not working. Yeah, okay. So, okay. So, tamarind tree, as many say, will not fall and fail. Hopefully, that is true, I hope. Otherwise, the residents will suffer some very bad things. But we designed a border system around the tamarind tree, which I called Churi. So, what we are trying to see here is only the tamarind tree. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So basically we just designed a 2-bedroom residence with Churi, which is starting from the tamarind tree. And in here you can again see that around the tree you can go like a whirlpool and extrude it in such a way. So we had to use some beams. Instead of roof, we were planning to make the whirlpool of Churi itself. So basically, we wanted to make precast bottle beams. We were very much involved in trying to use PET bottles for a long period of time. We wanted to use that as our... is it playing? So PET bottles which we recover from the local auditorium, we wanted to utilize it as a precast bottle beam.
Unfortunately, the one sad part of this is it says a bit of concrete, but it is not having great flexural capacity. But still, we managed to do something nice with this kind of bottle. So we make these precast, and then because the trees were already grown up, we didn't want to disturb the existing trees. They were, very delicate in nature, as most of you know, that the very large and grown up trees are very delicate in nature. So all these precasts had to be very delicately placed and, scrutinized. This particular project was a combination of poured earth and this precast bottle concrete. We basically use a bit of debris, unsieved soil and stuff like that in our poured earth combination. And what you are seeing here is our laborers, and we did a workshop where students came and got involved with our process. So I think we can move to the last final video of that. So we can just see how you can still have the tree, utilize the space around it, and yet have a very camouflage residence underneath it. The next video, please. I think my video size is kind of wrong. Can you just resize it? You're not seeing the full. It's a zoomed version. Can you please resize it? Thanks. So, awkward silence, but we'll start again. But I still have time, okay. It's zoomed in, so it's no, you. I think it's over. So I'm. Yeah, we'll see it. It's only 2 minutes, so I'm still in time. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Wow. That's something amazing. So I think, like Viju said, we have to thank the CALICUT II chapter. It's been mind-blowing to see the turnout, and I see the energy that everybody comes in here, brings in here. It's very good, it's amazing, and keep going. Now, since morning I've been seeing talks, and they were titled all kinds of things, and we saw architecture for all, we saw something to do with art, and then knowledge and education, and then God is in details, and then the world is changing, are we? And this one was called Why Think Linear, and it had, it's called Disha. So I think when I look back, and I think these are all young practices, I think between 10 to 15 years that everyone's been in practice, and it's a wonderful time to kind of put this in perspective with the next generation, I would say, because they've been, I mean, I'm now 22 years into practice, so I can feel the energy that's gone in and the raw power that you have spent your first 10 years. So it'll be wonderful to hear each one of you. You know, I think Alok's work is, it's about public projects, and he's getting into larger scale, like 100,000 and 10,000 and how many ever square meters that he was mentioning. Well, Kanan is still looking at crafting of spaces and looking at things that are at a slightly smaller scale. Vinu he's on his own trip, kind of actually in the act of making and challenging all kinds of linear thinking. I think that's a wonderful thing. And Akshay's practice, I think it does all of the above. It's looking at all these things. So my question to you all is, you know, when in 2003, very early on in our practice, we got to participate in a World Gas Conference competition where we had to look at Goa 100 years in the future, 2100. And it's strange when you start looking at future. I mean, technology changes every 9 years. Things are changing so rapidly that 100-year timeline is very difficult to digest. But I think when you distill and you dig deep and you really think, it really mattered. What really mattered was only security for energy, food, and water. These three things is what sustains life. I'm not asking you all to kind of dig that deep, but having seen the practice of the last 10, 15 years, where do you all see this trajectory, and where do you all see Indian architecture going? Maybe as a whole or in your practice, I would like each one of you to talk a little bit on that. And I think it's wonderful for the younger generation here, a lot of students, to hear you all speak about that. So why don't we start with Akshay?
I think that's a rather difficult question to answer, you know, because I think most of us come from practices that are still very young. We've only completed 10 years now. And we started with this idea of, you know, learning under the master first, because I have 3 different gurus. I worked with Karan Grover, Sameep, and Sanjay Puri. So completely different mindsets, completely different processes. And the kind of scales was also very, very different and varying all the time. When we started our practice, the kind of scale and the kind of typologies that you know, we started off with initially set some sort of a direction for us. We came with no baggage. When I say that, there was no background, there was no architect in the family, nobody to sort of look back upon. So it was easier in that way because there was absolutely nothing to fail at. So we took our chances. And over a period of time, the kind of learning that has happened has sort of evolved from this rather, you know, looking up at or looking at projects that are happening across the world right now with the kind of practices that are evolving, and at the same time understanding that the whole practice as a definition has to change. So we evolved from a very small studio setup of 8-10 people into a 30-35 people, sort of a more collaborative practice now. And we've realized over time that the numbers, although they matter, it's the kind of trajectory that we are in, sort of, you know, is in between massive scale of works and the idea of studio still remaining strong and consistent. So at any given point of time, we realize that it's very difficult to comprehend whether you keep continuing on the numbers, like the way, you know, you're doing, Alok, or look at how Vinu as a setup or as an, or I don't know if you call it a practice, but that insane amount of energy that comes out of doing fewer projects and sort of putting your life into it. So we fall somewhere in between, you know, because for us, it's always been this very esoteric, very, you know, energy-driven practice, but the kind of place where we find ourselves is still very, very raw. So I think we like it that way because we don't want it to get too distilled, too filtered. Because I think over time, the kind of changes that you see, the kind of storytelling that's happening through our works is finding its own way of, you know, putting it across to the world. So I think it's rather very open-ended, and I think like it to be like that. No matter how hard we try to sort of contain ourselves,
So,
changes every year.
Yeah, so thanks, Akshay. Now, Kanan, I mean, he spoke more of the past. I was trying to see how you can project further ahead. If you can try and look a little further ahead. We have around 4 minutes remaining, so keep some time for these other 2 panelists to talk as well. Thanks.
Hello? Yeah. So, I was mentioning during the presentation, when I came back 15 years ago, I used to get extremely troubled when I would see buildings that are not mature enough and the impact that that would have on the, on the neighboring streetscape. And I would really have sleepless nights when I would see things that are cluttered, when you see work that, I would feel really bad that, why has no thought gone into something like this on such an important streetscape, and, that was a time when I decided that I'm not going to work on projects that are not going to have a certain meaning, things that don't align with my thoughts, not work with clients whose thoughts don't align with ours. And I think that is really important. We do want to work on, keep our passion alive, want to make sure that we look forward to getting to work on a Monday morning. We do want to enjoy whatever we have on the drawing board. Every single thing should really bring a lot of energy in the studio. At the same time, we do understand the huge responsibility that we have as architects, the impact that it is going to have on the society, the well-being of the inhabitants, the kind of, like, we worked on a school. That was an exciting experience when you see how it's going to impact on the way the kids are going to learn. We worked on a healthcare facility, and you see how, it's just such a huge responsibility that, I'm really happy that, that we're working on things that we're passionate about, and it's, and we're doing good work.
Go ahead.
He showed time out, so...
No, we still got 2 minutes. So
yeah, okay.
Less than 2 minutes.
So, I would like to talk about future, actually. The best part of YAF was, I was looking at almost all presentations. And one of the fantastic things is that almost every presenter, whether it is sustainable practice or best living, all of them are utilizing now waste materials. It has become a norm of the day. We are facing apocalypse very soon. So the fantastic part is every presenter here, and as rightly as Shankarji said, we are all facing that apocalypse. The best part is the younger generation is learning to work more at the site. They are not exactly an office-driven practice. A lot of them, I have seen almost all the presentation panels, and almost every one of them singularly has this particular fact, that they are more at site, they are understanding the destructive nature of architecture, and they are learning to use all waste materials in some different way, almost everybody, which is truly a very optimistic thing to say. And Wallmakers has been doing it for some time. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to think of how artful it can also become, not just that, but how do you derive the beauty in such an endeavor. So honestly, I'm very happy to see a lot of presentations which has come, really beautiful, and the effort that many of them are putting is quite incredible.
Thank you, Alok.
Yeah, I'll keep my answer short. We are currently in our 9th year of practice. We have around 70 people, and in our work, we have realized because of the public projects, in a lot of ways architects are powerful, but in a lot more ways we are powerless. And a lot of decisions happen with us not in the room. And so the next 10 years and the next 20 years is to gear up to be in those rooms. So we will be, we've just finalized the acquisition of a structural and MEP company, so we will have engineering in-house. We have a policy department where we're already advising 12 state governments. We have a foundation which does a lot of our pro bono work like Chote Kadam. And we've started mapping for Bangalore after the floods for the Karnataka state government. So that's what we're looking to do.
Great, wonderful. So I think, there are a lot of doomsday scenarios, but I think this panel it's all about optimism, and I think that's what's important to all of us. We as architects are dealing with the mundane a lot of times, but how to make that special and how to create and celebrate life. So thank you all of you, and celebrate life, that's it.
The session was indeed strikingly insightful. We'd like to thank our panelists and the moderator.
To present the mementos to the moderator and the panelists, we'd like to invite Architect Mahir Alam, Chairman, IIA Malappuram Sub-Center.
Presenting the mementos to our moderator, Architect Rahul Gore. Architect Akshay Heranjal. Architect Alok Shetty. Architect Vinu Daniel. Architect Kanan Modi.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I now respectfully request the panel organizers to lead the speakers back to the audience.
We have come to the end of today's panel discussions. There were 6 panels today with a total of 25 panelists and 6 moderators who shared their valuable insight on variety of topics. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who made it to this day successful. There's a short video of every venue and every event that happened on today. We have a short video of every event and
Once again, IIA CALICUT just completely pulled all the stops. An incredible event, 2,500 delegates. I mean, the biggest event that I've ever been part of. And everything seamlessly put together, working like, completely scheduled and amazing. Great fun to be here, great fun to be part of this large group of architects who've congregated and to feel this energy of the CALICUT group. It's always enriching and inspiring, so fantastic.
The publication of YAF CROSSROADS 2022 finalist entries of the YAF Awards and Review COZhikode is available at a special price of 1,200 at the merchandise store. It will be free for all the participants. Please visit the store to purchase them. We are moving on to the final session of the day. Parinamam is not an end, but a manifestation of ideas and thoughts that can evolve, offering possibilities for determining the imageability of Calicut city. This session will offer reflections from the mentors of the workshop, Bhavna and Chinda, that were held yesterday and today. We are beginning the session with the Bhavana workshop. Bhavana was a design sensitization workshop for school children organized as a part of YAF CROSSROADS 2022 in association with the PRISM project. The workshop was led by the eminent architect Madhav Raman from Anagram Architects. 28 children from different schools in COZHIKODE collaborated with 4 young architects from Kerala in an attempt to understand the urban park program based on the Lions Park in Calicut Beach. To introduce the workshop and share the workshop experiences, I invite architect Madhav Raman onto the stage.
Hi, sorry. Okay, I believe because this is the final session of the day, we are under a bit of a clock. So I'll try and keep this as brief and quick as possible and then invite the other workshop mentors to talk about their workshop. I'm going to play a video. If I could request the sound console to kill the audio on the slideshow so that I can save time by talking over the video. Oops, sorry. So the proposition was this, that there is a Lions Park that is a children's park that is along the main beach at Kozhikode. It used to be a park that was used by children, but over many years, some 40, 50 odd years, it's gone into disrepair. The proposition here is the IIA is going to take that up with local government in order to revive this. So in many ways, given like any other city, even Kozhikode has all these forms of city-level recreation, organized recreation sports, but more and more children's spaces are being reduced. So this was a park where we were expected to conduct this workshop. I personally understood the brief originally to mean that this was going to be a design workshop by architects for children. But our eventual proposition changed. We decided to have it more in terms of a charrette between architects and children. So the first attempt was to create some form of peer connection between us and the children. So the proposition of the workshop was to try and identify within a larger design process connections or bridges between the way we think and do our work processes as designers and architects and the child's mind. So that sort of bridge connection, that through a series of Zoom calls that went into late night over the past 1.5 months, the 4 participants and I agreed that as a simple statement, it was this idea that in the design process and in the child's mind, there is an idea that you can ask questions. The centrality of inquiry and inquisitiveness and interrogation that exists in the architectural design process is something that can be built upon with a connection with the child's mind. So in order to achieve this, we first and most importantly, like with any charrette, it requires a certain ice-breaking session, a session that sets up the dynamic between the group members amongst them. And in order to inculcate this atmosphere of, questioning or inquiry with confidence, of being fearless, the ice-breaking session is of utmost importance because that is where, through physical activity, through being able to remove inhibitions, remove awkwardness between children and architects, that was central to our kickoff. I'd really like to thank Aramal for conducting this part of the workshop because in many ways, the skill set that he brought in order to create this icebreaker is perhaps what many of us lack in our design process, and it is this idea that you empathize with someone you're trying to connect with as a first step. It really set the tone for the rest of the workshop. So this was at 7:30 in the morning. Aromal is a trained architect, but he is now a filmmaker. And part of his process, when I asked him, what part of your design process do you want to bring in a trajectory of questions or a pathway of questions with the children, he identified storyboarding. And I thought that was a very important aspect of anyone's design process, and that is to be able to think within not restrictions in where the mind can go and what it can think about, but really to put it into some form of framework that has restrictions. So he talked about a 5-frame storyboard, a 30-second film. What you see as Annie GIFs in a loop are actually films that are directed by 7 to 10-year-olds who are participating. Both in content and in storytelling, the kind of sensitivity and scale with which they looked at the site is very different from how we feel the approach adopted by an urban designer would be. And many of the things that are brushed aside and sensitivities that are apparent to a child are often brushed aside in an urban design infrastructure kind of scale. So many of these ideas and notions of what all goes on in the ecology of the park came through this exercise. This is Shyam. Shyam is an avid ornithologist. He's a bird watcher. He identified a certain ecological sensibility in his design process as something that he'd like to take forward with the students. In that, first of all, I have to say, we very predictably decided to tell the children about birds. To our shock, it was almost immediately apparent that the children already were able to identify various bird species. They perhaps did not know the scientific name, but they knew the birds. So it made me wonder whether training and adulthood takes us away from these little stories about our natural world around us. And we are kind of forced to take that out of our thinking when we think as designers. The identification of the bird calls then led to a walk through the park to look at the ecology or the microcosmic ecology of the park. Termite hills, ant hills, dragonfly nests, birds' nests that had little baby birds in them and eggs that were going to be hatched. So much sensitivity of the site acting as a microcosm ecology by itself. After that, the students were asked to return from this, and while they were on this walk, they were asked to pick up dead leaves without telling them what the purpose of it was. When they returned, they were asked to make, using the dead leaves, representations of their favorite birds, and which is what they proceeded to do. Subsequently, Shyam took them out again for a walk to identify their favorite places in the park, which then he and his team mapped. And with each place, they were asked to sketch out whatever they felt like. Now, if you look at the schematics, you see some people have spoken about birds and trees and so on and so forth. There's one child who's also kind of put across an idea of Earth as this complex mix of lots of colors and squidges and smudges. And sometimes the children just say, oh, if it's a park, it has to be a playground. So this idea of play also entered within this perception of a larger ecosystem. This is Niranjan. Niranjan started off the workshop by saying sort of a nihilist, why are we doing this? What is the need of going to students? So on and so forth. So he was very keen to observe students. Oh, I see the gang here. Why don't you guys come on stage? come, just stand. Come on, give them a hand. So that's Vishnu first, then Niranjan and Shyam behind him. Niranjan in the mundu. So Niranjan's idea was to observe students while they discovered the site. As his workshop evolved over the past month and a half and as it played out, it actually became a process of walking around site, collecting objects, hunting for objects, collecting objects, occupying space, and ultimately changing perceptions of the space over a series of exercises. So first, the children were asked to just collect anything they liked. And strangely, they came back with flowers, leaves, pretty things, and mostly living things. Then they were asked to go out and explore the site for non-living things. Inevitably, they came back with broken, damaged objects, dead objects, non-living object, waste. Eventually, they were asked to occupy parts of the park, which included the top of trees, the top of the slide, and sketch what they saw. And suddenly you started seeing plan forms, elevation forms, section forms in their drawings. Eventually, Niranjan asked them to imagine, sorry, if you can jump in here, Niranjan, you asked them to imagine what this? So what do they want from the site? To just imagine it and draw it out. After the walk, they were told that in any space that they liked, if they had to put in an object, which would it be? Out of clay. And you can see there are ideas of boundary walls that have holes in them at a scale and a size where you can view things, a sort of waveform, other objects of play and vantage, which was very interesting for us. Finally, this is perhaps the most open-ended part of the workshop. 7 children, along with Vishnu, started on this idea that can we make absolutely open-ended, speculative, imaginary spaces which are fantastic, that have nothing to do with the park, that have nothing to do with the reality of what they are. And the idea was to start with the very first questions that the students generated in the ice-breaking session. So there was a portion that we created with these panels that had the questions the children had written. Eventually, they had gone on to find places in the park where they could tell these fantastic stories, where they could create these fantastic universes, which again came back to the main workshop table and were asked to write it down. While they were writing it down, 2 of his assistants who dressed up in masks, one was a question maker and one was a statement maker and the other was a question asker. So any part of the story, the question asker would jump in and ask even more complicated questions from the child. This was followed by an exercise in which whatever the child had described to us, we fed into an AI program called Midjourney. We took a survey earlier of all the AI options, and we got options or visualizations of those, which were then shared with the students. So you can see an example of that in the number 5. But we didn't give the photos or these images to the children. Vishnu asked them to just have a look at it and then return to the table and sketch out whether they felt it needed some additions, modifications, but do it themselves. So on the next slide, you will see all the different AI renders and then the sketches or the add-ons or the tweaks or even total abandonment of the idea, completely unhappy with the AI render. So much of this is very similar to the kind of processes we do in terms of iterating our way through the design and how we build on design ideas that are layer upon ideas and corrections and coalitions. So that's about it. Do I have some more time? 2 minutes? Like I said, the proposition went from being a workshop for school students to something that was a workshop, a peer charrette, a charrette amongst peers. I think the only logical conclusion of this workshop is to synthesize aspects and learnings from this workshop that will loop back into the IIA Calicut brief when they go about the urban design of this park and the revitalization of this park. So I'll just ask my colleagues now to step up and say one takeaway that you have come with, just one, just a statement of the kind of understanding. Do you want to? No? Just one.
I think one of the major things which I found was whenever we design for kids, we think a lot about security, safety and all, but I don't think they care about it. By thinking about security, we make the space so sterile and useless that they don't enjoy it anymore. I think we should be figuring out a way to make it as adventurous as possible.
I have a similar opinion because if you look at the last set of slides, actually the game they designed was very dangerous. They want to play with crocodiles. They want to have a suspended bridge over fired landscape as a game. So in a way, I agree with Niranjan on that thing. And what I realized is that it is difficult to sort of make them design it because they have this huge landscape inside their own head, which I think sort of reduce into human, I don't know. we sort of compress the entire idea into something very much a built landscape in the end when we start with the architectural education, so which sort of reflect back to our panel discussion that happened on architectural education. So I think we should look back, maybe to 5th year or maybe 4th standard or 5th standard for architectural education instead of starting after +2. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
I think as Niranjan and Vishnu said, we always underestimate children, what they come up with, and we are the one who have to learn from them, and we should be the one who should be more I'm not getting the right word for that, but we should be the one who is learning from them. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll end that here. Thank you all. Thank you, IA CALICUT, for the opportunity. And I really hope that you are able to continue this dialogue with school children, not so much from the perspective of the benefits it will have to school children, but really speaking the kind of influence it can have onto the design process. I think it's an important thing to promulgate. So that'll be my request to you. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, mentors. Now, as a token of gratitude, we are presenting mementos to the mentors. I request Architect Simi Sridharan, Workshop Convener, YAF Crossroads 2022, to hand over the mementos. Presenting the mementos to Architect Madhav Raman. Architect Niranjan S. Warrior. Architect Vishnu K. Architect Shyam Kumar Purankara. Thank you, everyone.
Next we have Chinta, the design thinking workshop organized as a part of Young Architects Festival CROSSROADS 2022 was a 2-day design intensive and site-specific engagement between 4 eminent architects as mentors and 22 young architects and students as mentees. I invite mentors Architect Vijay Ramachandran, Architect Biju Kuriakos, Architect Palinda Kanangara, and Architect Simul Javeri onto the stage. A short intro video will be played, now followed by the atelier presentations.
CALICUT has, since time immemorial, offered a place for people from afar to settle down, conduct trade, and express their ethnic identities and culture through art, cuisine, architecture, and literature. It is truly a palimpsest directed by maritime trade, colonial politics, and living communal heritage, often drawing and redrawing its invisible boundaries of new and old, Chinese, Italians, Portuguese, Dutch, French, British, Germans, Arabs, Jews, all in search of trade links with a tropical country, found themselves home amid the spice gardens of Malabar. Calicut City is perpetually renewed and aging simultaneously. Like any historical city, it offers room for timeless architecture to survive, while offers to be replaced and rewritten through a linear progression of time. How do we interpret historical in architecture? Is architecture simply an artifact of a past or a being in the present? What can the future offer to such architectural artifact of a past? What is Calicut's critical vernacular?
Great fun the past 2 days working with the students and the other mentors on the workshop. Specifically with regards to this project and the site that we were working with, this idea of the vernacular has come up. What does it mean with these buildings that have a certain kind of quality? How do we deal with them in cities today? So that's been a point of discussion. And it's nice for us to see that the engagement with the architects in Calicut and the municipal authorities, that engagement has been really positive, and a lot of great public work has happened as a result of that. So we're hoping that some of the ideas that have come up as part of the workshop see the light of day at some point. And there are some compelling ways in which they're negotiating the old and the new in the city.
The site, the old corporation building, is situated along Calicut Beach Road and measures roughly 1.5 acres. It houses an old colonial structure that dates back to the early 20th century. Calicut Corporation, the first of its kind in Kerala, was housed here until it moved into a new adjacent building a decade or so back. The site continues to host an array of activities of the municipal corporation is in a state of disarray.
Historic sites are literally like the soul of a city. They're repositories of memory and emotion, and they actually become the cultural guardians of a city. And based on their position historically, they can be negative cultural symbols or positive cultural symbols. And by actually increasing the importance of this building and attracting people to it, one is creating an entire public realm that didn't exist, with facilities, with functions, and creating a bit of a soul to the public spaces of Calicut that may not be as positive. The surroundings have changed. How do you bring back a very vibrant building? How do you remove the edges, or how do you add edges so that people actually engage with the building?
And totally different pathways to give answers to this issue, to find the memories, how we can connect with the building. And first group has taken building, the story of the building to connect with the past. And the second group, they were trying to connect with the spaces that the building is having the memories, with the pathway, the journey with the memories, starting from the beach to the building, and they are trying to identify the notes that they can bring the memory back, again giving a different experience through the corridor, from the beach to the building. And the third group, they were trying to use a connection and trying to have the introducing connection where you can have the architect new and connecting with the past, and they're trying to have an underpass where they can have the memory within the passageway. And there's another radical approach that the fourth group has taken, remove the entire road network and given more space for the building as to that, like an entrance court, or given more ground to the public where they can enjoy and sit and relax in front of the garden.
The Department of Tourism has proposed a center for curated memories at the site with a vision to celebrate Calicut's rich culture and history. Over 2 days, 24 participants, including young architects and students, have worked with 4 mentors: Architect Bijoy Ramachandran, Architect Biju Koryakos, Architect Palinda Kanangara, and Architect Shimul Javeri Khadri, to reimagine and reinterpret the critical vernacular of Calicut by unpacking the old corporation office and its immediate context. The workshop encourages to offer the young architects to engage the site and expand on the discourse on future architecture of heritage cities.
So yeah, I mean, it's been wonderful 2 days for us working with students and young architects to kind of try and come up with solutions for this particular project or problem that we kind of stated through the workshop. It is to really kind of open up a series of conversations on how do we deal with these kind of infrastructure that already exists within our cities. When we use the word infrastructure, what is our attitude towards historic buildings? What is our attitude towards sort of the context within which these buildings, wonderful buildings, sits in? And for us, it was an opportunity to really open up a conversation about things. And these are critical questions that we need to ask when we engage in building our cities and take our cities forward. And you will see through the 2-day workshop, many of these questions being answered by the students. It led into more questions. And so, how do we deal with these buildings? Do we allow them to die? Do we allow them to become part of the sort of the new narrative of the city or part of the growth of the city? And hence, where it is in fact lying as a background, almost dying, allowing them to die. If you kind of really reimagine them, they could become wonderful places around which neighborhoods can evolve, and sort of a group of them can start to make the transform the city as a whole. So that is the wonderful opportunity, and I hope many of these conversations and many of the things that came out of this workshop really open up that conversation, and the group of architects here in Calicut can start to have a dialogue with the city and city officials and try and see how do we take this forward, and how do we take this conversation forward, and how do we allow these buildings to be really looked at as an opportunity and maybe even become catalyst for new changes to happen around that.
Now, we will have the presentations by the 4 groups who participated in the workshop. I invite the first team, Atelier 1, onto the stage for the presentation.
Good evening. Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'll start. So as we were walking through the site for our project, what we felt were that there was a lot of interesting, okay. We felt that there were these new and old buildings, and there were lots of points which had a lot of potential, and also we felt that at some regions there were some sorts of disconnects where as these old and new buildings started forming up, and in terms of the relationships between these buildings or in how people were responding to them. So that's what we picked at first. And along with that, no, who's controlling this? Yeah, okay. So this is our context, and that's our site. So again, the first thing that we picked on were few voids that we thought we could work on. And the second thing that we found interesting were that there were a lot of few streets that we found had a great character in terms of the shade and the ambience that was being created. And we were thinking that the old corporation building, like before all these buildings in front of it started coming up, would have had like a better connection with the beach. So that is one thing that we wanted to look at. So we started connecting all these points of voids, all these small streets which made us very curious, and we wanted to bring that, we wanted to connect that with the people who were passing through the street and the corporation office all together. So what we were trying to do here was to connect all the way from the beach to the corporation office through various pockets. So the first being okay. So the first point being, as you can see, near the beach, which we thought could be a great viewing platform, as the corporation also had a balcony and terrace space which is used to view the beach across. The second being the side of the corporation building, which is currently not inactive and not utilized well. And there was a empty plot opposite to the corporation's plot, which again we thought could be utilized, as it was also framing across the street opposite to it, which we thought was interesting. And finally, leading up to the corporation building, which we wanted to celebrate through the taking the people across through the whatever was left over of the remnants, and towards the southern edge of the building, as you can see. That we thought was an interesting part, as it had views, a better view to the building, as well as also all the way across to the beach. Can't you point it to the, yeah, you can explain about it. Maybe. So, I'm having problem in pointing it out. Where here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So this is how you come to our site. And this is one portion where we try to give a small shaded region with the older pillars and verandas, and to be used as a public space, which then again takes us to the spot which would be a mound, where people can come and sit and also enjoy the connection that will lead up to the street. And then finally, as you go into the building, so this is a spot we thought could be utilized for people who are passing by to take a pause and sketch or converse or take photos or have a view. And it takes you to the building where we have left the central spine open, leading up to a courtyard, which would be a quieter space for smaller groups to come and have studies or discussions or reading, extending from the library space. Finally, taking you up to the larger court space facing the banyan tree, where there could be music sessions or other group sessions and celebrations. So that's how you come across all the way through the site and then lead you up all the way back to the beach. So in a way, our expression was to sort of reweave back these connections and connections between the old and the new, and also make sure there are points where newer memories can be formed and created.
I think that the most striking feature of the old corporation building was the veranda. and the quality of the veranda, which acts like a transition space between the indoor and the outdoor. So we took that element and we actually, the kind of points that she mentioned on the whole master plan, the 6 areas, we've now started to take that element and then convert it using the whole veranda wall or these arches, and then inserting kiosks or restaurants or seating spaces within them. So basically the idea is to take parts of the building and spread them in the neighborhood so they connect back to the building and they remind you of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, participants. Now we have the second team at Layer 2.
Good evening, everyone. Our project is basically about very simple things. It's about the walk that we took into the building and the little things that we noticed while we slowly walked and appreciated the building for what it is. Our experience at the site encouraged us to look much closer than usual into the inner soul of the building and the life and its detail. So basically, our project is not to make the building itself as a container of artifacts and museum or exhibitions, rather treating the building as an artifact itself. This encouraged us also to create and curate memories. The space is also a bridge between past and the future, so we actually created spaces and structures that connect the past building with future elements and futuristic elements that people can reinterpret while they move into the building. The space is also about its atmosphere and structure that we found while we walked into the building. So the building in its original form is a very extrovert and a very inviting space in itself. What we tried to do is actually give it its original purpose, why the building was made a highlight while we designed the space in its function and its experience as well. So this that you see here is the site plan, and we saw the spaces around the building as connecting spaces. So the orange part that you see there is actually an extension that we created, which was originally a building that was present at the site, but it was taken down because they had to extend the parking spaces. So a beautiful building that no one really knew about was taken down just to put parking. So thankfully, the boundary of that building was remaining when they took down the building, which actually had little windows from the previous building. What we did was to connect that wall to the street outside the building where people can actually walk along the site, look into these windows and see new mirrors that we created where they can see themselves and also the artwork that's created within the walls inside. This new space is also a very flexible artwork space and also a place where people can collaborate and also make a space or an activity space or any space that people intend to make it. You also see a yellow platform that's extending from there, which connects the old and new structures. The banyan tree that's existing on the site is also made into a small group discussion spaces. We were inspired by the roots of the banyan trees, and we created steel verticals where seatings are provided for small group intimate discussions. So that is a sketch that you see at the bottom. This here you see is the ground floor plan. And the aim of designing or redesigning and reinventing the interior was to tell stories that we found in the building, as I said in the beginning. So what we did was actually to identify little things within the building that was preserved from a very long time ago, and to highlight that by expressing the detail and the intimacy that lies within it. For example, this space that you see here is actually blown up into elevations and a plan on the right side. We actually walked around the site and found some pieces of furniture that was lying in a dump yard nearby. What we tried to do is take those furnitures, dismantle its pieces, and hang them simply from the ceiling. So if you look at the ground floor access, a person can see the disintegrated parts of chairs, tables, and so on. But when they actually go on the attic and look through glass floors below, they can see an actual office space from above. So the disintegrated elevation as an installation is experienced from different portions of the site, and it's taken in different ways. We also did a very sensitive and important thing to the building as well. So there's an existing children's nursery where parents who work at the corporation drop off their kids in a little space while they're at work and pick them up after work. Now this space was a very enclosed small classroom, but what we did was to open up the building from both sides so that the children can spill into the gardens while also securing the space to ensure the protection. So the sketch that you see above here is also the children's space where we created a tree canopy where children can play, and we hung swings there so that kids can actually walk around and experience the space. Another example of retaining the structure that we did was that while we walked around the building, we found some old files that were saved and kept for over 50 years. These were files of almost every person who's walked in and out of the building. Now, we also found out that one of the rooms in the building is called the birth and death room, where all the birth and death of all the people in the corporation were recorded. So what we did was create glass blocks as part of walls, and we filled in these files into these glass boxes so that the memory and the experiences and the presence of the people who walked into the building were retained within the structure itself. And as an extension to this, we also found another room where the roots of a tree was actually spreading across the wall, and next to it was a map of Calicut dated from 1960. And what we did was to retain these roots and also the map, and next to it we made a new map of Calicut, a really big one, where people can actually pin the points and the places that they really love, and also write down memories of the places that they are favorite about. So this space is really not just telling stories, but also recording the stories of every person who walks in as the spaces function. So these, you see, are the components. So the roots on the wall that I talked about is on the right. And we also saw some vandalism that happened in the building, and we decided to create little spaces where people can actually record their names and write down their names, and maybe come back 10 years later and say, oh, that's my name right there. So this is the kind of connection that we try to create with the people and the space. This is not a place that you walk around and exit, but a place that you actually hug tight and connect with emotionally. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Now we have Atelier 3 with their presentations.
Good evening, everybody. The first few slides are going to be a warm-up. It'll be smooth after that, probably. So in a short time span of 2 days, it was an impractical time span, so we came up with the most impractical solution we could, but still something that we thought was interesting. Kuta, a cultural mosaic. Calicut city is a place where a lot of my friends ask me, when I come here, where do I go? What do I visit? And I always tell them, you can go check out Mananjara, you can go to the beach, we have the Freedom Square, we have the cultural beach, and we have all the eateries possible on earth. But then I used to ask myself, do you really have places where you can pause, enjoy all these elements at the same time? And in the perfect windfall, we had this site, which is bang on the beach, and which gave us all the opportunity to do exactly that. But how? At the city level, our site is located right next to the beach, which is the most important vantage point for Calicut City. As you can see in that red dot right there, that is where our site is located. So we are looking at our site as a collection point for all the traffic that exists along the belt of the beach. As you can see in the 400 meter and 800 meter radius, it is fully connected by pedestrian paths from Mananjara Square, as well as Freedom Square and the Cultural Beach, which are one of the most important public spaces in Calicut City. And this situates itself right in the middle to make it a very important vantage point to come and gather and collect. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. As you have seen, we have one parcel which is the old corporation site, the other one which is next to the new corporation, and then the plot in between which is left vacant as of now. But how do you connect it when there's a road that's running right in between it? That's when we have two of our most important strategies. The first one, which is smartly planning out the roads in such a way that you open up that urban pocket. The larger dotted line is basically one of the most important public transport routes that exists, and the smaller dotted line is the private public transit routes. Now, how do you route them? The first line, we basically open it up to the axis that you can see right above the site, and the private routes towards the Silk Road can occupy the parallel roads that exist, because now traffic is reduced, as you can see. The second strategy that we have tried to implement is that when you go to the beach in the evenings, it's a very, very crowded place. Most of the time, you probably won't get places to park, and you have to walk, or you have to choose to go to maybe Focus Mall or some other place to just hang out. But something that architects often ignore is the parking plot, something we don't like to address as well. And so an idea was that we could bring in a space to collect all the traffic from the beach at this point, and then redistribute it in a pedestrian-friendly way, so that then our plot is fully pedestrian-friendly and access-friendly in that sense. And as you can see, this is how the section acts in this slide. In terms of how we articulated the building itself, we've made a few large gestures where we've knocked off the newly added building and newly added blocks to the building and opened up the spaces within it. And how we imagine the program to be is to offer the space to the people, so that as the situation and the time moves, the people can evolve with it. We're not really fixing a program, as it's much easier to let people fill it as they need. This space is not about reviving a dead street. It is a heavily occupied and heavily congested site, which means even if we open it up, it only means more people are going to come and flood the space. It's not going to be another revived avenue which is not really doing much. Now, looking at the plaza itself, these are few options how it could anchor. You can have green spaces, and you can have kiosks and marketplaces that happen and rearrange themselves as needed. And even sometimes it could also be a backdrop for maybe a concert. This is a large-scale imagery of the place and what we offer to the people from Kuta. This cul-de-sac can also be used as a framework in larger city organizations where you find collective spaces to pause, where roads, grids, and networks are the most important points. You find congested elements and then open it up for the people to use. Kuta, a cultural mosaic. So this project wouldn't be possible without Suma, Janvi, Adit, and Shabri. They're all hyper-talented people. You guys should probably poach them, all you esteemed architects. And the game-changing comments from the mentors here. We've learned a lot, and I will always be indebted to the CALICUT Center and YAF for organizing and giving us a platform like this. I'm here because I'm a Calicut guy and I have the blood of Siriakin Chowdhury running through me, so it was inevitable. But thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, team, for the wonderful presentations. Now we have Atelier 4 with their presentations.
From LKG to 7th standard. പ്ലേഗ്രൗണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ്. നമുക്ക് സ്പോർട്സുമായിട്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടീസ് കൊടുക്കാനോ കുട്ടികളെ കളിക്കാൻ വിടാനോ ഒന്നും ഒരു സൗകര്യമില്ല. പിന്നെ ആർട്ട് വർക്ക് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ളതിനൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് ഇരുന്ന് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ഒരു സ്ഥല പരിമിതികളുണ്ട്. കുട്ടികൾ റോഡിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. ട്രാഫിക് നല്ല ബ്ലോക്കാണ് രാവിലെയും വൈകുന്നേരവും. കാരണം ഇവിടെ ഒരു സ്കൂൾ സോണാണ്. പല സ്കൂൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരേ ടൈമാണ്. അന്നേരം 1 വേ ആണ് രാവിലെ ഇവിടെ, അതുപോലെ വൈകുന്നേരം. No place, no. This year we did not have a sports day only. We had to go for other school ground. കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കഴിവുള്ള കുട്ടികളാണ്. പിന്നെ മെയിനായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾ ഈ ബീച്ച് ഏരിയ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഫിഷർ folk കുട്ടികളാണ്. അവർക്കും പുറത്ത് പോയിട്ടൊക്കെ പഠിക്കാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്.
So, like you guys saw, as we had a great opportunity to discover this institutional zone approximately 300 to 400 meters away from the area of study. So one such principal we had interviewed, and she had given us great inputs. So this is the area of study. So when we had visited this, we observed a great axis which is culminating right in front of the heritage building. So our strategy is simple, just to bring people inside towards the heritage building. So we are doing that by proposing the green corridor right next to the new corporation building, and that culminates into an open space right in front of the heritage building. So the first strategy, like you had seen in the video, so we are accommodating children's needs into this old heritage structure. So there were lack of lecture halls, there were lack of workshops. So some such programs which are not really present in their schools, we are accommodating, and we are calling this to be a student center. So another urban level proposal that we are proposing is to weave sort of these two open spaces between the old heritage, next to the whole heritage structure and in front of the old heritage structure. So we are doing that by proposing an underground tunnel, so we call it a gallery space, so which is pathway to the past, so which dictates what happened in the past, so people can actually experience what was this building before through this tunnel. So like I was telling, we were bringing this green corridor, extending it in through this new corporation building. So there is this great opportunity to sort of activate this entire stretch. So we are providing a lot of greenery, trees, eateries along this stretch, and activating it and bringing the public inside to our, what we call is the jewel.
This is the site plan of our proposal. So since we are connecting or bringing the beach to the proposed jewel place, the jewel place actually connects as a gallery space to the existing old heritage. And the way we designed the gallery space, that is the tunnel, was responsive to the tree or landscape around the site. And when the tunnel or the gallery space entered to the site, there was actually an old existing building was there. It was actually demolished 10 years back or something. So we are bringing back the footprints of the old building that actually brings some memories, and that connects or that enters to the present new building. So this gallery space or tunnel acts or represents the memories, or like the topic, the curated center of memories. It acts as a space experience or multi-sensorial space that we can experience the memories, history, culture of Calicut. So this is what the jewel thing what we proposed, and the basic language of the building, the jewel we proposed us from the or inspired from the old heritage itself, and we actually merged it with the landscape. So in the evening time, we all know that the beach is actually having very rush, and the people can have jam or they can spend the time, and even the kids from the institution what we told, they can come here and they can also have their talks, workshops, or even though it's kind of a, we are actually merging with that work as a community space. So this is how we actually took the language of the building. So that is the basic block for the jewel, and the arc actually we took as an exciting existing building, language of building, and the glass on the roof of the building, we made it as a roof of skylight that we can use in the existing jewel. And we also made into 4 layers. That is the basic level is the first boundary, and in responsive to the old heritage like the corridor, we made a corridor of a glass and then the roof with the glass. So this is where you actually enter to the gallery space, or we can call it as tunnel or something. So this is the gallery space what we actually proposing kind of, where we can experience culture, history, everything of the Calicut. It kind of a multi-sensory space where even you can, even experience the smell of Calicut. So this is actually the landscape that near to the jewel place that we told, that is where you can really act as a community space where it brings the people from the beach to the site. So this is the site. In the left side, you can see the existing building plan, and the right side, what we are proposing. So what we have done is that we have removed some of the walls and given a gap, and also there is a structure in the previous building that was added on later, which doesn't go with the language of the existing building. So we removed that and merged with the landscape. So this is the kind of elevation and here what we did was
Thank you, participants. Your time is up. I thank all the participants. Now we request the mentors to share their experiences in the workshop.
Okay, thank you all. I think it was a wonderful 2 days for us. Very satisfying, both, although we were mentors, we were equally students. For me personally, it was also a wonderful opportunity to work with all 3 of them, whom we normally don't get to do, because when you are stuck in the practice, these things don't happen. And these workshops are wonderful opportunities for all of us to come together and share these wonderful ideas. And I think it was quite intense, but what is fascinating is that all these groups kind of eventually ended up creating 4 completely different approaches. And when one starts to look at these approaches you look at these solutions, you wonder how simple all these solutions could be. You know, most of them are just pure common sense, and yet we don't end up doing them. You know, and I think to me personally, what is fascinating was also to see that, in some of the schemes, you could see that the moment you take or moment you start to imagine your cities being people-centric, in other words, when you start to capture that streets as a public space or as a people-centric street, you start to see many of these solutions starting to arrive. In that third scheme, for example, the moment that entire space became a public space, you almost don't need to do anything to that building. The building suddenly started to reveal itself. And you wonder that, when I think, in urban India, about 60% of urban India go to work by non-motorized transit. About 40% of urban India goes by foot, and about 20% goes by bicycles. It's a staggering number. And of that 60%, I think 60% of them are women who walk to work. And only 4% of urban India go to work in four-wheelers. And when you look at like that, and when you look at these statistics, you wonder why we don't design our cities for people. And when you start to kind of recapture some of these public realm, some of these buildings start to reveal itself and many layers start to unfold, And I think it's wonderful to do this exercise. It is also, to me personally, showcase the power of drawing. We often talk about all these statistics, we often talk about all these issues, but the moment you start to draw that, you start to see the scale of those interventions, and the power of that space and how it can completely change the nature of how we envision city and live in these cities. And I think this was an exercise which unfolded many of those layers, although the core of it was to how to deal with these historic buildings and what is its potential. How do we look them as catalysts while preserving the future? How do we take them while preserving the past, how do we take them into the future? And how do we kind of create new memories while dealing with or trying to take with us some of the past memories? I think, and in all these perspectives, I feel this was a wonderful exercise, and I thank the students and young architects who participated. It was quite rigorous, but an amazing work for the last 2 days. Thank you.
So I'm going to keep it really short. I've been asked to. It was an incredible experience, and like somebody said, appeared to be an impossible task. There were so many layers to be dealt with, the whole urbanism of it, as well as the idea of dealing with a beautiful old building, which is very daunting at the best of times, and this really was the worst of times, 48 hours, 4 people hovering over you, and yet what I really loved was that each of the groups really played to their strengths. They took our advice, but they also did exactly what they felt was right. So kudos to all of them, and thanks to all 3 of you.
Hello. Yeah. I think, I feel this is, I'm not going to talk about the project and the assignment that they have done within the 2 days, but the opportunity that the young architect got working with everyone in one common room, that I think the CALICUT Act, I have to thank them to giving them, the young architect and the students, to work in one room and share their thoughts and working with the mentors. I think that is really wonderful, because we never had that kind of opportunity to learn that from the seniors. And this, I feel, it has to continue forward. And more than the final result as a design, that experience, and that goes to their memory, I feel. In one day, then they're practicing. It comes, I hope that you will take it as an exercise to continue the good practice in future. All the best.
This is an incredible site, and being CALICUT, I think very soon there'll be some magic here in this public stretch, because all of it is public land. The corporation, the big empty open space, and the old corporation building, that link back to the ocean is a fantastic opportunity. And so looking to this amazing bunch, the bureaucrats, politicians, and the architects to really make something of it. It's been amazing working with the 3 of you and with the amazing bunch of architects and students. So thanks again, CALICUT, for inviting us here.
Thank you, mentors. As a token of gratitude, we are presenting mementos to the mentors. I request the Honorable Mayor of Calicut, Dr. Beena Philip, to hand over the mementos. Ma'am, please. Presenting the mementos to architect Bijoy Ramachandran. Architect Palinda Kanangara. Architect Biju Kuriakos. And architect Shimul Javeri. Thank you all mentors. I would like to request the Honorable Mayor to kindly share a few words on your experiences in YAF Crossroads 2022.
I kindly request the panel coordinators to escort the mentors to the audience.
Oh, I think I should address the mentors first, because as they said, 48 hours of continuous work, thinking, discussing, a brain-taxing exercise for 48 hours like that. And I do congratulate those who have participated in this two-day program and have so many dreams about reinventing and reshaping our dear city that is Calicut. And youngsters, of course, will have innovative ideas and imaginations. So a blending of the reality and the imagination, or rather the illusion and the reality, to some extent, will result into something that what we pass over to the next generation to enjoy and to live with in such a city, if you make it so attractive and enchanted to the whole, not only to the people of Kozhikode and for those who come to visit Kozhikode. And sometimes, as I said to the mentors yesterday, I would love to make Calicut a city where people would love to live in. So that's my dream, and hope this two-day program would provide such an atmosphere, such an ambience in Calicut city, so that my wish about my city will come true. Thank you very much for those who have worked towards it. And it would be a sin if I don't mention the name of Indian Architects Association, Calicut. Can I call it chapter, Vinod? A center, yes. Our association with them is not based on money or rather it's monetary, it's any profit. It was their passion for architecture. It was their devotion to their city. And of course, it was a kind of, being the disciple of a sannyasin like a person who has devoted his life. I don't want to mention the person's name because you all know, many of you know who it is. So to him, I think they dedicated their work. So I would rather call him a sannyasin because he didn't expect anything. He had good imagination. Many times, I'm sure, these architects were corrected with his positive interventions. So with this, let me conclude my words, and thank you once again for all of you who have come here.
Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion in between your busy schedule.
We're wrapping up the formal programs for the second day as dark falls. From the magnificent set of panel discussions and presentations which took place today, we have had the privilege and opportunity to learn, listen, and interact with some of the leading professionals in varying fields of art, architecture, and much more.
Today, we had a total of 6 panels with 2 colloquiums and 4 MOPA sessions. On behalf of IUA Kerala chapter and the entire team of YAF, we extend a warm gratitude to all the speakers for enlightening us with your work and sharing your experience and opinions today. We hope it was equally beneficial for you as it was for us. Dear delegates, as we have to settle the security for tonight, the entry is restricted to architect delegates and the special invitees only. Please make sure that you have your tag when you come for the program.
I kindly request delegates with student pass to exit the venue. You can enjoy the Urban Angadi and its events. I once again request the delegates with student pass are requested to exit the venue. Also a kind request, dinner will not be served in the main venue Sabha. Kindly have your dinner in the designated areas.
We kindly request the delegates to not bring the food inside the main venue Sabha.
I once again repeat, food items are restricted in the main venue Sabha.
The program will be commencing only by 7 p.m. and the food will be served only after 7:45 p.m.